At 10 o'clock last night, 3 men got drunk and bullied a woman at the South City night market, but luckily our classmate Li Ming showed up in time and subdued those 3 hooligans. Subdued where? Qin Ke, who had been sleeping in the back row, lifted his head with a nimble movement. The students in the classroom all looked at him. The next second, many of them burst out laughing. Standing at the podium, the balding homeroom teacher Zhao Dezhu had a gloomy face. Looking like he was ready to kill someone. Qin Ke Quiet, everyone, stop laughing. Qin, repeat what I just said. Qin Ke scratched his head, glanced at his classmates, and then looked at Zhao Dezhu. He tentatively said, quiet, everyone, stop laughing. What the hell with the quiet and stop laughing? Zhao Dezhu roared and slammed his hand onto the podium. All the students were laughing uncontrollably at Qin Ke's remark. I'm dying of laughter, as expected of you, Qin Ke. Is this guy sent by a monkey to make us laugh? Brother Ke is a legend, tough but full of sassy remarks. Is there a problem? Wasn't that what he just said? Ke was confused and muttered to himself. Sleep, sleep, all you know is sleep. You even dare to sleep in my class. You really think this place is your home? As soon as Zhao Dezhu finished speaking, an abrupt voice rang out. Hey, mine is bigger than yours. Zhao Dezhu's face turned black instantly. If looks could kill, Qin Ke's deskmate Wang Zhiji would have already been torn to pieces by this sharp glare. What the heck did he dream about? Qin Ke looked shocked, thinking back to his own dream just now. Could it be that he also talked in his sleep while sleeping? Wang Zhi, Zhao Dezhu shouted. No response. Qin Ke, wake him up. Qin Ke nudged Wang Zhiji. Brother Ji. Still no response, sleeping like a pig. After considering for a moment, he leaned into Wang Zhiji's ear. Class is over. Wang Zhiji raised his head abruptly. The whole class burst into laughter. Zhao Dezhu's face turned even darker. Seeing that things were not looking good, Wang Zhiji hurriedly stood up. I never thought my class 3 could gather 2 such talents at the same time. Look at Li Ming. Not only is his academic performance excellent, but he has already mastered a superpower and has started doing good deeds to give back to society. And look at you too. Zhao Dezhu's words became increasingly intense. Hearing the homeroom teacher praise him, Li Ming gave a crooked smile. Superpower? What superpower? Qin Ke was completely baffled by Zhao Dezhu's words. Isn't this a geography class? Qin Ke looked at the blackboard, which read, Distribution of Exotic Beasts in the Spirit Realm. Seeing this chalk-written title and the content below it, Qin Ke's worldview was shattered. What the hell is this? Wang Zhiji, beside him, puffed out his chest and said, Isn't it just doing a good deed? I also did one this morning. The reason I was late was to help an old lady across the street. Zhao Dezhu was incredibly angry. You have the nerve to say that? Your history teacher told me that he was buying breakfast outside this morning and saw an old lady who finally managed to walk to the other side of the road. But you idiot, actually helped her back to the other side. And then you told her not to thank you. The whole class laughed once again. Zhao Dezhu said in frustration, As for you, Qin Ke, I really don't know what you are thinking. Out of 40 people in the class, your overall grades are already second to last. But all you do in class is sleep. With an attitude like that, you still want to get into a spirit user university. Go home and roast sweet potatoes. Wang Zhiji couldn't laugh out loud. Zhao Dezhu's face turned even darker. Wang Zhiji, what are you laughing at? Are you proud of being number 1? Qin Ke was completely clueless. Spirit user university? Where did a spirit user university come? Just as he was feeling puzzled, an electronic voice rang out in his mind. Ding, 10,000 years. 10,000 years later, I have finally found a suitable host. You stupid host, do you know how I survived these 10,000 years? If I hadn't found you, I would have planned to self-destruct. Qin Ke shuddered. As a model youth of the new century and the most handsome, dashing, and elegant young man in the class. Although he who is charming enough to captivate thousands of young girls, 10,000 words omitted here, has never seen big scenes. But being well-versed in all kinds of novel tropes, he still knew what a system was. It is the essential artifact for face slapping and the rise of the underdog. This system is an emotion collection system. As long as others produce negative emotions because of the host can obtain points. Would you like to bind it? Qin Ke. I guess your head, hurry up and bind. Hurry up! Alright, fine, I'll bind it. Why so fierce? Ding, the system is binding. Binding successful. Binding successful, presenting a novice 10 consecutive draw. Starting the lottery. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn a system blessing. This system wishes you a prosperous and smooth future. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn a system blessing. This system wishes you a prosperous and smooth future. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn a system blessing. This system wishes you a prosperous and smooth future. Key. Damn it. It would be one thing if it were 3 blessings. But even the blessing words are identical. Is there nothing else to say? Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn a system blessing. This system wishes you a prosperous and smooth future. Qin Ke, that's it. It's over already. What kind of system blessing is this? Besides blessing, what else can you do? Stay calm, don't panic, here is a consolation prize, 999 Spirit Liquid X1. 999 Spirit Liquid. After taking it, a spirit source will appear in your body. Qin Ke didn't know what spirit liquid was, let alone what this spirit source was. But one thing is for sure, this world has undergone some changes. Zhao Dezu said in a deep voice, the two of you follow me to the office. In the office, Zhao Dezu sat on the chair with his legs crossed. Because his zipper was down, a striking touch of red was visible from his black suit trousers. He took out a cigarette and leaned back in his chair to light it. It's not just one teacher reporting that you two sleep in class, let's call your parents. Qin Ke scratched his head and said, teacher, there's nobody at home. Zhao Dezu asked in confusion, nobody? How can there be nobody? What about your grandfather? Ke said, Teacher Zhao, you forgot my grandpa passed away 2 months ago. At that time, you even came to my house for the funeral banquet, pulling my dad and saying it was well organized, and that when your dad passes away, you want to do the same. Wang Zhiji couldn't help but, I'm dying of laughter! Ding, negative emotions from Zhao Dezu plus 7A9. So this is how the dog system works. Zhao Dezu was furious. Nonsense, when did I ever say that? You did. You also said you wanted to make a lot of money and strive to have a magnificent funeral when your dad passes away, but you might have been drunk at that time. Ding, negative emotions from Zhao Dezu plus 88. Read more than 20 chapters. If you don't laugh, track me down and beat me. 하래 한 토로的総文学기주 세준 호래료大人材イ面的記憶心理通輪中具集計具消化手段信用候補的個性特攻円カル1高トン小予心的白 Zhao Dezu felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. Stop right there. You're just a kid, stop spouting nonsense. If that's the case, your father must have time. Call your father here! Qin Ke shook his head. My dad went out of town on a business trip. What the hell kind of business trip? Isn't your dad a security team leader? Qin Ke looked a bit conflicted, thought for a moment and said, Alright, to tell you the truth, my dad got caught watching spicy shows and hasn't been released yet. Ding, negative emotion from Zhao Dezu, plus 8088. Zhao Dezu was a bit dumbfounded. He had known Qin Ke's father for many years. No wonder he hadn't been able to reach him lately. Good God, that was close. Luckily, when old man Qin tried to talk me into going for a foot massage with him a while back, I didn't go. Otherwise, I would have been dragged in too. Then what about your sister? Ke immediately said, Don't do that, Uncle Zhao. You know what my sister's temper is like. No nepotism during work hours? After thinking about it, Zhao Du sighed. Forget it, I'll talk to him when your dad gets out. After saying that, he looked at Wang Zhiji. How about you? Are you going to call your dad, or should I call him for you? Wang Zhiji hesitated. My dad's isn't home either. Why isn't your dad home either? Wang Zhiji thought it over. My dad got caught together with his dad. Zhao Dezu. What's going on, Qin Ke? Did your dad and his dad go as a group? Qin Ke shook his head and said seriously, I don't know about that, they didn't notify me. Ding, negative emotion from Zhao Dezu, plus 888. Zhao Dezu took a deep drag of his cigarette. He hung his head, starting to doubt the meaning of life. Why do I, in my humble class 3, have these two rare talents appearing at the same time? Why are these two once-in-a-century talents here? Alright, I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again. Zhao Dezu waved his hand, looking listless. Then his expression turned extremely serious. But this is the last time. If there is a next time, you two don't have to attend class in the classroom. You'll be cleaning the toilets for a week. Glint flashed in Wang Ji's wise eyes. Can we just go clean the toilets directly? Zhao Dezu, where's my knife? Where's my knife? Wang Zhiji, do you think it's fun to talk back? Wang Zhiji lowered his head and didn't speak. He wasn't talking back. Compared to attending class, he really wanted to go clean the toilets. Zhao Dezhu continued. There are 40 students in the class, and you are the only two who haven't developed spiritual origins in your bodies. The college entrance exam is in a little over a month, so good luck to you both. Qin became even more curious about what this spiritual origin was. Teacher Zhao, can I take half a day off? Zhao Dezhu asked suspiciously. Take time off? Why would you want to take time off for no reason? I want to go to the police station and see if I can bail my dad out. Ding, negative emotion from Zhao Dezhu, plus 999. Wang Zhiji didn't want to be outdone. Then I want to take half a day off too, to go to the police station and see if I can bail my dad out. Zhao Dezhu was having a mental breakdown. What kind of sin have I committed to deserve this? Go, go! Zhao Dezhu waved his hand, completely defeated. Alright. Qin Ke felt happy inside. He was certain that some changes had occurred in this world. He had to go back and figure out exactly what happened. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned to look at the splash of red on Zhao Dezhu. Uncle Zhao, these boxers of yours are really flashy. Is it your zodiac year? What? Zhao Dezhu looked down and blushed. Ding, negative emotion from Zhao Dezhu, plus 1888. The two left the school empty-handed. They stood at the bus stop waiting for a ride. Qin Ke asked, Brother Ji, where are you going later? Wang Zhiji chuckled, going to the internet cafe to play games. Why aren't you going to the police station to bail your dad out? Bail him out, my ass. He deserves it. Besides, he's a repeat offender. They said he can't be bailed out, otherwise I would have already gotten him out to go to work and earn money. Qin Ke nodded fully. Wang Zhiji asked, why are you going to the police station? Qin Ke shook his head. No, at this hour, my sister has probably already got him out. That's perfect, let's head to the internet cafe then. Never mind, I need to go home first. Qin Ke paused and asked, gee, what is a spiritual origin? Seeing the seriousness in Qin Ke's eyes, Wang Zhiji paused for a moment. Is this guy serious? Anyway, you don't have it and neither do I. He searched his pockets. Damn, I didn't bring any money. Did you? Qin Ke realized. Damn, I didn't bring any either. The money is in my backpack. Watching the bus stop in front of them, the two stared at each other. Just then, a beggar walked up to him carrying a metal basin, babbling away. Around the beggar's neck hung a piece of cardboard that said, deaf and mute. He pointed at Qin Ke, then pointed at the metal basin in his hand. Honestly, seeing the beggar's sincere expression, Qin Ke felt a bit moved. He immediately understood, and adhering to the creed of never anyone's kindness, he took 2 yuan out of the metal basin. He said very gratefully, thanks. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Fugi, plus 999. Ah. The beggar's eyes looked excited. He grabbed Qin Ke's sleeve and pointed fiercely at the money in Qin Ke's hand, then pointed at the metal basin in his own hand. Then the beggar looked at Wang Zhiji standing next to him, pointing intensely at the metal basin in his own hand. Wang Zhiji nodded and also took 2 yuan out of it. Ah. The beggar's expression grew more and more intense, his eyes looking as if they were spitting fire as he glared at Qin Ke, his hand trembling as he pointed at the metal basin. 2 yuan is enough. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Fugi, plus 999. Qin Ke gave a grateful look and he and Wang Zhiji got on the bus. Wang Zhiji remarked as he boarded, there are really so many good people these days. Qin Ke, tell me about it. They're so poor they're reduced to begging, yet they still don't forget to be generous. This spirit is worth learning from. The beggar watched the departing bus with a stunned expression. Damn it. I thought I was shameless enough. But I didn't expect those two be even more shameless than me. They're absolute beggars. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Fugui, plus 999. Wang Zhiji got off halfway. Qin Ke continued riding the bus. He arrived home at 4 in the afternoon. He opened the door. His dad, sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, looked at him with a doting smile. Yo, why are you back? Isn't today Thursday? I wasn't feeling well, so I asked my homeroom teacher for time off. Qin Ke looked his dad up and down. Not changed at all. Just as sleazy as ever. You're out? His dad covered his mouth and coughed twice to avoid embarrassment. Not feeling well? What's wrong? It's nothing, I'll be fine after a rest. After thinking about it, Qin Ke asked, Dad, are you a spirit user? Shi wa o shiru kigarankyakku shiteki dachu. Kamiru ryo nani atsuyo hakurida. Ta tsushin ri bogyotsu seishōsha kai kai. 하그아크요카가 지신테크리 이리티키토치시 세스고 하자이 주간 흐력적 세카이도 노티카 각교적 리치. Dad, I wish I were too. So that means you're... Dad said with concern, if you're not feeling well, go get some rest. If it's really bad, go see a doctor. Although this dad was usually quite flaky, Qin Ke's own flakiness was a clear case of like father, like son. But I have to admit, this flaky dad really does love his son. He closed the door and went back to his room. This world felt both familiar and strange to him. The familiar part was the people around him, the strange part was the environment. For instance, what on earth are these superpowers and spiritual sources? The easiest way to figure all this out was to look it up online. Sitting at the computer desk, Qin just opened the browser. Several trending topics popped up. Shocking, a teenager in Cloud Shadow City has acquired a special superpower that allows him to control any part of his body, making it grow or shrink. Good heavens. 300 fire spirit pigs raised by a biotech company were heard screaming in the middle of the night. Is this a distortion of human nature or a collapse of morality? I can't bear to look. A student at a spirit user university got infected by a spirit beast in the spirit realm, returned to the dorm late at night, went wild, and actually did something to 3 roommates. Seeing these trending topics, Qin Ke's eyes widened in shock. His little head was filled with big questions. In the span of an hour, Qin Ke's original worldview completely collapsed and was rebuilt. This world is no longer the one it used to be. It's no longer the year 2022, but the year 438 of the rebirth era. More than 400 years ago, portals to other worlds suddenly appeared all over the globe. Behind every spirit world gate, there were countless spirit beasts. At first, people could still rely on conventional weapons to deal with these beasts from the spirit realm. But as the beasts grew stronger, some of them even started using superpowers. We couldn't beat them. Seriously, there was no way to beat these cheaters. But fortunately, with the appearance of the gates, a group of insanely powerful people also emerged among humanity. The appearance of the gates triggered the recovery of spiritual energy on Earth. As long as one has the constitution of a spirit user and a spiritual source inside, they can practice mastering superpowers to become as much of a cheater as those beasts. So, does that mean I've transmigrated into a parallel world? Ding, negative emotion from Wang Fugui plus 99. Click. The room door opened. A girl with a great figure wearing denim shorts walked in holding a spatula. She glanced at the tissues all over the floor, then looked at her brother Qin Ke sitting in front of the computer. Piggy, come out to eat. Okay, Peppa. Ding, negative emotion from Qin Ke plus 100. Tired of living? Want to see if I'll knock you dead with this spatula? He went outside and as usual the family of 3 sat down to eat. Dad picked up some meat and suddenly asked, "So son, has your spiritual source appeared yet?" Qin Ke shook his head, not yet. Only those with the constitution of a spirit user can be assigned to the spirit user class after the 2nd year of high school. Otherwise, they can only stay in the ordinary class. And only by having a spiritual source in the body can one be considered a true spirit user. Otherwise, you are just a waste of a spirit body. But Q wasn't panicked, although he didn't have a spiritual source yet. Didn't the system reward him with an item before? Could it help a spiritual source appear? He had planned to take it out and drink it just now. But Qin Ke called him for dinner, so he didn't get to. Dad comforted him. "It's okay, son, don't worry about it, don't force it if it's not there." Qin Ke curled his lips. "How come you don't seem worried for me at all?" "I am worried, I'm dying of worry." "Odd. What terrible acting." Qin Ke said. "In your class, only 2 people haven't developed a spiritual source yet, and you're one of them. Let's just hope you aren't a waste of a spirit body." Qin Ke looked at Qin Ke again. "Sis, are you a spirit user too?" Dad's hand holding the chopsticks paused and he felt Ke's forehead. "You don't have a fever," Qin Ke said. "I heard that a while ago, someone got struck by lightning and developed a spiritual source. The forecast says there's going to be a huge thunderstorm tonight. Why don't you go get a lightning rod and try it?" "Ke?" Dad put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Ke, what are you talking about? Doesn't buying one cost money? I'll go borrow one later." After dinner, making sure Qin Ke was fine, Dad dusted himself off and left. "I'm off. You 2 wash the dishes. I'm going out to play mahjong." Qin Ke asked from the sofa, "Going to play with Auntie Wang again?" Why do you ask so many questions? I mean, you've never won once when playing with her. How do you know I've never won? Do I even have to ask? You only take 200 yuan whenever you go, and you never come back with more than that. That's because I see how hard it is for her to raise 2 kids on her own. I never take her money when I win. Not taking the money, then what do you take? 10 minutes after Dad left. Rumble. Thunder rolled through the clouds. Qin Ke glanced outside. Should I go borrow a lightning rod for you now? Qin Ke widened his eye. Zhen, are you serious? What else? Just give it a shot. What if you really get a spiritual source after being struck by lightning? Stop it, I'd rather just go die. Qin Ke, don't worry, have you forgotten my superpower? With me around, even if you're down to your last breath from being struck, I can still save you. No need, I have another way. By the way, what is your superpower? Qin Ke was confused, looking at him like he was an idiot. What's wrong with this kid today? Why is he acting so weird? But it seems he's always been like... Fine, if you have another way, that's best. Of course, Qin Ke had another way. That 999 spirit liquid the system rewarded him with. Didn't it say a spiritual source would appear in his body after drinking it? While Qin Ke was busy in the kitchen, Qin Ke took out the 999 spirit liquid. A pouch of warm liquid appeared in Qin Ke's hand. Yellowish, warm, and full of little bubbles. System, get out here. Are you really telling me this isn't urine? Ding, it's not. This is 999 spirit liquid. A spiritual source will really appear in your body if you drink it. If you don't want it, I can take it back. Qin Ke was half doubting, took the straw that came with it and poked it in. That's quite thoughtful. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Tastes great. Coming out of the kitchen, Qin Ke saw the pouch of bubbly yellow liquid in Qin Ke's hand and felt speechless. Is it good? It's okay. Qin Ke nodded, and seeing Qin Ke turn back to the kitchen, he immediately said, Don't you want to ask what I'm drinking? No need to ask, because no matter what you drink, I won't be surprised. Whole big pouch went down. I have to say I want another one. Qin Ke looked down at his belly. Where is the spiritual source? How come I don't feel anything at all? I even feel like peeing. System, what's going on? Why don't I feel any spiritual source appearing after drinking it? Ding, well, it shouldn't be expired. What do you mean shouldn't? Ding, it's definitely not expired. Trust me, you might feel it in a while. Hey. Qin Ke walked out of the kitchen again. After careful consideration, I feel like letting you get struck by lightning might be a bit risky. Qin Ke widened his eye. Now you realize that? Qin Ke said seriously. I think why don't you try sticking your finger into the socket? Qin's mouth opened slightly. Is this even something a human would do? 카테고리 디치지료 zan국적 아테기 자이치구 부츠치kai 호코세 시겐적 다이제샤 카이치적 하소코 카쿠카 슈리아 슈신카이 쿠이 카이키카 홍유 제이치 히토 시각적 세존 쇼르. Let's do it. Qin Ke walked over to Qin Feng and picked up an outlet from the table. Come on, stick it in. Try using your pinky, the other fingers probably won't fit. Seeing Qin Ke getting closer, Qin Ke hurriedly shrank to the side. Don't come any closer. This is a power outlet, even a pinky can't fit in there. Qin Ke glanced at the outlet in her hand, it did seem a bit small. When he was a kid, Qin Ke could have fit, and he actually did. But he's 18 now. How about this, I'll go get a wire to stick in, and then you hold the wire. I beg you, please act like a human being. Enough talk, I need to pee. Terrified that Qin Ke might actually shove his hand in there, Qin Ke dashed to the restroom. Inside the restroom, Qin Ke unfastened the belt around his waist. 10 seconds later, with a shiver through his body, a warm current suddenly rushed into his lower abdomen. Is this spiritual essence? Are you kidding me? Could this spiritual essence appear in a more painful way? Other people get their spiritual essence when they are sleeping or eating. How come for me it happens while I'm taking a leak? Just imagine talking to others about when they manifested their spiritual essence. Passerby A, I got mine when I was 3 years old playing in the mud. Passerby B, I got mine when I was 18, just walking down the street. Passerby C, I got mine while I was sleeping. Qin Ke, hey, I got mine while peeing. Coming out of the restroom. Perhaps due to the emergence of the spiritual essence. Qin Ke looked radiant and refreshed. He sat on the sofa and continued to fiddle with the system. With a thought, a system panel visible only to him expanded. He focused his mind and entered the shop. He expected to see some earth-shattering items inside. But there was only one package. Novice gift package. Costs 1,000 emotion points to open once. Upon opening, you will randomly receive one of the following: a blessing from the system, a big nourishing pill, a brick, or the ability conversion. Limited to 50 purchases. The 50th purchase guarantees the conversion ability. My god, it actually contains a superpower. System, once I acquire this ability, can I master it immediately? Ding, that's correct. Qin Ke's breathing quickened. He had read about superpowers on the computer. Acquiring any superpower is extremely difficult. The way to gain them is through absorption. You have to absorb them from crystal cores left behind by dead beasts in the spirit realm. The success rate is often very low. Why does this package feel just like playing an online game? If the pattern is the same as online games, then this ability will probably only drop on the very last attempt. At 1,000 emotion points each, 50 times would cost 50,000 emotion points. But it doesn't seem that expensive either. After all, it's only been half a day. And he's already gained over 8,000 emotion points. But even though there's a superpower in here, seeing that mention of a system blessing, Qin Ke felt things wouldn't be that simple. Whatever, I'll just try it. He immediately used 8,000 emotion points to buy 8 packages and opened them all at once. Ding, package opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a blessing from the system. Screw you. Why is it another system blessing? Ding, package opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a blessing from the system. What a stupid system. Come on, try me again if you have the guts. Ding, package opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a blessing from the system. Ding, package opened. Received 1 brick. Brick. What? Ding, package opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 big nourishing pill. A big nourishing pill? What kind of weird thing is this? Qin Ke looked at the system description for the big nourishing pill. Big nourishing pill. After consumption, it can refine your bloodline and significantly boost spiritual essence. Retrieve. Whoosh. Looking at the pitch-black big nourishing pill in his hand, Qin Ke finally understood why it wasn't called just a nourishing pill, but a big nourishing pill. It's as big as a fist. Swallowing it in one go is obviously very unrealistic. And more importantly, why does this thing look like a mud ball? System, are you sure this isn't made of mud? It doesn't just look like it, it smells like it too. Qin Ke, having changed her clothes, came out of her room. She saw what was in Qin Ke's hand and looked puzzled. What's that in your hand? Where did you get it? Ke, I rubbed it off my own body. Ding, negative emotion from Qin Ke 200. Do you want to bet that I can rub off another one? Ding, negative emotion from Qin Ke 800. Are you disgusting or what? Throw it away. I'm going out, the keys are on the table. If you go out, remember to take them. Got it. After Qin Ke left, Qin Ke held his breath and took a bite of the big nourishing pill. Damn it, it doesn't just smell like mud, it tastes like it too. This is clearly made of mud. Do you not have anything normal? First, the 999 spiritual essence that was like pee. Now this big nourishing pill, which is just like a mud ball. But strangely, after swallowing it, there was no feeling in his stomach at all, as if nothing had consumed. 10 seconds later, it kicked in. A warm current rushed into his lower abdomen. 10 seconds later, Qin Ke felt as if his body had been elevated. When using spiritual essence, his whole body seemed to have inexhaustible strength. Even though he didn't have a superpower yet, the spiritual essence alone made him incredibly strong. With this much strength, bricklaying would definitely make a lot of money. Qin Ke checked the function of the brick again. Brick. An ordinary-looking brick, very sturdy, can't be destroyed even by 100 nuclear bombs. Effect. Ignores all defense. Non-upgradable. You call this ordinary? Click to retrieve. Whoosh. A red brick dropped from above. Damn it. Good thing I dodged fast. It was intentional. This system is definitely doing this on purpose. Looking at the red construction brick in his hand, Qin Ke weighed it. It felt no different from a regular brick. How does this look indestructible? Maybe I should try it on my head? Night fell. Qin Ke sat in front of the computer for several hours, deeply researching the situation of this world. By 9:30 in the evening, he understood most of it. As long as one has a spiritual body and spiritual essence emerges, they are a spirit master. Spirit masters have realms, from stage 1 to stage 10, and each stage has 10 levels. With every stage gained, the body's life force evolves, and spiritual essence increases significantly. High-level spirit masters are incredibly powerful even without using abilities, just by relying on their own spiritual essence. The stage is also related to abilities. For instance, a stage 1 spirit master can only master one ability. To master more, one must reach stage 2. Regarding this suddenly changed world, Qin Ke summarized the following points. 1. The technology in this world is similar to the previous one, but with the addition of spirit masters who wield abilities. 2. Many places in this world have gates to other worlds, which lead to the spirit realm, home to many strange beasts that occasionally spill out to wreak havoc on the world. 3. Haven't thought of one yet. 4. I'll talk about it once I've thought of number 3. Just as he was about to attempt cultivation, Dong. He glanced at his phone. It was a message from Wang Jiji on Super Chat. The contrast between Qin Ke's absurdity-laden power acquisition and the serious world-building of spirit realms creates a unique comedic tone. While his brick-wielding antics seem ridiculous, the rule of ignoring all defense suggests a classic trope of high-reward items hidden in mundane objects. This setup effectively balances lowbrow humor with a potential power creep, keeping the audience hooked on whether his unconventional methods will truly outpace traditional progression. Potato, potato, this is sweet potato, this is sweet potato. Come in please, do you copy? Qin Ke received. Wang Jiji, want to go out for a late-night snack? Qin Ke, not tonight, I'm sleepy. Wang Ji, my treat. Qin Ke, send me your location. A few minutes later, Qin Ke went downstairs. You cried and told me that the stories in fairy tales are all lies. Humming a little tune, Qin Ke hopped on his dad's old electric scooter, which hadn't been replaced in 3 years, and rode off. Distant thunder rumbled in the sky, having gone on for quite a while now. All talk and no rain. He arrived at a crossroads and picked up Wang Jiji. The two of them arrived at a street behind the city's South Night Market. Just as he stepped off the scooter, Qin Ke was deeply drawn in by the aroma of grilled sausages nearby. Boss, how much for a grilled sausage? The seller was a man in his 40s. While flipping skewers on the grill, he replied, 3 yuan each, or 10 yuan for 3. Me too. Just as he was about to pay, he suddenly felt like something was off. Something's not right, boss. If they're 3 yuan each, how can 3 of them be 10 yuan? What's not right about it? 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3, it's perfectly correct. The boss had such an innocent, serious, and earnest look on his face that it was genuinely pitiful. Alright then, give us 2 grilled sausages and 2 orders of fried rice. Sure, no problem, coming right up. By the way, we've got a special deal today. Add 1 yuan and you get a drink. You two want that? The two found a table nearby and sat down. Come on, if we're brothers, let's drink. Puppy, I never thought you'd be the first of us to get married. Gotta say, your wife is gorgeous. Happy wedding to you, big brother. Will drink this down first. Glug glug. Haha, brother Tiger is so generous. At a nearby table, 5 men were being rowdy, their voices echoing through half the night market. One of them, with a shiny bald head and a thick gold chain around his neck, was the most boisterous. He downed 3 bottles of beer in one go. Looks like it's starting to go to his head. After chugging those 3 bottles, he was struggling, but he kept holding it in for the sake of his pride. Qin Ke glanced over and went back to chatting with Wang Jiji. Gee, the college entrance exam is in a month. You still don't have a spiritual source in your body. Aren't you worried at all? Wang Jiji looked like he couldn't care less. What's there to worry about? A genius is a genius wherever they go. Qin felt speechless. Wang Jiji added, besides, don't I still have you to keep me company? Qin Ke thought for a moment and said, then what if I told you I could get into a spiritualist university? Wang Jiji couldn't help but burst out laughing. Realizing it wasn't the right time for that, he suddenly turned very serious. Yeah, I believe you. Don't just brush it off. To tell you the truth, a spiritual source has already appeared in me. Wang Jiji still looked like he didn't believe it. Come off it. If a spiritual source could appear in you, it would have appeared in me ages ago. 10,000 swear words were running through Qin Ke's mind. Why won't this kid believe me? Am I that pathetic in his eyes? Damn it, if I didn't currently lack superpowers and there wasn't a machine here to detect spiritual sources, I'd definitely show him the difference between us now. They waited a few minutes. Boss, is our fried rice ready yet? Maybe because he didn't eat much this afternoon, Qin Ke was starving now. After serving skewers to the guys at the next table, the boss walked over with 2 grilled sausages and handed them to them. Wait a little longer. I'm busy with the grill right now. The fried rice can only be made when my brother gets back. Did he go? His stomach is hurting, he's got diarrhea. He's been to the bathroom several times already. The boss chuckled apologetically. Qin Ke glanced at the sausage in his hand and suddenly felt like it didn't taste good anymore. Boss, we're here to eat. The boss said with complete seriousness, I know. Alright then. After waiting a few minutes, the fried rice was finally brought to the table. Wang Jiji stuffed the remaining bit of sausage into his mouth and started devouring the fried rice on the table. Qin Ke glanced at him. Hey Ajay. Stop, whatever you've got to say it after I finish eating. Wang Jiji wolfed down the rest of the fried rice and lifted his head. What were you going to say? Qin Ke waved his hand nonchalantly. There was a fly in your plate just now, but it's fine now. You've already eaten it. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Jiji, 999. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Ugh. You were the one who said to wait until you finished eating. Ugh, couldn't you have stopped me from doing that? I just saw you enjoying it so much, I didn't want to ruin your appetite. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Jiji, 999. Wang Jiji turned pale and green, retching for a long time, but nothing came up. Boss. The boss trotted over. All done? Wang Jiji pointed at the plate. There was a fly in the fried rice. The boss shook his head firmly. Impossible. My hygiene has always been great. There couldn't be a fly. Wang Jiji said, I'm not lying to you, there really was a fly. The boss looked down at the empty plate on the table. Where's the fly then? I ate it. The boss's expression grew complex, thinking this kid must be retarded. He slowly looked at Qin Ke. Is he your friend? Ke blushed him. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Jiji, plus 666. Damn, are you blind? A roar shattered the lively atmosphere of the street. He looked in the direction of the roar. The bald man who had downed 3 beers was blocking the path of an elderly scavenger. Qin Ke was confused. He didn't know what had happened exactly. He hadn't seen it, so he couldn't comment, just watching quietly. The old man apologized repeatedly, but the bald man remained relentless. From their conversation, Qin Ke gathered what had happened. When the old man passed by their table, he had accidentally knocked over a beer bottle, splashing the bald man's shoes. I'll pay for it, I'll pay for whatever it costs. The old man bowed, his eyes filled with apology. Perhaps due to the alcohol, the bald man acted like he feared nothing, shouting, Pay? Can you afford it? You old fart, lick it clean for me. The old man tremblingly took a plastic bag out of his pocket and pulled out some loose change. I'll pay, I'll pay. The bald man didn't even look at it, slapping the change from the old man's hand. Are you f***ing deaf, old man? I told you to lick it clean. Hey, the old man already said he'd pay, stop being so unreasonable. A concerned man at a neighboring table couldn't just watch anymore. The bald man turned and pointed. None of your business. What? You want to stand up for this old guy? The concerned man stood up abruptly. I just can't stand it. Tell me how much your shoes cost, and I'll pay for the old man. The bald man stretched his neck aggressively. I just want him to lick it clean. If you want to meddle, then do it yourself. If you can't, then sit your butt down. The man wanted to say more, but his wife pulled him back, signaling him not to get involved. The man gritted his teeth, despising people who get drunk and think they own the place. But glancing at his 5-year-old daughter, he sighed and said no more. Back it up so I play the hero? The bald man sneered, then went back to forcing the old man to lick his shoes. Qin Ke clicked his tongue. In broad daylight, to think something like this could happen. Paying should be enough, why make him lick it? Wang Jiji paused, looked up at the pitch-black sky. Broad daylight? He looked at Qin Ke, so Qin Ke dare to yell at them? Qin Ke took a sip of Sprite. Forget yelling, I'd even fight them. I love how you say that with a straight face. Seriously, let's curse at them once each, then run away, deal? What do you think? It's to stop you from getting beaten. Wang Jiji paid the bill immediately and brought Qin Ke to the side of the road. I'm giving you a chance to show off. You go first, then I go, then we hop on the scooter and take off. Qin Ke wasn't nervous at all, looking at the men over there. Just seconds later, the bald man was already grabbing the old man by the collar to pin him down. Idiots. With that one word, he drew all their fire. The men nearby all turned to glare at Qin Ke. Dad. Qin Ke made a provocative gesture. The men's eyes widened. Having lived on the streets for years, this was the first time they'd been insulted by some wet-behind-the-ears kid. Wang Zhiji was looking quite excited. Truly a Siberian wolf so wild. An outdog can't be outdone. He immediately held up both middle fingers at the men. Dumbasses, do I look like your dad? After cursing them out, he felt so good. Go gun. Seeing them coming over, Wang Zhiji turned around immediately. Looking back, Qin Ke had already ridden the scooter far away. I'm not on. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Zhi plus 999. Damn. Clang. The bold man smashed his beer bottle on the ground and charged toward Wang Zhiji with his men. Seeing things turn bad, Wang Zhiji took off running. But after just a few steps, he tripped and fell. Damn, which jerk threw this watermelon peel here? In less than 5 seconds, Wang Zhiji's small frame was surrounded by a few massive figures. Right now, he looked like a tiny lamb in a wolf's den. Especially since this lamb had just insulted the pack of wolves so arrogantly. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Zhiji plus 99. The bold leader grabbed Wang Zhiji off the ground. Who were you talking to just now? Wang Zhiji looked helpless, head hanging. Big brother, we're all in the same boat. Give me a break. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Zhiji, 999. Gotta say, this is exciting. Laughed. He was a bit puzzled by the continuous stream of negative emotions from Wang Zhiji in his head. He looked back. Oh my... Where did he go? The bold man roared. Who the hell is in the same boat as you? Brother Tiger, why bother with this kid? Let's just beat him up first. Qin Ke rode the scooter back just in time. Honestly, seeing Qin Ke return, Wang Zhiji felt quite moved. The bald man looked at Qin Ke and snorted. You're quite loyal. Qin Ke got off the scooter and trotted over to Wang Zhiji. Sorry Zhiji, I was too excited just now and didn't notice you. Wang Zhiji sighed. Can't blame you, blame that watermelon peel. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have been able to catch me. Qin Ke said, keep dreaming. Wang Zhiji protested. I'm not lying. In 6th grade, I won the school's sprint champion. Even the principal said I ran faster than a rabbit's dad. This scene masterfully uses the bystander effect to mirror modern social apathy. While the hot-headed antagonist provides a classic villain trope, the protagonist's reckless intervention highlights how bravado often backfires without actual power.
Seeing Qin Ke and Wang Zhiji talking back and forth without paying him any mind, the bald man was instantly enraged. Are you two performing a comedy duet for me here? Wang Zhiji said, wait a second, let me clarify things with him first. Qin Ke, I'm not lying to you, I really run fast. Not only fast, but also very handsome. If you don't believe me, watch closely, I'll run for you now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Zhiji zipped off in a flash. Like an arrow shot from a bow. Within a few blinks of an eye, he was already far away. Whether it was handsome or not, who knows, but he was certainly fast. That was like a cow riding a rocket, absolutely legendary. One of the men blinked, finally react. Brother Hugh, that kid ran away. Chase him, the bald man shouted. Qin Ke stared at the fleeing Wang Zhiji with black lines of frustration on his forehead. Damn it. What a burden. Now this is great, I came back and you ran off. If I had known you could run faster than a rabbit's dad, why would I have come back? 10 seconds later, 2 of the men came walking back, panting heavily. Brother Hugh, we couldn't catch him. That kid is way too fast, he vanished in an instant. Just when everyone thought Wang Zhiji had abandoned his teammate and run away, his figure appeared back in the public's view. Came back. He actually turned around and came back. Under Qin Ke's stunned gaze, Wang Zhiji came running over, breathless, not forgetting to stylishly flick his flowing bangs. His eyes, full of intelligence, looked as if he were showing off. How was it? Was it fast and handsome? Qin Ke was speechless to the extreme. Yeah, it was fast. The onlookers also looked at Wang Zhiji with the eyes of those observing the mentally impaired. What a show-off. The bald man. Damn, will my IQ drop if I hang around with these two? The bald man rolled up his sleeves, looking savage. Your mouth is pretty sharp, daring to curse even me. What, you want to play the hero? Being a hero comes with a price. Tell me who's going to get beaten first. Qin Ke, with black lines on his forehead, pulled himself together and cleared his throat. Brother, my friend here isn't quite right in the head. Don't take it personally. What just happened was a misunderstanding. How about this, we both take a step back? We leave, you go back to your drinking, how about that? The bald man froze. While the words sound agreeable, why did it feel like something was off? After realizing his face dark. Ding, negative emotions from Zhang Teng, +9 in 9. Are you toying with me? Zhang Teng roared, grabbed a wine bottle from his companion's hand and prepared to strike. Qin Ke immediately said, "Wait, brother Teng." Zhang Teng hesitated. "You know you? I've heard of you since I was a kid. Honestly, I've always admired you. Not to mention, although this system is a bit of a scam when it comes to drawing prizes and opening gift packs. But the perk of knowing someone's name without asking is quite a conscientious feature." Zhang Teng was dumbfounded. "I'm from out of town. I only arrived in Yunhai City 6 months ago. You say you've heard of me since you were a kid." Qin Ke grinned and said, "That's called being famous far and wide. I've long since heard of your reputation, brother Teng. As the saying goes, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. Someone like you, a gentleman and a civilized person, certainly wouldn't resort to violence, right? Wait for me, let me grab something." As he spoke, Qin Ke turned around and pulled out a brick. At the same time, a cunning gleam flashed in his eyes. Heh. Zhang Teng was confused about what Qin Ke was going to get. Who would have thought this kid would suddenly whirl around and leap into the air and smack him on the head with the brick? Clang. Whoa, that sounded solid, a tough head. Zhang Teng shouted, "Oh my!" A stream of red blood trickled down from his forehead. Ding, negative emotions from Zhang Teng, +999. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Many passers-by had their mouths agape, forming an O shape. What a savage! The look of shock on Wang Ziji's face was beyond words, pulling a brick out of thin air. This is a spatial superpower. Since when did this guy master a superpower? He really has spiritual energy in his body. We agreed that after the college entrance exam we'd go screw bolts together in a factory, but you leveled up in secret and didn't take me with you. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Ziji, +999. Wang Ziji snapped back to reality. Didn't you say a gentleman uses his mouth and not his hands? How is it that you struck first? Am I a gentleman? When saying this, Qin Ke sounded utterly confident and resounding, with absolutely no shame. Brother Hugh, are you okay? Several men surrounded the bald man. Zhang Teng looked at the blood on his hands, his eyes filled with rage. Ding. Kill this kid for me. 4 men charged at Qin Ke like 4 rabid dogs. Qin Ke didn't panic at all, channeling his internal spiritual energy, feeling endless strength throughout his body. He raised the brick and leaped, knocking one man down with a blow to the head. A plain old brick was swung with incredible force in his hands. Seeing Qin Ke take down 3 men with his brick in just a few moves, Wang Ziji's eyes lit up. It's winnable. He immediately joined the fray. A few seconds later, Wang Ziji, caught in a chokehold, reached out to Qin Ke for help. Brother Wolf, save me. Qin Ke stepped in with an agile movement. He smacked the man choking Wang Ziji on the head with the brick. With a bang, the man was knocked straight to the ground. Wang Ziji rolled up his sleeves. You even dare to hit your brother Ji. You have a death wish. The 2 of them rained punches and kicks on the men. Stop fighting. A middle-aged woman came over and pulled Qin Ke away. Beside him, Wang Ziji was still unleashing fury on the bald man on the ground like a mad dog. Ma'am, don't stop me. People like them don't deserve any pity even if they're beaten to death. The lady looked pained. It's fine if you hit them, but stop hitting my husband too. Qin Ke looked down and was startled. The enthusiastic guy from earlier was lying on the ground, limbs splayed. When did you end up on the ground? Ding, negative emotions from Chu King, +999. The battered and bruised enthusiastic man climbed up shakily, his face already swollen like a pig's head. Qin Ke suddenly turned to Wang Ziji and said, Ji, do you realize you hit friendly forces? Ding, negative emotions from Wang Ziji, +789. Qin Ke, as a good brother, I really want to take the blame for you, but honestly can't prove that the square brick print on his face was something I could make with my hand. Qin Ke took a closer look. There really is a brick print. Ding, negative emotions from Chu King, +999. Ding. Qin Ke quickly walked up and asked with concern, how is it, does it hurt? Sir, I didn't mean to. The enthusiastic man only felt a burning pain on his cheek, with a mouthful of curses he didn't know if he should let out. He only meant to come up and give a few kicks to vent his frustration, who knew he'd get beaten so badly. The crowd erupted in screams, and some people were warning Qin Ke to be careful. A man in his 30s who had been knocked down was lunging at Qin Ke with a gleaming sharp knife. Qin Ke remained unhurried, catching the man's wrist with pinpoint accuracy under everyone's stunned gaze, and gave it a fierce squeeze. With a crack, the man's expression twisted in agony. Ah, it's broken, it's broken. Even a pig in a slaughterhouse wouldn't scream as miserably as he did. Those who didn't know might think this place was a slaughterhouse. Kicking the man aside, Qin Ke turned his sights onto the others. Zhang Teng, don't come any closer. More than 10 seconds later, the 5 men had several more footprints on them. Qin Ke stepped on Zhang's large face. On his face, 2 square red brick prints were layered over each other, along with a size 42 shoe print, likely Wang Ziji's. It looked painful just to see. Qin Ke put his hands on his hips. Do you dare bully people around recklessly again? Zhang Teng lay on his side on the ground, his cheek burning with pain. Although he was filled with resentment, he had to hold it back for now. I won't anymore, I'll never do it again. Although Zhang Teng was forced to relent under threat. But after this social beatdown, one would imagine he'll have some restraint from here on out. Zhang Teng, I never imagined that a few grown men would end up falling at the hands of a mere kid. Seeing a teenager single-handedly beat down 5 grown men, the onlookers were all breathless with shock. They really had their eyes open today. Shinkura soso sakambia huryo naniman nene hakura. Ryo shuku fura shose seijin ki fuzu zeku no tekuse koze shinrika teki shuri. Shikoso sesu orai fuzehu kodori. Izekan kozai ugyamaku koha kose. Qin Ke withdrew his foot. With a flick of his mind, sent the brick back into his system storage. Seeing the brick appear and disappear out of thin air, everyone was even more convinced that Qin Ke possessed space-based abilities. Pay up and get lost, don't let me see you again. Qin Ke was really enjoying this moment. The feeling of stomping criminals into the ground is truly satisfying. But what felt even better were the admiring gazes from the beauties in the crowd. How about it, is your boy looking sharp or what? Zhang Teng scrambled to his feet, sheepishly paid the money, and left while leaning on his companions for support. As he left, he kept his legs tightly squeezed together. Although it was already humiliating enough to be beaten up by a kid in front of so many people, he absolutely could not let anyone know that he had literally been beaten until he crapped his pants. It wasn't because his body was weak, it was just a total coincidence. It just so happened that the old man showed up right when his stomach hurt. And it just so happened that when he was knocked down, things let loose, and he got kicked in the belly at the same time. Coincidence? What a total coincidence. The bruised and swollen little punk touched his loose front tooth. Brother Hu, you seem to have dropped something back there. Forget it, just go. I'll go back and check for you. I said forget it, let's go. Brother Hu, did you smell something foul? After the group left, the scene erupted into cheers. Great! Young man, well done. People like that need to be taught a hard lesson. If they don't experience the cruelty of society, they'll never learn their mistake. Well hit, a true hero among youth. Amidst the flashes of phone cameras, Wang Ziji stood in the corner making a phone call. Hello, is this the TV station? A heroic act just happened on the street behind the South City night market. 2 heroes took on 5 armed thugs empty-handed. The heroes haven't left yet. Do you want to come over for an interview? Yes, the South City night market. You'll see us when you get here. One of the heroes is named Wang Ziji. He's the best-looking guy in the crowd. You don't have time? That's fine, I can make him wait for you. Qin Ke stood in the crowd, thinking to himself, should I look a bit more cold and detached? That would be so cool. He's so handsome. Having him as a boyfriend must make one feel so safe. I wish he would protect me just once. Several girls in the crowd were starting to fawn over him. Qin Ke maintained his composure, keeping one hand in his shorts pocket. On the main road, Qin Ke was riding his e-bike with Wang Ziji on the back. Recalling the scene just now, Wang Ziji looked very excited. Qin Ke, when did you become so powerful? There must have been spirit essence in your body for a long time, right? Having spirit essence is one thing, but you even mastered a space-type ability. Qin Ke rode the e-bike and said calmly, you saw right through that, did you? Ding, negative emotions from Wang Ji per 7A9. We agreed to be losers together, but now I'm the only one left in the class without spirit essence. Great, you're off to college, and I'll be stuck roasting sweet potatoes. Just as Qin Ke was about to speak, a traffic police officer at the side of the road reached out to stop them. No more seats left. Whoosh! The e-bike roared past, leaving the officer ruffled in the wind. What the hell does he mean no more seats? Ding, negative emotions from the traffic police officer best 999. A dozen seconds later, a motorcycle flashing with colorful lights caught up and rode alongside the e-bike. Qin Ke turned his head. Officer, street racing is prohibited in the city. Besides, this is an e-bike. I can't race you. Ding, negative emotions from the traffic police officer plus 999. At the side of the road, Qin Ke and Wang Zhiji sat on the bike. The officer looked at Wang Zhiji, then back at Ke. Why are two people riding bike? Qin Ke said earnestly, because we only have one bike. Ding, negative emotions from the traffic police officer plus 999. I mean, don't you know e-bikes aren't allowed to carry passengers? Qin Ke laughed. I honestly didn't notice that. If I'd known you were on duty here, I wouldn't have taken this road. Traffic police? The question marks were practically written all over his face. Another wave of negative emotions. Qin Ke quickly apologized. Just a joke, officer. This is my first offense. Give me a chance. If you impound my bike, my dad will have to walk to work tomorrow, and he'll definitely beat me with a belt. Rumble. Low thunder rolled through the clouds. Seeing that it was about to rain, the officer didn't make things difficult for them. He gave them a few words of caution and told them to get going. Watching the e-bike leave, the officer was dumbfounded. I told you to go a bit faster, not a billion times faster. This kid is really something. After dropping Wang Zhiji off at his building, Qin Ke rode the e-bike back. When he got home, there was no one there. Qin Ke lay on the bed and fiddled with the system. He checked his points. Wow. Good grief. There are over 50,000. Brother G, you really are my lucky star. Immediately use the points to buy all the gift packs. Open the gift packs. Ding, gift pack opened. Congratulations for receiving a blessing from the system. Ding. A whole series of system blessings. Qin Ke really wanted to drag this system out and give it a sound beating. Ding, gift pack opened. Congratulations on receiving a great nourishing pill X1. It's here, it's finally here. Although it tastes terrible, I have to admit the effect is really powerful. Ding, gift pack opened. Congratulations on receiving a great nourishing pill X1. After dozens of system blessings, I only got 2 great nourishing pills in the end. I don't know if I'm just unlucky or if this system is really a rip-off. Ding, gift pack opened. Congratulations on receiving the ability conversion. Your luck is off the charts. An ability. Qin Ke's eyes lit. Sure enough, just like in online games, the ability only dropped in the very last pack. With luck this bad, they have the nerve to say it's off the charts? Is this just being polite? He quickly checked the description of the conversion ability. Ability, conversion, LV1. The host can leave a mark on the spot. No matter where the host goes next, as long as it is within 50 meters of the mark, the host can use this ability to instantly teleport to the marked location. This is blink? A 50-meter blink? Awesome. This should count as a space-type ability, right? If I use this to rob a bank, that would be a crime, definitely a crime. Qin Ke immediately clicked to absorb the ability. Inside his body, he could clearly feel a blank space being filled. To test the effect, Qin Ke left a mark in his room and rushed downstairs. Use ability. The ability requires spirit essence to drive it. Meaning the moment he used it, a large amount of spirit essence in his body vanished. It felt like his body had been hollowed out. Whoosh. In less than half a second, his vision blurred instantly. When he looked again, he was already back in his room. Qin Ke's breathing became... Although it takes a lot of spirit essence to use it once, I have to say this ability is truly powerful. Even though it has no offensive capabilities, its practicality is on par with any attack-type ability. Combined with that brick, I'm basically invincible at school now. Imagine in a fight, leaving a mark behind, and as soon as the enemy turns their back, instantly swapping positions. Sneak attack. No matter how strong they are, can they take a brick to the head? If one brick doesn't work, what about 2? Ding, this ability can be upgraded. The higher the level, the further the teleport distance and the more marks can be placed. Current level is LV1, upgrading costs 1,000 emotion points. After reading the description, Qin Ke felt this ability was even more incredible. If I upgraded it to the max level, I could leave hundreds of marks to swap between at will. At that point, wouldn't even the gods have to take a few bricks before they could leave? Qin Ke wanted to upgrade it. But after thinking it over, I was almost emptied out just by using it once. Which means my current spirit essence reserve is insufficient. So it's better to save the emotion points for great nourishing pills. Get my spirit essence level up first. Besides, 50 meters is plenty for now. But all the gift packs have been bought. Where do I get great nourishing pills now? Qin Ke opened the shop and took a look. There were no more gift packs left. However, a recipe for the great nourishing pill had appeared in the shop's inventory. Great nourishing pill recipe, price 49,099 emotion points. 50,000 emotion points? That's like buying all 50 gift packs all over again. But if I could master the recipe, I wouldn't have to rely on this stingy system for great nourishing pills in the future. I could make them myself. I must admit the great nourishing pill is truly intense. I only ate one earlier, and I could take on 5 people at once. If I could have one every day, the earth will be mine sooner or later. He swallowed the 2 great nourishing pills he had just drawn. Qin Ke could clearly feel his spirit essence increasing. Even the spirit essence he had consumed earlier was fully restored. It seems these pills not only boost internal spirit essence, but also recover what has been spent. Host. Strength Spirit Master First Rem Level 4. These few pills are really quite powerful. In just one day, I've gone from level 0 to level 4. Although there are surely many people at this level in school, absolutely no one can match the speed of this handsome guy. Noticing his phone vibrating constantly, Qin Ke opened it and took a look. You wouldn't believe it until you saw. The class group chat had exploded. Almost everyone was tagging him. Qin Ke's the system like a growth hacking tool, prioritizing resource management over reckless upgrades. This strategic logic balancing mobility with power reserves is exactly what separates a true protagonist from a short-lived brawler. Chen Duxun at Qin Ke, don't hide. Come out and tell us what exactly happened back there. Qian Hai, was that Wang Zhiji in the video getting choked and calling for help? Wang Zhiji, what do you mean choked? I was attracting enemy fire. Qin Ke scrolled up through the messages. At the very top were several videos showing him bravely fighting off thugs at the Chengnan night market just now. He had no idea where they even got these videos. Shang Feng, oh my god, his brick-wielding skills are insane. Lai Su, Qin Ke is quite the hidden gem. He already has spiritual energy in his body and has even mastered an ability, but he never told us. How low-key. Qin Ke, I intended to live among you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect you to find out after all. Fine, no more pretending, I'm powerful and I'm showing my hand. As soon as Qin Ke appeared, the group chat exploded. Shang Feng, can you believe it? In just 2 days, 3 heroes have emerged in Class 3, Year 1 of the Spirit Awakina program. Wang Zhiji, haha, stop calling me a hero all the time, it's embarrassing. Chen Duxun, 3? Isn't it just 2? Qin Ke and Li Ming. Wang Zhiji? Question marks flooded the screen. What about me? What about me? You left me out. Chen Duxun, give me a break. You, a hero? You were getting choked the whole time. If it weren't for Qin Ke, you'd have been kicked into a sewer already. You want to compare yourself to Qin Ke and Li Ming? Wang Zhiji, I agree about Qin Ke, that kid is a beast, but Li Ming is a hero. Let me tell you the truth, Li Ming's act of saving the damsel in distress was staged. Those 3 thugs were hired actors, and so was the woman he saved. Li Ming? Wang Zhiji, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean those thugs were hired? Who told you that? Stop spouting such blatant lies. Lai Zui, that's impossible, Wang Zhiji. Do you have any proof? Qian Hai, even if it was staged, what would be Li Ming's motive? Shang Feng, you can't believe a single word that loser says. Wang Zhiji, believe it or not, I'm telling the truth. Li Ming didn't do any heroic deed, was all paid actors. Chen Duxun, I think you're just jealous that Li Ming has good grades while you're the biggest loser in class. You're feeling unbalanced. As it stands, you're the only one in class who hasn't developed spiritual energy yet. Tisk, your future is looking pretty bleak. Wang Zhiji, Chen Duxun, I didn't mess with you. Don't keep calling me a loser. If you call me a loser one more time, do you believe I'll pull the elastic band out of my underwear, make a slingshot and shoot your window? Chen Duxun at Wang Zhiji, loser. You? Wang Zhiji didn't say anything more. 20 minutes later. Chen Duxun at Wang Zhiji, holy mother of God, you actually did it. Qin Ke's face darkened with frustration. It's pouring outside and the kid actually went. He really lives up to his name as an alpine dog. He's insanely courageous. Although it was getting late, Qin Ke didn't feel sleepy at all. His dad and sister hadn't come home yet. Needless to say, his dad would definitely play mahjong all night. As for his sister, she had just sent a message saying she wouldn't be back tonight because she was going to the spirit realm with friends. Though he wasn't clear about his sister's exact power, she must be very strong. You could tell just by looking at the trophies displayed on the cabinet in the living room. He wanted to try cultivating and increasing his spiritual energy. After all, he couldn't rely entirely on the system, right? He had to prove that he wasn't a loser even without the system. The cultivation method is hard if you say it's hard, and simple if you say it's simple. Just sit cross-legged on the bed, absorb the ambient spiritual energy, and convert it into spiritual source. 10 minutes later, Qin Ke lay on his bed, covered in sweat. I am a loser. This is freaking hard. The spiritual energy gained from 10 minutes of cultivation isn't even worth one lick of a big nourishing pill. Since I have a system, why would I bother cultivating step by step like everyone else? Isn't that just wasting everyone's time? System, who are you calling a waste of time? Getting the recipe for the big nourishing pill is the real priority. The next day, Qin Ke arrived at school right on time. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw a group of people gathered around his seat. It was Wang Zhiji being surrounded. The leaders were Chen Duchun and Lai Ming, while the others were just watching the show. He had expected many people to chase him down today, to ask about the details of his heroic deed from last night. To that end, he had prepared many humble but boastful lines. As it turned out, everyone's attention was on Wang Zhiji. Chen Duchun said unhappily, "You say it wasn't you, but last night you said you were going to smash my window, and within 20 minutes it really was smashed." Wang Zhiji replied calmly, "I told you it wasn't me, but you insist on blaming me. Show me the proof." Lai Ming scoffed, "Fine, even if it wasn't you who smashed his window, what's this about me hiring actors? Better explain yourself today. Who told you I hired actors? What's going on?" Qin Ke walked over with his school bag on his back. Lai Ming turned around. "Oh, isn't this the hero of Class 3? His tone was dripping with sarcasm. He had no idea which nerve this brat had twisted today. Qin Ke walked into the crowd acting shy. Low-key, I don't want to brag." Li Ming scoffed again and looked at Wang Zhiji. "Speak, who told you I hired actors? If you don't explain yourself, I'm going to beat the crap out of you." Wang Zhiji crossed his arms. "Why should I tell you?" Seeing the tension, Qin Ke said reconciliatorily, "Lai Ming, don't be like this, we're all classmates." Lai Ming didn't show any respect. "So what if we're classmates? Why you want to stand up for Wang Zhiji?" Qin Ke was speechless. "Lai Ming, I didn't mess with you. Why are you being so aggressive? Did you eat garlic just now?" Ding, negative emotions from Lai Ming plasty. Lai Ming crossed his arms, looking arrogant. "I know you and Wang Zhiji are close. I just want to know if you're trying to stand up for him." Li Ming's eyes were filled with deep contempt. Qin Ke was getting annoyed. Seriously annoyed. He just said a couple of normal sentences, and this guy immediately went to war. "Yeah, I'm standing up for G, so what? I think G is right. There's a good chance you did hire actors. Even though I don't have proof and G lies 9 times out of 10, I believe him this time." A warmth flowed through Wang Zhiji's heart. "Qin Ke, oh Qin Ke, you truly are Daddy's good son. Daddy hasn't pampered you for nothing." He immediately patted his chest. "If you have an issue, come at me. This has nothing to do with Qin Ke." "Lai Ming, to be honest, a friend of mine heard in the alley the other night that you hired actors, and he played the recording for me. As for which friend, don't ask. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. Selling out a friend is something I, Wang Zhiji, would never do. As for why you did it, I don't know, but you must be trying to catch someone's attention." The someone naturally refers to Chu Miaoyan, the goddess Li Ming has had a crush on. She's also the class monitor of Class 3. "Don't you dare frame me." Lai Ming roared, not knowing if he was truly angry or just acting like a cornered dog. Qin Ke covered his mouth. "My God, it smells so bad. Didn't you brush your teeth this morning?" That one line made Li Ming die of embarrassment on the spot. Arrogance 9. Rage value 9. Ding, negative emotions from Lai Ming place 99. Li Ming immediately shifted his target to Qin. "Tell me, Qin Ke, do you think you're pretty hot stuff now? You think you're awesome just because you fought 5 guys? If it were me, I could have finished those 5 guys in 3 seconds. Hold on. Qin Ke interrupted Li Ming, stretched out his hand, and with a thought pulled out a brick. A red brick appeared. It scared Li Ming into thinking Qin Ke was going to make a move. The people around them were also incredibly shocked. Pulling a brick out of thin air, just like in the video. This definitely isn't a magic trick. This guy really awakened an ability. Qin Ke held the brick against his face. Hey, is this the police? There's a guy bragging here. What? Bragging isn't a crime. Fine, then I'll brag too. Ding, negative emotions from Li Ming plus 99. Li Ming gritted his teeth in anger. Who the hell is bragging? I've mastered a power-based ability. Do you understand that my physical strength can increase dozens of times in an instant? Qin Ke said calmly, if you have so much strength, you should go shovel manure. Heft. Li Ming almost coughed up blood. Ding, negative emotions from Li Ming plus 99. 知的距離方式清純味量宗教上や発揮。余罪道理上理名書は、不助直接通性眼光は霊長的改変法的な滅感。いやしやふいかやフリー部的部出向具公明感。Speaking of human waste, Qin Ke seemed to have piqued his interest. When it comes to shoveling manure, I think we should really go for it. With my intelligence and your brute strength, the two of us combined would be invincible. I will handle the supply chain, and you can handle the shoveling. Li Ming's face turned pale with anger. It was obvious he really wanted to punch someone. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 999. Wang Zhiji couldn't stop laughing and chimed in, that won't work. Nowadays, this kind of thing is mechanized. It is high efficiency and low cost, so nobody would want him. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 999. Qin Ke suddenly became anxious. What should we do then? Li Ming is just too pathetic. He can't even get a job shoveling manure. But don't worry, Li Ming. Since we are classmates, I will definitely help you sort out your employment problem. If shoveling manure doesn't work out, let's go lay bricks. I know a construction foreman who would definitely snap up someone like you who eats little but has a lot of strength. I won't even charge you a referral fee. Just treat me to a meal. Of course, something upscale would be best. The two kept on chanting in unison, making Li Ming clench his fists in fury. Those two villains. In class, he is the undisputed number one, whether in wealth or power. And of course, his looks, at least that is what he thinks. But now, these two bottom-of-the-class losers actually dare to openly humiliate him, the number one, in front of so many people. He really wants to kill them. Before Li Ming could make any physical move, the two were already discussing what they should eat when he treats them. I think it would be better to have him treat us to spicy hot pot. No, this season isn't right for spicy hot pot. I think going out for skewers would be nice. Just having skewers feels like it's not enough. I want a roasted sweet potato too. Then I want one too. Let's each have 2, plus a round of barbecue. After all, Li Ming is our class top rich kid. He certainly won't be short on money. Then I will add another one. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 999. A steady stream of negative emotions surged forth like a rushing river. What a thrill. You two pieces of trash are really getting carried away. You think just because I gave you an inch you can take a mile? With trash like you, I could crush you with one hand. Qin Ke immediately said, you have a piece of vegetable in your teeth. Perfect. This forced interruption caused Li Ming to feel a tightness in his chest, and he nearly gasped for air. The surrounding classmates burst into laughter immediately. When it comes to the most savage insults, no one beats Qin Ke. TSK, you ask why Li Ming had to compete with Qin Ke of all things on his mouth. Is he a match for Qin Ke? Even if he grew 3 more mouths, he wouldn't be able to beat him. That sharp tongue of his, Qin Ke could go do stand-up comedy. Li Ming's face went as black as coal, looking like he'd catch fire at any moment. It was obvious he was furious. That is exactly what we want. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 999. Chen Dushun crossed his arms. Li Ming, why bother talking to them? Those two are cut from the same cloth, birds of a feather. If he thinks he is so tough, ask him if he dares to fight you one-on-one. Qin Ke looked at Chen Dushun and leaned in. Is that a dog barking? Ding, negative emotion from Chen Dushun plus 789. Haha, I am dying of laughter. What the hell, a dog bark? Listen up, brothers, remember never to provoke Qin Ke in this life, especially that mouth of his. Such a handsome guy, why did he have to grow that mouth? Li Ming clenched his fists. He finally realized that when it came to verbal sparring, he would never be a match for this guy. Or rather, he had realized it long ago. It was just that Qin Ke's artillery fire had never been aimed at before. Now he knows better than anyone that mouth is truly extraordinarily toxic. Chen Dekun was about to explode. The homeroom teacher Zhao Dezhu suddenly appeared at the door. What is going on here? Seeing the teacher, Li Ming had to swallow his anger. Chen Dekun immediately lowered his head, and the other students quickly dispersed. If there is anyone in the class who isn't afraid of Zhao Dezhu, there is only 1.5. Qin Ke is 1 and Wang Zhiji is the half. Li Ming glared fiercely at Qin Ke and left a parting threat. You just wait. A gentleman never forgets to settle a score. Zhao Dezhu held a cigarette in his hand. Qin Ke, Wang Zhiji, you two come with me. In the office. Zhao Dezhu sat in his chair, looking at the two in front of him with admiration. I have already watched the video. You two are something else. You managed to do a good deed while out for a late-night snack. Wang Zhiji said solemnly, it was nothing really. Actually, I do this kind of thing all the time. It just happened to be caught on someone's phone this time. Shut your mouth. It would be a miracle if anything coming out of it was actually true. Zhao Dezhu looked at Qin Ke again. Qin Ke, you tell me what exactly happened at the time. Qin Ke replied seriously, at that time, Ji and I were eating at a barbecue store when we saw those jerks bullying an old man. Speaking of that old man, I must say, the trench coat he was wearing was quite stylish. My grandpa seemed to have one just like it. Ding, negative emotion from Zhao Dezhu, +4 to fix 6. Get to the point. Why are you rambling on about nonsense? Qin Ke said, oh, and continued, I couldn't hold it in anymore. So I decisively pulled out a brick and smashed the guy with the shaved head right on the dome. After hitting him with the brick, I saw he hadn't fallen yet, and I thought to myself, oh, this guy has a tough head. His cronies saw this and immediately charged at me, but fortunately, I am agile, well-trained, and have strong psychological resilience, so I just went at them and hammered them all down. Enough. No need to go on, I watched the video. I know you are tough, but you don't have to praise yourself so much. Zhao Dezhu asked with black lines on his forehead, were you not afraid at the time? Sigh. There was no helping it who told me to have such a righteous heart. 10,000 horses galloped through Zhao Dezhu's heart. This kid's personality is exactly like his father. If it weren't for the fact that I watched him grow up and followed me around every day when he was little, knowing exactly what kind of person he is, I would think he is just purely insane. Qin Ke continued, honestly, Uncle Zhao, I really don't want to draw attention to myself, but if the school intends for me to give a speech at Monday's flag-raising ceremony, I can reluctantly agree to it. Ding, negative emotion from Zhao Dezhu, +3 to 6. Rest assured, no one is going to make you give a speech on stage. Qin Ke nodded. Then will there be a notice on the bulletin board to commend us? I have already picked out the photo. You did a good thing, and there will be rewards, but as for what the rewards are, the school has not yet decided. Compared to that, I want to ask you, Qin Ke, when did the spiritual energy source appear in your body? You have been hiding it well. Looking at the video, you must be at least a level 2 spiritualist or even a level 3. Not only that, but you have also mastered an ability, right? Qin Ke nodded, yeah. Zhao Dezhu became excited. What is your ability? In the video, you pulled a brick out of thin air. Is it a spatial ability? Qin Ke indicated that pulling out the brick had nothing to do with any ability, it had to do with the system. But he couldn't tell him he had a system, could he? This kind of heaven-defying cheat cannot be known by others. Yes. Zhao Dezhu's breathing became rapid. If it really is a spatial ability, then you are highly likely to skip the college entrance exam and enter a spiritualist university directly. Why have you been pretending to be a loser when a spiritual energy source appeared in your body, and you even mastered a spatial ability? I get it. You didn't want to attract too much attention, right? Yes. M'd taught me since I was a child to keep a low profile. Ding, negative emotion from Zhao Dezhu, +57. Alright, regardless, this is a good thing. Although your academic grades are poor, with a spatial ability, you are 80% guaranteed to get into a spiritualist university. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Zhiji. As for you, Wang Zhiji, may luck be with you. Wang Zhiji lowered his head. In fact, he had long ago accepted the reality. He even had his path planned out after high school graduation. The only thing he didn't expect was that Qin Ke, whom he planned to go to the factory with to tighten screws after graduation, had parted ways with him overnight. The loser was actually me all along. Qin Ke's mastery of psychological warfare isn't just comedy. It's a strategic use of verbal redirection to control his opponent's emotional state. By weaponizing awkwardness, he effectively exposes the fragility of those who rely solely on social status and ego. Leaving the office, Wang Zhiji kept his head hanging low the entire way. Qin Ke noticed but said nothing. Geniuses, after all, are allowed their fair share of troubles. As they neared the classroom door, Wang Zhiji finally couldn't help himself. Qin Ke, when exactly did you develop spirit origin in your body? Not only that, but you've even mastered an ability, and a spatial one at that. Qin Ke replied seriously, would you believe me if I said it only appeared yesterday? Forget it. Even though I haven't been in school that long, I'm not that stupid. If your spirit origin only appeared yesterday, how could you be this strong? Wang Zhiji sighed, actually I know. You must have had spirit origin for a long time, but you were afraid of hurting my feelings, so you kept it from me. You're a true brother, man. Qin Ke shook his head. No, you've got it all wrong. I'm not afraid of hurting your feelings at all. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Zhiji, +345. Wang Zhiji's mouth twitched, and he gave Qin Ke the middle finger, wondering if this guy was even worth keeping as a friend. In a month, you can take the entrance exam for the Spirit University, but me? With no spirit origin in my body, I've got no hope. Looks like I really am destined to roast sweet potatoes. Wang Zhiji shook his head as he spoke. What a pity. Qin Ke asked, puzzled, pity for what? Wang Zhiji let out a long sigh, staring at the sky beyond the hallway. I don't know how long Yunqing's Spirit University will last after losing a talent like me. Qin Ke's eyes lit up. He pointed at the floor. Hey AGI, look at that. Isn't that your face? Why are you just throwing away a perfectly good face like that? Ding, negative emotion from Wang Zhiji, +456. Few people could leave Wang Zhiji speechless, but Qin Ke was certainly one of them. A master of verbal combat, he certainly lived up to his reputation. Qin Ke draped an arm over Wang Zhiji's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be too discouraged. Even if you can't get into Spirit University without spirit origin, if you study hard, you still have a tiny, slim chance of getting into a liberal arts university. Wang Zhiji mused, that's true, but the entrance exam is only a month away. My liberal arts grades are so bad, and even though I'm smart, I'm sure I can't master everything in just a month. Qin Ke, what do you think? Is there any chance I could boost my grades and get into a college? Do you want the truth or a lie? The truth, obviously. Forget it. I'll lie to you instead. Of course you can. With your intelligence, you can definitely improve your liberal arts grades in a month. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Zhiji, +7 to. Sometimes I really want to rip that mouth of yours open. Wang Zhiji flashed another middle finger, showing his utter contempt for Qin Ke. The two returned to the classroom just as class was starting. As soon as they walked in, Qin felt a cold, malicious gaze from Li Ming. Unlike usual, Qin Ke listened very attentively during class this time. Even the teacher was confused, wondering if the sun had risen in the west today. Usually this kid would start sleeping before class even began and wouldn't be fully awake even when it ended. What's wrong with him today? He's suddenly become so diligent. He's even raising his hand to ask questions. He's completely throwing me off. In truth, Qin Ke wanted to slack off too. But the content of this class was actually quite interesting to him. Although it was a biology class, it was different from the dull ones they usually had. The biology discussed in class was all about the exotic beasts in the spirit realm. To Qin Ke, who had only been exposed to this for a day, it was all very novel. Perhaps because he was listening so closely, the time flew by, and the lesson was over in a flash. As for Wang Zhiji, that self-proclaimed genius of Class 3, he had long since given up and spent the entire class sleeping. Or perhaps the prospect of cleaning toilets was just too appealing. The class monitor, Xu Miaoyan, who also happened to be the object of Li Ming's affection, turned around from her seat in front of Qin Ke. If you had to pick her most attractive feature, it would be those bright, sparkling eyes. And of course, those soft-looking breasts. Ever since he became Zhao Deju's student, Qin Ke felt that the wisest decision that old flirt had ever made was arranging for this great beauty to sit right in front of him, a handsome guy. Xu Miaoyan looked at Qin Ke with curious eyes. Qin Ke, I never expected you to hide so much. You clearly had spirit origin inside you for ages, and even mastered an ability, yet you insisted on pretending to be ordinary. Qin Ke just smiled and said nothing. Xu Miaoyan continued, I saw the video of you acting like a hero. It was pretty cool. Judging from the video, you must be at least a level 2 tier 1 spirit user, right? Normally, it takes at least 2 or 3 months to reach that level. You're really good at hiding. Would you believe me if I said I wasn't hiding anything, and that my spirit origin only appeared yesterday? Stop bragging. Xu Miaoyin didn't believe that a spirit user who had just gained their powers yesterday could beat up 5 grown men in one night, and with such ease. Besides, Qin Ke wasn't a genius. He was a talent. Well, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Qin Ke helpless. He told the truth, but no one believed him. Recalling the video and how Qin Ke had pulled a brick out of thin air that morning, Xu Miaoyin couldn't suppress her curiosity. What is your ability? You pulled a brick out of thin air this morning just like in the video, so it must be a spatial ability, right? Qin Ke nodded, pretty much. Don't keep me in suspense. Very few people in China have spatial abilities. If you really have mastered one, you might not even need to take the college entrance exam. You could be directly admitted to a spirit university. Or do you want to keep a low profile and not let anyone know? You can tell just me. I promise I'm great at keeping secrets and won't tell a soul. Qin Ke scratched his head. How would I know if you're good at keeping secrets? I haven't tested it out yet. Ahem. My mind is wandering. Well, I'll show you when there's an opportunity. Qin Ke folded his arms and leaned back against the desk behind him. You're really good at teasing. Fine, don't tell me. I didn't want to know anyway. Oh, by the way, I'm having a birthday this Sunday. Make sure to come. Sure, as long as nothing unexpected happens, I'll definitely be there. Xu Miaoyin asked, puzzled. It's just a birthday, what could possibly happen? Listen to yourself. An accident, by definition, is something unexpected. Like me getting into a car crash, or you getting into a car crash, or you finding out you have some major disease. Ding, negative emotion from Xu Miaoyin plus 706. Tui, just shut your crow mouth. Xu Miaoyin rolled her eyes at Qin Ke, though she wasn't actually angry at all. Can I come crash your birthday party for some free food? Wang Zhiji, who had been sleeping, lifted his head. Sure, I'll send you the location when the time comes. Ding, negative emotion from Lai Ming plus 337. Qin Ke was stunned. This guy must have some serious problems. Qin Ke's talent for generating negative energy from others is clearly his most powerful hidden skill. By mastering the art of toxic banter, he exploits the social dynamics of his classroom, turning every interaction into a psychological game that keeps his rivals off balance, while he navigates the complex power structures of his elite academic setting.
At the classroom entrance, Li Ming leaned against the door frame with his arms crossed, his fierce, cold gaze locked onto the two of them as they chatted and laughed. Seeing his nemesis being all cozy with his longtime crush, he was grinding his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. Qin Ke caught the look of absolute disgust on Li Ming's face. After realizing why Li Ming was acting like this, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Xu Miaoyin, give me your hand. Xu Miaoyin looked confused. What for? To read your palm? Xu Miaoyin was a bit surprised. You know how to read palms? Qin Ke said proudly, of course. Who do you think your brother Qi is? Palm reading is a piece of cake. Wang Zhiji blinked. This guy knows palmistry. Since when did I know about this? Xu Miaoyin hesitated for a moment before offering her hand. Qin Ke grabbed her hand without any hesitation. As expected of a beauty's hand, it's smooth, just like ice cream. Suddenly having her hand held by a guy, Xu Miaoyin felt quite embarrassed, her heart pounding non-stop. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 1000. Seeing the goddess's hand held by that filthy pig, Li Ming's eyes instantly bulged, bloodshot with rage. It had been 3 years. He had liked Xu Miaoyin for nearly 3 years, and in all that time he had never even had any physical contact with her. He had imagined holding Xu Miaoyin's hand countless times. But now the goddess's hand he longed for was being brazenly held by the biggest jerk in the class. Just holding it would be one thing. But you son of a bitch are actually rubbing it. Xu Miaoyin asked curiously, what do you see? Qin Ke coughed, your hand feels pretty nice to touch. Xu Miaoyin was stunned, her face instantly turning bright red. Can you be serious? Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 1000. It was as if Li Ming's head had just been struck by lightning. The kind of lightning that strikes out of a perfectly clear, cloudless sky. She blushed. Why did she blush? What did that punk do to her? Li Ming's negative emotions kept piling up. Qin Ke looked carefully and said, I can see it now. You're missing one thing in your life. Missing what? Missing. Hearing this, the flush on Chu Miaoyin's face deepened even more. Ding. Negative emotion from Lai Ming. You have a silver tongue. Chu Miaoyin pulled her hand back. Wang Ziji couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Amazing, truly amazing. I've seen shameless, but never this shameless. Chu Miaoyin, he's clearly just using this as an excuse to take advantage of you. Aji, don't talk nonsense. I Qin Ke am a man of integrity. You literally just said last night that you weren't a man of integrity. Yesterday is yesterday, this is already the next day. Li Ming clenched his fists, gritting his teeth hard. He really wanted to rush over right now and hit Qin Ke with a flurry of wild punches. To let him know that my woman is not to be trifled with. Chen Da-kun, standing nearby, scratched his head. Li Ming, your gums are bleeding pretty badly. If it's that bad, maybe you should go to the hospital. I'm not talking to you anymore. Chu Miaoyin turned away. Qin Ke quickly called out to her, don't be like that, let's talk some more. After all, if you don't talk to me, how else can I keep Lai Ming, that big sucker, generating negative emotions? Do you need me to buy you a gift for your birthday on Sunday? Chu Miaoyin said, we're all classmates, gifts don't really matter. Just showing up is enough. Great, if I don't need to bring a gift, then I'll definitely be there. Ding. Negative emotion from Chu Miaoyin plus 100. Wang Ziji looked at him with disdain. You're so stingy. How can you show up empty-handed to someone's birthday party? Are you planning to bring one then? I'm not bringing one either. We're all classmates. Giving gifts is too formal. It's not that I don't have money, I just think gifts are so generic. Tell you what, this weekend, I'll bring my grandpa's suona and play you a live birthday song to liven things up. Qin Ke was speechless. I'm telling you, who plays a suona at a birthday party? Chu Miaoyin, I can't play the suona, but I've figured out what to get you. There's a dog downstairs that knows how to backflip. I'll see if I can borrow it this weekend to perform for you, or I could just go steal it if I have to. Chu Miaoyin had a dark look on her face. Wang Ziji made a scoffing sound. It's a dog, not a person. It's not that easy to steal. Never mind whether you can even get into someone's house. Even if you did, wouldn't the dog bark? Don't worry, I can just plug my ears, then I won't hear it bark. Chu Miaoyin was on the verge of a breakdown. Hello? Is this the mental hospital? I have 2 suspected lunatics here. You need to come fast. The situation is getting out of control. What do you mean they both already escaped from your hospital? Seeing Chu Miaoyin's look of utter despair, it was enough to prove that Qin Ke and his friend had really put a lot of effort into this. Qin Ke asked with a straight face, where are you planning to hold your party? KTV or a restaurant? We're going to the Xingwang Hotel first. Hearing Xingwang Hotel, Kiki got excited. What, the Xingwang Hotel? That's the fanciest hotel in all of Cloud City. You're the best, Chu Miaoyin. Rich lady, please keep me. Wang Ziji plus. Oh yeah, did you invite Li Ming? I haven't told him yet, I'll talk to him after school, Chu Miaoyin replied. Qin Ke nodded and called out to Chu Miaoyin as she was about to turn away. One last question, can I bring a plastic bag when we eat? Ding. Negative emotion from Chu Miaoyin plus 312. Chu Miaoyin was a bit panicked, looking into Qin Ke's wise eyes, wondering if her birthday party would even go smoothly once he arrived. He checked the time, 5 minutes until class. Suddenly needed to pee. Ajay, you going to the bathroom? Not now, I'll wait until class starts and ask for permission to go then. I'll go by myself then. Arriving at the door, Li Ming reached out a foot to block Ke's path. Li Ming, what are you doing? Lai Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes looking like they were breathing fire. I'm asking you, what were you just doing with Chu Miaoyin? Didn't do anything. You didn't do anything, but I saw you touching her hand. Li Ming was incredibly frustrated, suppressing the rage in his heart. If he wasn't afraid of Chu Miaoyin hearing, he would have roared out loud. I was reading her palm. Oh right, one thing to tell you, it's Chu Miaoyin's birthday this weekend. She said you're invited to her party. Hearing that his goddess invited him to her birthday party, Li Ming's eyes brightened, and his rage vanished instantly. His heart felt like a little deer was skipping about, and he looked secretly thrilled. Really? But I figured you probably wouldn't go, so I turned it down for you. Tell me, aren't I thoughtful? No need to thank me, I don't expect any rewards for doing good deeds. I just love to help. Qin Ke's mastery of psychological warfare is impressive. By weaponizing negative emotional feedback as a resource, he transforms his rival into a literal battery, proving that in social dominance information asymmetry is more lethal than brute force. Ding. Negative emotion from Lai Ming Quest 999. Li Ming looked absolutely pissed. He was clearly triggered by Qin Ke. I have to say, this poor sap is a real money tree. From this morning until now, Qin Ke has gained at least 20,000 emotional points just from him. I never understood how people who build their happiness on others' suffering could be that happy. It wasn't until I became one of them that I finally understood. Hell, this isn't just happiness. This is absolute bliss. Chen Deshun defended Li Ming, asking Qin Ke, what right do you have to refuse on his behalf? Qin Ke looked at Li Ming, who was wearing a murderous expression. Why, don't you want to refuse? Oh, I get it, you want to tag along for a free meal too. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 500. Li Ming said with a dark tone, Qin Ke, I'm starting to think you're really looking for a beating. Qin Ke replied calmly, you wouldn't be planning to hit me, would you? Li Ming snorted contemptuously, you're not worth my effort, but I'll make sure you realize that there are some people you can never afford to offend. After glaring at Qin Ke, Li Ming turned and walked out of the classroom. Ever since entering the spirit user class in their senior year, he had never looked at the bottom-tier duo, Qin Ke and Wang Zhiji, as any threat. But now, he felt it was necessary to leave them with some unforgettable high school memories before graduation. Especially Ke. Chen Dekun followed him and asked, Li Ming, class is about to start. Where are you going? To class 2 to find Wang Gang. Why go to Wang Gang? To get him to deal with that kid. Chen Dechun knew that the kid Li Ming referred to was Qin Ke. Why bother finding Wang Gang to deal with Qin Ke? Wang Gang isn't even as strong as you are, can't you handle him yourself? Li Ming shook his head, you don't get it. Fighting that kid would only lower my status. Qin Ke listened very attentively for the remaining 3 classes. Even though the teacher talked a lot, he didn't quite understand most of it. But understanding doesn't matter, what matters is the attitude. Wang Zhiji just slept, clearly having given up any hope of getting into college. Qin Ke's sudden dedication to studying impressed everyone in the class. Especially in the last period when Zhao Dezhu was teaching, seeing Qin Ke so focused. He was so moved he almost wanted to set off fireworks at the school gate. At lunch break, other students headed the cafeteria. Qin Ke and Wang Zhiji walked out of the classroom laughing and chatting. Just as they left, they were blocked by a hulking youth. The youth was Wang Gang from Class 2, a Tier 1 Level 5 spirit user with a rock-type ability. Even though he was just a senior, he was much more robust than his peers. His bulging biceps were full of raw power. As for his face, he was ugly, but he was uniquely ugly. Which is to say, exceptionally ugly. Looking at Wang Gang blocking his way, Qin Ke asked, can I help you? Wang Gang snorted, yeah, you can help me with something. Wang Zhiji glanced at Li Ming and Chen Dekun, who were watching the drama a few meters away. He leaned into Qin Ke's ear and whispered, this guy seems to be sent by Li Ming. When I went to the bathroom during the last class, I happened to run into a guy from Wang Gang's class smoking. He told me that Li Ming went to find Wang Gang after the first period, acting all mysterious. Qin Ke also noticed Li Ming's provocative expression. He shifted his gaze back to Wang Gang and asked, what's up? Wang Gang smiled, not attacking immediately, thinking he'd tease this guy first. I heard you're an easygoing, helpful guy, so I wanted to borrow some money from you. Looking at you, it doesn't seem like you intend to pay it back. Now that's funny. We've known each other for a while, let's not talk about borrowing. Qin Ke continued, by the way, Wang Gang, what do you need the money for? Wang Gang shot him a glare. None of your damn business what I need it for. Can a guy just want to eat? He's pretty aggressive. Is this guy here to borrow money? He's clearly here to make trouble. No telling what kind of deal he made with Li Ming. To actually dare block me right at the classroom door. Alright, sure, let me check. Qin Ke pulled a bill from his pocket, putting on a show of immense agony. He stuffed it into Wang Gang's hand with an expression like he was losing a limb. Take it and let me know if it's not enough. Wang Gang froze, thinking this kid was a coward. He just handed it over like that. Wang Gang opened his hand. When he saw the crumpled 50-cent bill, he was dumbfounded. Negative emotion from Wang Gang 200. Looking at the crumpled 50-cent bill in his hand, Wang Gang looked up at Qin Ke in total confusion. 50 cents? Qin Ke blinked, straight-faced, what is 50 cents not enough? Negative emotion from Wang Gang plus 56. What do you think? You don't even spend 50 cents on a meal. Wang Gang roared. Not far away, Li Ming almost laughed out loud when he saw Qin Ke hand Wang Gang 50 cents. But the next second he felt a sense of schadenfreude. It looked like Qin Ke was definitely getting beaten up this time. Wang Zhiji also laughed out loud. He knew the Siberian wolf was still that guy full of crazy tricks. Qin Ke said earnestly, "It's definitely not enough, you're you and I'm me. I have to eat better, so 50 cents is obviously not enough. Forget it. Since it's hard being a beggar, I'll give you another 50 cents. He pulled a $1 bill from his pocket, then looked at the 50 cents in Wang Gang's hand and said seriously, "But you have to give that 50 cents back to me." Negative emotion from Wang Gang twice 100. Wang Gang felt heavily insulted, grabbed Qin Ke by the collar and yelled, "You dare to mess with me?" Qin Ke quickly blocked his face and said, "Brother Gang, I'm not messing with you. Look at the beggars on the street. They're very polite when they beg, some even kneel, and even then I only give them $1 or $2 when I have change. How about this? You talk to me nicely, beg me or kneel and kowtow twice, maybe I'll give you more." Using the wimpiest tone to say the toughest words. Ding. Negative emotion from Wang Gang plus 500. Feeling deeply insulted, Wang Gang gritted his teeth. "You dare talk to me like that? Do you know how to write the word death?" Qin Ke paused. "You can't be serious, Wang Gang. We're seniors in high school and you don't even know how to write the word death?" After saying that, he brushed Wang Gang's hand away and asked him to wait a moment. Then, under everyone's bewildered gaze, he ran back into the classroom and brought out a dictionary. When Wang Jiji saw him holding a dictionary, he knew things were getting complicated. Qin Ke walked up to Wang Gang, flipped open the dictionary right in front of him, and pointed at the word death. "See that? This is death. Repeat after me. See death as in dead. The antonym is huo as in living." Ding. Negative emotion from Wang Gang plan 999. Ding. Negative emotion from Lai Ming. Wang Gang almost vomited blood from anger. "When I asked you how to write the word death, I was threatening you. And you, damn it, you brought out a dictionary. Are you a moron or are you taking me for one?" Qin Ke's use of a dictionary is a masterclass in psychological warfare. By treating a physical threat as a pedagogical moment, he forces his opponent into a state of cognitive dissonance, effectively neutralizing aggression through absurdity. "Kid, I think you're really tired of living." Wang Gang let out a furious roar. He raised his sandbag-sized fist and smashed it straight toward Qin Ke's face. That strike was vicious, absolutely ruthless. Fortunately, Qin Ke reacted quickly and hurriedly blocked his face with the dictionary. But even so, the immense force left half of his face numb, and he staggered back half a step. "What the hell? We are all civilized people. Can't we just talk things out properly?" Seeing Wang Gang make a move, Li Ming and Chen Daqun immediately got excited. Chen Daqun sneered. "With Wang Gang's strength, he can totally beat the crap out of this kid Qin Ke." Li Ming smirked. "Fighting with me? I don't even need to lift a finger to play you like a fiddle." Wang Jiji was quick-witted and caught the stumbling Qin Ke. Xu Miaoyan, who had just walked out of the classroom, was a bit stunned to see this scene. As the class monitor, seeing a classmate being beaten, her first reaction was to stop it immediately. "Wang Gang, what are you doing?" Before Wang Gang could answer, Qin Ke had already rushed up and punched him in the face. The next second, a scream rang out. Well, the one screaming was Qin Ke. You could see Qin Ke clutching his fist and jumping around in place. As for the half of Wang Gang's face that was hit, it had turned to stone. Seeing that Qin Ke's sneak attack failed, and he only hurt himself, Wang Gang laughed. "Idiot, my ability is petrification. Never mind a fist, even if you slashed me with a knife, I wouldn't take a bit of damage." He continued to taunt. "I heard you awakened spirit source and even acted like a hero last night. I thought you were actually strong, but now it seems you're nothing special. Someone like you could stand there and let me hit you for 10 minutes, and you still might not fall." Qin Ke's face was flushed with pain. "I forgot this guy's ability is petrification." He took a deep breath. "Fine, you said it. I won't say much if you've got guts. Just stand there and let me hit you one more time. If I hit you and you're still completely fine, then I'll admit you're tough." Wang Gang gestured with his fists. "Someone like you. I could stand here and let you hit me 100 times, and what could you possibly do to me?" "Fine, you said it. 100 hits it is." Qin Ke didn't waste any more words and immediately pulled out a brick. Seeing Qin Ke pull a brick out of thin air, Wang Gang was startled. "A space-type ability? Ha ha ha. You're killing me. This space ability is so pathetic. Of all things to pull out, you pull out a brick." Ke smirked. Ever heard the saying, villains always die from talking too much? Qin Ke looked at Wang Jiji beside him, with a look that said, "Stand back, I'm about to show off." Miji, roger that. Before Wang Gang's laughter could even die down, Qin Ke grabbed the brick and smashed it into Wang Gang's face. Wang Gang just stood there, not intending to dodge at all. With his petrification ability, even a blade wouldn't do a thing. And this little brick... Ouch, God, why is my face stinging like fire? Wang Gang staggered back a step. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The crowd around them was horrified. God, what's going on? After Wang Gang uses his petrification, even a knife can't hurt him. How is he bleeding from a brick now? That brick definitely isn't an ordinary object. Qin Ke weighed the brick in his hand. You said it. Let me hit you 100 times. That's 1 down, 99 to go. I want to see if your head is harder or the brick in my hand is harder. A brick that ignores all defense. Do you think I'm just joking? Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang Quaj 99. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qin Ke held the brick high and slammed it onto Wang Gang's face twice in a row. The final blow knocked Wang Gang straight to the ground. Even though his upper body was fully petrified, the pain was just as real. He didn't understand how could a tiny brick hurt so damn much. After 3 hits, Wang Gang felt his head buzzing. 2 streaks of blood flowed from his petrified nose. And that's lucky since he only hit his face. If he'd aimed for the head, I reckon this guy with all brawn and no brains would have been covered in blood already. Li Ming was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to watch Qin Ke get beaten up. But instead, he saw Qin Ke using a brick to beat Wang Gang, a level 5 rank 1 esper, into a dizzy mess. Jumyoin was deeply shocked. She really couldn't understand how Qin Ke could cause so much damage with a brick. Even swords and blades couldn't hurt Wang Gang when he was in his petrified state. Could this ordinary-looking brick really be stronger than a sword? The onlookers were even more incredibly surprised. God, this brick is way too strong. Where can I buy one? I want one too. Qin Ke seems much tougher than he looked in the videos. Even Wang Gang is no match for him. That's my bro Ke for you. I used to think he just had a sharp tongue, but I never imagined his hands were just as vicious. Wang Gang felt his cheeks burning with pain. As he climbed up from the floor, his heart was filled with shame. With a roar, he lunged at Qin Ke, his whole body turning into stone. Pretty durable, aren't you? Qin Ke weighed the brick in his hand. He made a stylish turn to dodge Wang Gang's attack, and smashed the brick onto Wang Gang's stomach. Bleck. Wang Gang was hit so hard he threw up the soy milk he'd had for breakfast. Why does this brick do so much damage? His body curled up like a shrimp, his eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Ke didn't hold back, grabbing the brick and raining blows down on his back. It wasn't that he had some deep-seated grudge, he just got a bit carried away. Psst. Since he had the upper hand, why would he give him a chance to turn the tables? This guy's rank is higher than his. If he gave him even a moment to catch his breath, he'd be the one in trouble. Well, strike while the iron is hot, or rather, while the enemy is down. Qin Ke only stopped after Wang Gang was beaten down to the floor. Sigh, we are all civilized people, gentlemen. Why can't we talk things out? Why did you have to resort to violence? Qin Ke sighed helplessly, put the brick away and clapped his hands. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang Guang 99. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming Bus 678. Ding. The crowd gasped in. Just now, Qin Ke had defeated Wang Gang, a level 5 rank 1 esper, without even a scratch. Wang Gang isn't the strongest in the senior esper class, and while there are people who can beat him, they are few. But being able to beat him without a scratch in such a short time, I'm afraid nobody but Qin Ke could do that. That's truly impressive. Chen Dechun was astonished. This is impossible. Wang Gang's defense after petrification can't be broken by anyone below rank 2. How did Qin Ke do it? Li Ming, who had a sharp eye, muttered, the problem is that brick. Didn't you notice that when Qin Ke first used his fist on Wang Gang, he ended up hurting himself? But as soon as that brick appeared, it immediately brought Gang's defense. Chen Dachun gasped, could that brick be a spirit tool? Li Ming nodded slightly. Even though I don't want to believe that a brick could be a spirit tool, that's the only explanation right now. He refused to believe that Qin Ke was an esper above rank 2. But he was certain that although he wasn't a powerhouse above rank 2, his cultivation must definitely be at least level 4 rank 1. After Wang Gang's petrification wore off, there were several square-shaped brick marks clearly visible on his face. Seeing a huge crowd gathered at his classroom door, Zhao Dezu, who had returned, shouted, "Why aren't you guys going to eat? What's going on here?" He pushed through the crowd and was startled to see Wang Gang lying on the floor with a bloody nose. Qin Ke woeing on it. Ke looked completely innocent. He hit me. Question marks popped up over Zhao Dezu's head. He looked down at Wang Gang, who was unconscious with several square-shaped marks on his face. Then he looked up at Qin Ke, who was completely unscathed. He hit you. Who the hell is hitting who here? The guy is already unconscious. What is up with that innocent look on your face? Qin Ke's victory isn't just about his mysterious brick. It's a masterclass in psychological warfare. By baiting the arrogant Wang Gang into a standstill, he exploited the classic trap of overconfidence. In high-stakes environments, never underestimate an opponent who forces you to dictate the tempo of the fight. This fight proves that strategy and situational awareness often outweigh raw power, leaving us to wonder just how much more unconventional gear he has hidden in his inventory. Zhao Dezu wore his confusion on his face. Are you sure it was him who hit you, and not the other way around? Qin Ke hurriedly said, Teacher Zhao, if you don't believe me, you can ask the people around here. It was definitely Wang Gang who threw the first punch. My actions afterward were purely for self-defense. Zhao Dezu looked at the people standing around. Xu Miaoyan was the first to testify for Qin Ke. Teacher Zhao, I can vouch for Qin Ke. Although I am not sure exactly what happened, it was indeed Wang Gang who hit Qin Ke first. As Qin Ke's best friend, known as the Alpine Dog, Gigi was the second to testify. I can also testify that it was Wang Gang who started it. Old Zhao, if you can't trust anyone else, can't you at least trust me, Gigi? Zhao Dezu froze for a moment. What did you just call me? Wang Gigi coughed. Nothing, I didn't call you anything. I called you Teacher Zhao. Looking at Wang Gang, who was knocked to the ground, Zhao Dezu had a serious expression on his face. It wasn't that he didn't believe what Xu Miaoyan said. It was just that he couldn't believe Qin Ke was actually able to beat Wang Gang into such a sorry state without a single scratch on himself. This is Wang Gang we're talking about. Known throughout the school for having a head harder than iron. Seeing more and more people testifying for Qin Ke, and hearing a brief explanation of what happened, Zhao Dezu realized the problem lay with Wang Gang. First, get him to the infirmary. Qin Ke waved his hand. No need, I'm fine, no need to go to the infirmary. Ding, negative emotion from Zhao Dezu plus 346. After Zhao Dezu and Wang Gang left, the surrounding students also began to leave. Xu Miaoyan asked, Qin Ke, are you okay? Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 200. Qin Ke really didn't know what to say about Li Ming. This guy is a complete ball of jealousy. Seeing the icy glare in Li Ming's eyes, Qin Ke pretended to stretch out his hand. It hurts, my hand hurts a bit. Xu Miaoyan glanced at Qin Ke's fist. It was indeed a bit red. Should I take you to the infirmary to get it checked? To provoke even more negative emotions from Li Ming, Qin Ke threw all his shame out the window. It's a long way to the infirmary, it's too much trouble. Why don't you just blow on it for me? Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 1000. Xu Miaoyan blushed slightly, said, oh, and blew a gentle puff of air onto Qin Ke's fist. Wow, that's amazing, the pain is gone after just one blow. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 999. Xu Miaoyan smiled and rolled her eyes at him. I wish it were really as magical as you say. Perhaps due to the intense physical activity earlier, Qin Ke felt absolutely starving. Qin Ke patted his chest and said, let's go eat my treat. Hearing that Qin Ke was paying, Wang Gigi immediately said, then I want 3 chicken legs. Fine, I hope you choke on them, you jerk. When the 3 of them walked past Li Ming, they could clearly hear him grinding his teeth. Xu Miaoyan glanced at the dark-faced Li Ming. What's wrong with him? Qin Ke said while walking past. I don't know, oh right, I told him you invited him to your birthday party. Xu Miaoyan nodded. What did he say? He said he wasn't going. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 999. Li Ming lost his cool and shouted at their retreating figures. I'm going. Who said I'm not going? Qin Ke turned back. If you're going, then go. Why yell so loudly? No one said you couldn't. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 444. 9 o'clock in the evening. After evening study hall, the 2 top talents of class 3 walked out of the classroom laughing and chatting. Li Ming and his lackey Chen Dekun blocked their way. He glared at Qin Ke with cold eyes for several seconds before finally speaking, deliberately lowering his voice. Qin Ke, I'm warning you, stay away from Xu Miaoyan. Otherwise I'll make sure you don't even know what hit you. My woman is not someone you can just touch. After dropping the threat, Li Ming turned and left. Qin Ke looked puzzled. What did he just say? Did you hear him clearly? Wang Zhiji shook his head. No clue, it was too noisy around here. All I saw was his mouth moving, couldn't hear a sound. Neither of them took what just happened to heart. They walked out of the school together. As soon as they arrived at the school gate, they were called over by a young man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Hey, you two, come over here. The tone was like a command. The young man was alone with dyed yellow hair and a pair of shiny leather shoes on his feet. He believed you could lose your head but never ruin your hairstyle, and you could spill blood but never fail to polish your shoes. The two walked over. The young man asked immediately, "Do you two know a guy named Wang Gang?" The two exchanged a glance and Qin Ke asked, "Who are you?" The young man said, "I'm a friend of his brother's. Wang Gang said he got beaten up at school today, but his brother couldn't get away, so he asked me to come and take revenge for him. If you know Wang Gang, do me a favor. Just stand here and keep watch, and when you see him come out, point him out to me." Qin Ke's heart sank. Damn it, this guy, he couldn't win, so he actually called for backup. It was just a small scuffle. Was it really worth calling people over? He had heard for a while that Wang Gang's brother was doing pretty well at the Spirit Master University. Now it seems the rumors were likely true. This guy wants me to help him point out Wang Gang. Does that mean he doesn't know what Wang Gang looks like? A spark of inspiration flashed in Qin Ke's eyes. I am Wang Gang. Wang Ji? The young man froze. You are Wang Gang? Qin said excitedly. Yes, that's me, I'm Wang Gang. Wang's amazing. The young man clearly had never seen what Wang Gang looked like. Didn't brother you say his brother was pretty sturdy? The young man took a drag of his cigarette, looking Qin Ke up and down. With this skinny frame, he didn't look sturdy at all. The food at home hasn't been great. I've lost some weight lately. Qin Ke asked again. Are you from the Spirit Master University? What year are you in? First year. Qin Ke said with a mournful face. You must avenge me, beat that kid to death. That guy is just too much. I mean, I only stole a little money from classmates, messed with female students when I was bored, took some liberties with them, and occasionally went to the girls' bathroom to peek. This kid actually beat me up just for that. Ding, negative emotion from Song Chen plus 500. Damn it, if you weren't Wang Yu's brother, even I would want to beat you. Didn't you tell your brother you got beat up pretty badly? How come I feel like you're completely fine? Maybe I just have thick skin. Alright then, don't worry, it's on me. When that kid comes out, just point him out to me, and I'll avenge you. Great, 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 thank you, brother Song. Qin Ke nodded repeatedly. Hearing this kid call out his name, Song Chen figured it must be Wang Gang without a doubt. Brother Song, do you have a cold? No, Song Chen waved his hand. But only one of your nostrils is smoking. Negative emotion from Song Chen plus 200. Qin Ke scanned the crowd coming out of the school, but couldn't spot Wang anywhere. Xu Miaoyan, who was passing by, looked over. Qin Ke, not going back yet? Ke replied, almost there. Song Chen, busy smoking, froze, looking confusedly at Qin Ke. Aren't you Wang Gang? Why does she call you Qin Ke? Oh, don't worry about those little details. Ding, negative emotion from Song Chen plus 88. Qin Ke's masterclass in gaslighting proves that social engineering is far deadlier than physical brawls. By exploiting the attacker's lack of reconnaissance, he turns a potential threat into his own puppet, illustrating how cognitive bias, specifically the assumption that one knows the target, is the ultimate vulnerability in any tactical confrontation. Song Chen's tone sank. Talk properly. Are you Wang Gang or not? Qin Ke didn't even blink. Yes, I am. I'm Wang Gang. If you don't believe me, ask him. Gee, am I Wang Gang? Wang Zhiji nodded, yep. Negative emotion from Song Chen plus 456. Song Chen's mouth opened slightly, his eyes cold and vicious. I'm not joking with you. Tell me, are you Wang Gang? Qin Ke looked thoughtful. Maybe I am. I'm Yad. Negative emotion from Song Chen plus 98. How the hell dare you play me like a fool? The roar attracted countless eyes. No, brother Song, I am alright. I'm Wang Gang. Negative emotion from Song Chen plus 200. Song Chen gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, his eyebrows knotted, and the veins on his forehead standing out clearly. I'll ask you one last time, are you or are you not Wang Gang? If you say I am, then I am. PF. Negative emotion from Song Chen plus 999. Wang Zhiji thought, I've seen some show-offs, but never one like this. Qin Ke quickly said, brother Song, calm down. Does it matter who Wang Gang is now? Either way, we're going to beat the one who claims to be Wang Gang later. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Zhiji. Ji, hurry up and get some tissue for brother Song. Look, he's so angry he's got snot coming out. Negative emotion from Song Chen plus 576. Song Chen's gaze was icy. The look in one's eyes when they want to kill someone can't be hidden. Wang Zhiji nodded, pulled a piece of tissue from his pocket, and handed it to Qin Ke. Qin Ke passed the tissue to Song Chen. Here, brother Song, wipe your snot. Ding, negative emotion from Song Chen 500. Get that away. Song Chen swiped Qin Ke's hand away without a shred of appreciation. It was between classes, the crowd was dense and the place was noisy. A few meters away, Chu Mioyin could only faintly hear a few words, something about Wang Gang or not. She had no idea what was going on. Song Chen knew he had been tricked. Looking at the cheeky look on the person claiming to be Wang Gang, he really wanted to slap him across the face. Brother Song, I was just trying to be nice and help you wipe your nose. Since you don't need it, never mind. As the anger in his heart kept being stoked, Song Chen finally couldn't help but let out a string of insults. I'll count your ass. You little brat, you're doing this just to mess with me, aren't you? Don't think I don't know you're not Wang at all. You're clearly not Wang Gang, yet you dare to pretend to be him right in front of me. Song Chen was so angry his face turned purple, and he took a harsh drag from his cigarette. Qin Ke blinked. I have to say, brother Song, you look really cool with smoke coming out of one nostril. As soon as those words left his mouth, Song Chen couldn't help but let out a laugh. With the shaking of his body and his facial expression, a glob of snot shot out of his smoking nostril. It was crystal clear, dangling and wobbling from his lip. Both Qin Ke and Wang Zhiji were startled. My god, what a massive crystal pendant. Ding, negative emotion from Song Chen 999. Song Chen quickly covered his mouth, held out his hand in shame and rage. Tissue. Give me some tissue. Damned brat, I was trying to talk to you seriously and you made me laugh like that. Qin Ke slowly extended his hand, palm open, wearing the face of a profiteer. Song Chen, face flushed red, was puzzled. What's this for? 50 cents. Hearing Qin Ke ask for 50 cents, 10,000 horses galloped through Song Chen's mind. Damn it. My snot is literally hanging off my face, and you're trying to extort me right now. Stop talking nonsense, give me the tissue. Song Chen reached out to grab it. Qin Ke stepped back to dodge. I didn't get this tissue for free. You want it or not? Song Chen was going crazy inside, wishing he had a 40-meter blade to chop Qin Ke into pieces. With no choice, he pulled out 50 cents and handed it to Qin Ke. As he took the tissue, Song Chen's eyes looked like he wanted to eat him alive. Just as he was about to wipe his nose, he felt something was wrong. Looking at the tissue in his hand, his eyes widened in shock. Why is this second hand? This had obviously been used to wipe a mouth already. Qin Ke tucked the money into his pocket and said righteously, Don't be ridiculous. You think you can buy brand new for 50 cents. I'm only charging you 50 out of respect for Brother G. Otherwise it'd be $1. Ding, negative emotion from Song Chen 999. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Zhiji plus 100. Wang Zhiji said gloomily, I don't know what this has to do with me, but my respect is only worth 50 cents. On Song Chen's long, thin face, his features were all contorted. Running into a nemesis like Qin Ke in the evening, the ferocious expression on his face was truly pitiful to behold. If it weren't for the fact that this was the school gate and there were people everywhere, he would have made this kid know why flowers are so red. Looking at the second-hand tissue in his hand, Song Chen was caught in a dilemma of whether to use it or not. Many years later, he might forget the person named Qin Ke, but he would never forget this second-hand 50-cent tissue. Inside the school, a bruised and battered Wang Gang walked out limping. With just one glance, he spotted the striking yellow hair at the school gate. During the day on the phone, his brother told him he was teaming up with friends to go to the spirit realm tonight and would have a guy named Song Chen avenge him, and that this guy dyed his hair yellow. Seeing Song Chen with the yellow hair, he felt a bit excited. But then he looked closer. Isn't that Qin Ke? If that yellow-haired guy was the helper Song Chen his brother hired, then why is he hanging out with Qin Ke? And even the bottom feeder from class 3 is there. Wang Gang observed it more. Around the entire school gate, there was only one person with yellow hair. And this yellow-haired guy was currently hanging out with Qin Ke. Unless something went wrong, that must be him. As for why Qin Ke was talking to him, that remained unclear for now. Aching all over, he took a deep breath and, embracing the mindset of trying it out, walked over with large strides. At this moment, Song Chen's eyes were full of murderous intent. Every time he got angry, he was ruthlessly interrupted by this brat. He vaguely felt that this guy had been sent by the heavens to torment him. "Are you Song Chen?" Wang Gang walked up to Song Chen and asked tentatively. Seeing Wang Gang come over, Qin Ke wasn't surprised at all. Song Chen reined in the anger on his face a bit, but when he looked at Wang Gang, he was nearly startled. "Are you sure this is a human head, not a pig head? Who are you?" "I'm Wang Gang, Wang Yu's younger brother." Looking Wang Gang up and down, Song Chen was certain this was the real Wang Gang. And the other guy was an imposter. Thinking about how he'd been spun around by that brat in the last few minutes, his rage began to soar again. Song Chen looked at Qin Ke with fury. "Kid, now he says he's Wang Gang, what do you have to say for yourself?" Qin Ke said earnestly, "If he's Wang Gang, then I guess I'm not." Ding, negative emotion from Song Chen's 500. Invisibly, a knife stabbed into Song Chen's chest. Somebody come and kill this kid for me." Wang Gang listened, completely bewildered, having no clue what was going on. Qi turns psychological warfare into a fine art, weaponizing absurdity to keep his opponent off balance. By leveraging the sunk cost fallacy, he forces Song Chen to keep engaging, even when the situation clearly turns humiliating. It is a brilliant display of how emotional regulation or the lack thereof can be exploited in any high-stakes social power dynamic.
"I will kill you." Song Chen's roar once again attracted the attention of many people. Brother Song, calm down, please calm down." Wang Gang hurriedly grabbed Song Chen, who was about to make a move. Although he also wanted revenge, the principal was watching not far away. If he beat Qin Ke right at the school gate in front of the principal, he probably wouldn't be able to survive another month at one high school. Noticing something was wrong, Xu Miaoyan walked over. "What's going on, Qin Ke?" Qin Ke acted as if nothing happened. "It's nothing." After saying that, he looked seriously at the frantic Song Chen. "Fine, I'll stop teasing you. Let me tell you the truth, I am indeed not Wang Gang. Furthermore, I'm the one who beat Wang Gang into a pulp at school today." Song Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. It didn't matter anymore who beat Wang Gang. His grudge against this brat had escalated into a personal vendetta. Qin Ke looked at the bruised Wang Gang. "Wang Gang, I won't say much more. I know Li Ming intentionally told you to come and trouble me, right?" Upon hearing the name Li Ming, Xu Miaoyan was a bit stunned. "Li Ming?" Wang Gang clenched his fists. "It doesn't matter if it was him or not. Even without him, I'm not finished with you." Qin Ke smiled. "You're really something. You couldn't beat me, so you even got your brother to find helpers from the University of Spiritualists. Since you've called them, I'll grant your wish. But this isn't the place to settle this. Go to People's Park and wait for me. I'll be there shortly." "Fine, just don't you dare not show up." Wang Gang glared viciously at Qin Ke. Clearly the beating he received during the day hadn't taught him a lesson. After they left, Xu Miaoyan asked anxiously, "Qin Ke, are you really going to People's Park?" "Yes. I have one virtue, I keep my word. Since I promised I'd be there, I'll definitely go." Xu Miaoyan blurted out, "You're crazy. If you go, you'll definitely get beaten up. If that person is a student from the University of Spiritualists, you're no match for them." "I know, so I'll definitely wait until I'm stronger before I go." Xu Miaoyan paused, feeling confused. "What do you mean by that?" Qin Ke said softly, "I did say I would go, but I never said when. Let them wait. Either way, I'm definitely going." Xu Miaoyan laughed. "You're really something else. Anyway, my dad is here to pick me up. I have to go." "All right." After bidding farewell to Qin Ke, Xu Miaoyan got into a luxury car parked at the school gate and left. Wang Zhiji was going to an internet cafe for an all-nighter. He said goodbye to Qin Ke and walked in the opposite direction of the bus stop. Just after he left, a red sports car pulled up to the school gate. Passenger door opened. A pair of long legs that caught everyone's attention stepped out first. What came into view was an incredibly beautiful face. When Qin Ke saw this beautiful woman's face, his jaw almost dropped. My god, oh my god, Qin Ke Angsu. What's going on? How is she stepping out such an expensive car? No way, could my big sister be a kept woman? Seeing that the person in the driver's seat was also a woman, Qin Ke felt happy but also a bit sad. He was happy that his sister wasn't being kept by a man. The reason for his sadness was that he had lost a wealthy brother-in-law. Wait. If I lost a brother-in-law, maybe I just gained a sister-in-law. Sister Snow, the lilies in our hometown are in bloom. The appearance of Qin Ke stunned even the security guard at the gate. Looking at those fair, long legs, many boys thought to themselves, summer is just the best. Qin Ke originally wanted to go over and say hello. But noticing the murderous look in Qin Ke eyes, he suddenly felt something was off. Calculating the days, no, that's not right. It's not the time of the month yet, so why is she making that face? It looks like someone really pissed her off. Arriving in front of Qin Ke didn't waste any time and slapped him right on top of the head. Qin Ke immediately covered his head. Why are you hitting me? Qin Ke glared at him. You tell me, you little brat. You've had a spiritual source for a long time, but you kept Dad and me in the dark. Qin Ke rubbed his aging head and said solemnly, from a genetic perspective, I wouldn't recommend calling me a little brat because that would prove Dad is a jerk, and you are also a jerk. Ding, negative emotion from Qin Ke 300. Qin Ke glared at him again. Do you want to die? Ke. Another woman walked over, took off her sunglasses and revealed her full face. I have to say she is truly beautiful, just as pretty as Qin Ke. The key is her physique. With a figure like that, she could definitely raise 10 kids without any trouble. Qin Ke said patiently, let me introduce you, this is my friend Luo Yi, she's my roommate at university. Luo Yi crossed her arms, looking at Qin Ke with interest. So this is your younger brother? Qin Ke said proudly, you've heard of me? I see, my sister must have often talked about me to you. Sigh. I told her not to go around telling stories about me. Ding, negative emotion from Luo Yi plus 50. Ding, negative emotion from Qin Ke 100. Luo Yi smiled awkwardly. Yes, your sister really does mention you often. I'm very happy to meet you. Qin Ke, how happy? Ding, negative emotion from Luo Yi plus 200. Qin Ke had black lines on her forehead, and she felt so awkward she wanted to crawl into a hole. The reason she hadn't introduced Luo Yi to Qin Ke earlier was because she was afraid of something like this happening. Now she didn't have to worry anymore, because it had already happened. She fought back the urge to teach him a lesson and said, that's enough out of you. Go home if you want to act crazy. Luo Yi leaned into Qin Ke ear and whispered, is he always like this? Qin Ke nodded helplessly, yeah, pretty much. If he were normal, that would be the anomaly. I've always suspected we don't have the same biological father. Qin Ke immediately said, that's enough. Qin Ke, I won't allow you to make Dad a cuckold in such a public place. Qin Ke silently clenched her fists. Ding, negative emotion from Qin Ke 100. Huh? I feel a murderous aura. Luo Yi also felt that Qin Ke's brother was quite something. She had heard a lot about him from Qin Ke before. Her brother Qin Ke was the type of person who would leave a lasting impression after just a few words. Now that she saw him in person, it was truly the case. Qin Ke did not lie to me. Luo Yi withdrew her curious gaze from Qin Ke. It's getting late, I need to go to Silver City to repair my spiritual weapon. I intended to give you both a ride, but my car only has 2 seats. Qin Ke said, that's alright, you go ahead my brother and I will just take the bus. Qin Ke looked at Qin Ke, how about I go with her and you take the bus? Bam. 10 seconds later. Qin Ke followed behind Qin Ke, rubbing his aching head. By the side of the road, in an extended luxury car. Lei Ming was sitting with his legs crossed, holding a goblet in his hand. Elegant noble. As he gently swirled the glass, small bubbles rose from the liquid inside. The driver in the front seat turned around and reminded him, young master, it's best to drink the Sprite right after pouring it. It's already been 5 minutes. If you don't drink it now, it'll go flat. Qin Ke's talent for emotional manipulation is effectively a weaponized form of psychological warfare. By constantly triggering negative feedback loops, he forces his opponents into impulsive states, proving that high IQ in a chaotic world is often less about strength and more about controlling the mental state of everyone in the room. Lei Ming almost dropped the wine glass in his hand because of that ridiculous comment from the driver. He was too far away to hear a single word of what Qin Ke was saying. But judging by appearances, the girl who just slapped Qin Ke twice across the face must be his sister. I never expected this kid to have such a beautiful sister. Go and investigate someone named Qin Ke in our class. I want his full details, including every embarrassing moment from his childhood to now. The juicier, the better. In Li Ming's eyes, the biggest obstacle to him pursuing Ju Mioin was Qin Ke. As long as I deal with Qi, my love life will finally take off. Alright, give me 3 days. I'll definitely dig up everything that can make him look bad. The sooner the better. Can we go now? Let's go. Just as Li Ming brought the glass to his lips, the driver slammed on the gas. It spilled all over his face. Singfu Residential District. Qin Ke and Qin Kiangsu returned home and pushed the door open. Besides their dad, Zhao Deju, who had just turned 18 not long ago, was also on the sofa. Upon seeing Qin Ke return, his dad immediately gave him a warm hug. It was clear he already knew about the spirit source appearing in Qin Ke's body. This heartwarming scene made Zhao Deju feel a bit emotional. This father and son were sometimes more like brothers. Old Qin, I have to say, I'm really jealous of you. Your daughter is at the top of her class at the Spirit University, and now your son, who hasn't even entered college yet, has already mastered a space-type ability. Qin Guohai laughed. Keep it low profile, keep it low profile. Zhao Deju's face darkened. Low profile my foot. You keep saying that, but who the hell reposted their son's heroic deed video on Weibo over 300 times? Alright, it's getting late. I should head out. Qin Ke, keep working hard. Uncle Zhao thinks highly of you. To celebrate the fact Qin Ke wasn't a loser, Qin Guohai cooked dinner himself. The family had a wonderful meal. After dinner, the three of them sat on the sofa. Qin Guohai looked a bit troubled. There is something I want to tell you too. What is it? Qin Ke asked. Qin Guohai looked serious, glancing at Qin Ke and then at Qin Kiangsu. Qin Ke was stunned and immediately asked, "Are you saying my sister and I aren't biologically related?" Ding, negative emotion from Qin Guohai plus 200. Ding, negative emotion from Qin Kiangsu plus 100. Who told you that? Qin Guohai said. Qin Kiangsu was speechless. I'm not trying to be mean, but why do you seem so excited? What are you so excited about? Qin Ke shook his head. Nothing, it's not that. Then what is it? Qin Guohai said solemnly, I lost my job. How could you lose your job when everything was going fine? A while ago, the boss asked everyone to give some suggestions on company policy. And then? I was the only one who gave suggestions. For some reason, Qin Ke felt like laughing, but fearing a slap, he had to hold it in. If you're unemployed, just find another job, right? That's what I thought, but you have to submit a resume to get a job nowadays, and I don't know how to write one. Qin Ke patted his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll write it for you in a bit. Qin Kiangsu gave a look of distrust. Yes, she definitely didn't trust him. 10 o'clock at night. Qin sat in front of the computer working on the resume. He had reached the detailed personal autobiography section. I am conscientious, meticulous, efficient, and responsible, with strong learning and adaptability skills. Lastly, I have a son who is a dashing young man with star-bright eyes, a handsome nose, and thin lips, incredibly charming and naturally gifted, refined, elegant, talented, and simply a stunner. He is upright, helpful, and kind-hearted, having done many good deeds that remain largely unknown. He is truly a living hero of modern society. Surely having such an outstanding son is a point in my favor. After a fierce session of typing, Qin Ke leaned back on his chair, exhausted. So I was this outstanding all along. How did I not notice before? As expected, I am who I am, a unique fire. Lying in bed, Qin Ke opened the sisters. Wow. In just one day, he had already gained over 60,000 in emotion points. And that was without even trying that hard. Combined with what he had left, he now had over 70,000 points. He immediately purchased the formula for the Great Nourishment Pill from the shop. Qin Ke's goal was simple. As a transmigrator with a system, he had to become strong and rise above the rest. If I have a system and still act like a loser wasting my life, wouldn't that be a total waste? System. As long as I become strong, become wealthy, my dad won't have to worry about unemployment anymore. When that time comes, with just one word, I could even send my dad to be the captain of security guards at a super large company. After the purchase, the Great Nourishment Pill formula appeared in the system. Great Nourishment Pill formula, 50 Phoenix Saliva Incense, 1 Ice Fire Crystal, 5 Spirit Green Grass, 200 ml of F-Class Spirit Beast Cub Blood. There were a few other formulas after that. Qin Ke opened his computer to check the information. He discovered that for the Great Nourishment Pill, aside from the first 2 ingredients, the rest were easy to get. That Spirit Beast Cub Blood sounds intimidating. In reality, blood from F-Class Spirit Beasts is easy to buy. The difficulty lies in the first 2, Phoenix Saliva Incense and the Ice Fire Crystal. Both are state-controlled medicinal materials and very hard to buy. They are sold in limited quantities periodically, but are snatched up instantly. If you want to buy them otherwise, you have to go through scalpers, but the price triples. There is another way to get them, which is to go to the spirit realm and find them yourself. But that's easier said than done. With my current strength, going into the spirit realm would just be serving myself as a snack for the spirit beasts. Looking at the data stating that Phoenix Saliva incense is actually the droppings of a flying spirit beast, Qin Ke fell into deep thought. The most crucial part is that it says the best way to consume it is to soak it in water and drink it. What disgusting taste. He checked his phone balance and then looked at the price on the computer screen. I can't even afford a pile of poop. No, I overestimated myself. I can't even afford half a pile. 3 minutes later, Qin Ke accepted the reality that he was broke. But if you're broke, you can earn money. If it comes to it, I'll just sell my, never mind. Taking out his phone, Qin Ke sent a message to Wang Zhiji, you there? Wang Zhiji replied immediately, what's up? Ke, lend me some money. Wang Zhiji, what did you just say? Qin Ke, you there? A few minutes passed and Wang Zhiji didn't reply. Qin Ke, we're brothers, no need to be so cold-blooded, right? Wang Zhiji, fine, how much? Qin Ke, not much, 50,000 will do. A few minutes passed without a reply. Qin Ke, what are you doing? Wang Zhiji, stealing my cousin's stocking. Qin Ke, why are you stealing your cousin's stockings? Wang Zhiji, duh. Qin Ke's resume is a masterclass in narcissistic marketing, but his real hurdle isn't just lack of funds, it's the harsh reality of resource scarcity. In this world, even essence of bird droppings is gate-kept by monopolies, turning basic self-improvement into a high-stakes financial game. Qin Ke's fingers swept rapidly across his phone screen. Can you steal one for me too? Get black one. One with letters on it is fine too. Wang Zhiji, sure, let's go snatch one together then. Qin Ke, no, I'm not snatching anything. Ding. Wang Zhiji, be serious, why do you need so much money? Qin Ke, I'll tell you tomorrow, I'm for bed. Wang Zhiji, don't sleep yet, go check the class group chat, there's some good drama. Qin Ke implicitly trusted Wang Zhiji when he said there was drama to watch. The class group chat was calm and peaceful. Suddenly a new member joined. The username was wealthy and well endowed. The profile picture was a black sports car. This person didn't waste any time after joining. They immediately dumped an audio clip. Click to listen. Li Ming's voice played, how's it going, have they arrived yet? Next, a middle-aged man's voice responded. Yes, they've arrived at the night market entrance with her friend. Li Ming, good, go tell those 3 guys that when I perform the heroic rescue later, they have to fight back. But pretend I'm super strong and they can't beat me. Actually, I'm so strong they wouldn't be able to beat me even if they didn't pretend. But remember, they must kneel down to me at the end. And make them say they were too blind to recognize a real master, and that they'll avoid me whenever they see me from now on. Tell them I'll give them an extra 2,000 for every hit I land. Especially that girl, tell her she better cry. As long as Chu Mioyin sees my heroic spirit, there's no way she won't like me. Hey. In mere seconds, the once peaceful group chat exploded. Chu Mioyin? Lietsu, this man's voice, it sounds exactly like Li Ming. Qin Ke, what do you mean sounds like? It is him. You can't find anyone else in the whole of Yuncheng with a creepier laugh than his. Ding, negative emotion points from Li Ming. So this guy was watching on the other side of the screen. Li Ming, he's slandering me. Qian Hai, so Wang Zhiji was telling the truth. Li Ming really did pay people to act out that heroic rescue. Zhang Feng, what a massive show-off. Wang Zhiji popping in. Li Ming, incensed on the other side of the screen, typed, at Wang Zhiji, don't you try to frame me. Wang Zhiji, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Ming, you dare say this auto-count isn't yours? Wang Zhiji. Qin Ke, at Li Ming, do you dare say the person in that audio isn't you? Li Ming, it's... Qin Ke, my god, the audacity. Was the city wall built to the thickness of your face? Ding. On the other side of the screen, Li Ming's fingers were pressing down so hard on the keyboard that his knuckles had turned white. Especially after reading Qin Ke's next message, he wished he could crawl through the internet and chop him into 100 pieces. Qin Ke, at Li Ming, since we're all classmates, why didn't you ask me to play a bit part? If you want to perform a heroic rescue next time, remember to look for me. Keep the business in the family. Oh, and I don't want to play the hooligan, I want to play the beauty for a change of pace. Ding. Wang Zhiji, then I'll play the hooligan. Seeing these two messages, everyone began to imagine the scenario. Wang Zhiji holding a knife trying to assault Qin Ke, while Qin Ke looks terrified, delicately crying at me, Yamit. At the critical moment, Li Ming swoops in, kicks Wang Zhiji away, and pulls Qin Ke into his arms, gazing lovingly and telling him not to be afraid. Ugh. Everyone was disgusted by these two. Qin Ke naturally raked in a fresh wave of emotion points. Although not much individually, the sum from everyone was quite substantial. Li Ming gritted his teeth. You brat, you forced my hand. Without a second thought, he immediately posted a picture. The picture showed a baby, less than a year old, wearing split pants while sitting on a sofa. Li Ming, at Qin Ke, you were actually quite cute as a kid. The heck? Qin Ke gripped his phone with both hands. Isn't this a photo of me as a baby? Where did this guy get this? Could you at least have blurred it out before posting it? Li Ming's photo did indeed successfully divert everyone's attention. Everyone started chiming in about cute Qin Ke was. Then Li Ming posted another picture. It was a photo of Qin Ke at age 4 or 5. He was wearing a white dress, squatting on the ground playing with mud. Yes, a dress. Damn it, it really wasn't his choice, it was his sister Qin Kyangsu, that sneaky devil. When they played house as kids, she insisted on dragging him into it. Qin Kyangsu played the mom and someone else played the dad. Qin Ke played the daughter. To make it more realistic, she dug up a dress from the bottom of the trunk and forced him into it. Their dad caught the whole scene on camera. Once this photo hit, the group chat really blew up. More than half the girls tagged Qin Ke. Xu Miaoyan at Qin Ke, you were just too adorable. Lai Su, my maiden heart is melting. Wang Yurong, I really wanted to touch him. Wang Zhiji, touch, where exactly? Li Ming, on the other side, couldn't figure out why everyone was praising how cute Qin Ke was. It should have been everyone mocking Qin Ke instead. Xu Miaoyan sent a private message. It was the photo of Qin Ke in the split crotch pants. Qin Ke, you were so adorable as a kid. Qin Ke thought for a moment and replied, adorable. Which part are you referring to? Xu Miaoyan, do you believe that if I punch you now, even Hua Tu himself couldn't save you? Qin Ke, seriously though, I kind of envy you for having a simp like Li Ming. Xu Miaoyan, don't even mention him, he drives me crazy, followed by a sigh emoji. Qin Ke, what happened, did he tick you off? Xu Miaoyan, let's talk later, I'm going to take a shower. Hearing shower, Qin Ke got a bit excited. Shower? Let me tell you, showering is a very dangerous activity. If you slip and fall unconscious, it's very dangerous. Tell you what, for the sake of your safety, let's video call. I'll watch you shower. Xu Miaoyan, you creep, followed by a contemptuous emoji. Qin Ke, don't frame me, I'm a man of high moral character, no ulterior motives, just purely concerned for your safety. If you're shy, you can wear a mask or I can wear a mask. Xu Miaoyan didn't reply, probably because she was shy. Checking the group chat again, Wang Zhiji had already changed his profile picture. That's right, it was the photo of Qin Ke playing in the mud wearing a dress. And then, more and more people started changing their profile pictures. 5 or 6 out of every 10 people changed their avatar to Wang Zhiji's version. Qin Ke had a million horses stampeding through his mind. After a bit of tinkering, he changed his own profile picture to the photo of himself wearing the dress. If you can't beat him, join. The number of people chatting in the class group began to dwindle. Just as drowsiness set in, a call came through. It was an unfamiliar number. Qin picked up. Damn you, Qin Ke, where the hell are you? I waited for you at People's Park for an hour. An hour, do you know that? Do you have any idea how I spent that hour? Judging by his tone, Wang Gang's mood was probably not the best. Qin coughed twice and spoke into the phone. Good night, babe, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Ding. On the other end of the line, Wang Gang was pounding the table in rage. Babe? I'll babe your mom. Do you know how hard the wind is blowing outside tonight? I waited in the park for an hour. I've almost turned into an idiot from the wind, and you stood me up. And you have the nerve to say goodnight when I call you. I'll goodnight your grandpa. This chaotic school group chat proves that emotional manipulation often backfires. Li Ming tried to stage a hero narrative, but ended up providing his rival with the ultimate source of emotional energy. When your adversary creates a meme out of your past, the only way to win is through radical transparency and weaponized indifference. By embracing the embarrassing photos, Qin Ke successfully neutralized the insult and turned a public humiliation into a bizarre social bonding event. In the world of high school dynamics, those who can laugh at themselves effectively hold the most social power. A rainy night is the perfect time for sleep, but some people just can't sleep. Take Wang Gang, for instance. Tossing and turning in bed, he pondered for ages but couldn't drift off. His mind was stuck on that one phrase, "Good night, baby." Erling. Qin Ke woke up slowly and gave a big stretch. He turned on his phone. The screen was already filled with several trending topics. Another otherworldly gate has appeared near Cloud City? He clicked on the trending topic to take a look. At 1 o'clock this morning, a new otherworldly gate appeared near a small town 50 miles from Cloud City. By the time the military arrived, many townspeople had already been slaughtered by exotic beasts. But luckily it only took half an hour. The military suppressed the beasts that escaped from the gate. They prevented any further casualties. And at 5 o'clock this morning, which was 2 hours ago, an exploration team of 12 experts had already entered the spirit domain. Didn't Cloud City already have one otherworldly gate? Now there's another one. It was Saturday, so Qin Ke didn't have to go to school. Qin Ke had just finishing up. When he saw Qin Ke holding a device to measure one's cultivation level and asking him to put his hand on it, the device was square, about the size of a shoebox. This thing isn't cheap. Where did she get it? Put your hand in and channel your internal spiritual source. What for? To see what your current level is. No need to test, I'm at level 4 of the first realm. I don't believe a single word coming out of your mouth. Hurry up, put your hand on it. Qin Ke put his hand on it and channeled his spiritual source. After a moment, the screen displayed level 4 of the first realm. Qin Ke muttered, "It really is level 4 of the first realm. You've been hiding it from us for so long. Here, this is for you." Qin Ke took the glass bottle she handed him. "What is this?" Qin Ke put away the device. "A spirit potion, it helps with cultivation." Qin Ke opened the cap and took a sniff. The smell is alright. He drank it in one gulp. His body felt warm. It probably works similarly to a great nourishment pill. But the effect is like heaven and earth. Drinking this whole bottle is not even as effective as one lick of a great nourishment pill. Qin Ke asked seriously, "Sister, what realm of spirit mastery are you at?" "Just know that I'm stronger than you," Qin Ke said, brandishing her fist as a threat. "If you ever make me lose face in front of my friends again, I promise you won't live to see the next day." Arriving at school. All morning, Qin Ke could see the murderous intent in Li Ming's eyes. Class ended at noon. As he stepped out of the classroom, his path was blocked by a burly figure. Indeed, it was Wang Gang again. After a night, the bruises on his face had faded a lot, but he now had a pair of panda eyes. Wang Gang cursed, "Qin Ke, you coward. We agreed to meet at the People's Park, but you actually ran off." Qin Ke replied righteously, "Look at you talking. I said I'd go to the People's Park, but I didn't say when, did I?" Wang Gang was so angry he almost coughed up blood. "You are truly shameless to the extreme. Don't leave after school today, I'll be waiting for you at the school gate." Qin Ke folded his arms and said, "How about this? Tonight at 10 o'clock we'll meet at the North City People's Square. You can take your revenge however you want then." Wang Gang wasn't stupid anymore. He'd already been tricked by Qin Ke once, so how could he be fooled again? "Don't think I don't know that you're just planning to stand me up again." Qin Ke nodded, "You're actually pretty smart." Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang's 300. A boy nearby remarked, "Looks like Wang Gang is going to lose his temper again." No kidding, even the most even-tempered teacher in our school can be provoked by Qin Ke into spouting profanities, let alone Wang Gang. Sure enough, Wang Gang couldn't hold back anymore. He roared, "Smy ass." Without waiting for him to continue, Qin Ke interrupted, "Enough. We are civilized people, gentlemen. Can you stop with the swearing? It's vulgar. Come on, AGI, let's go eat. Don't talk to this idiot, it'll lower your IQ." Ding. Wang Gang's face was contorted and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He desperately wanted to stomp Qin Ke into the ground right now. But his injuries hadn't healed yet and he was wary of that brick of Qin Ke's. Plus he had no idea what realm Qin Ke was actually in. If things went wrong, instead of stomping him, he might end up getting a beating himself. Wang Gang shouted at Qin Ke's back, "Qin Ke, let me tell you, my brother is coming tonight. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate after class, you can't run." Qin Ke turned back and mocked, "What else can you do besides call people? If you've got the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Wang Gang sneered. I want to gang up on you. Isn't your sister at a spiritual university? If you're not satisfied, call her over too, and let her get beaten up with you. Qin Ke thought for a moment. Looks like this grandson wants a beating again. He pulled out a brick from thin air, and Wang Gang was so scared he backed up a step. It really wasn't fear, it was just that this wasn't. Okay, he was definitely scared. Look at you, a coward. You're supposedly a level 5 first realm spirit master, and this is it? Relying on others to bully people. Qin Ke scoffed. If he hadn't seen Zhao Dezhu in the hallway, he would have definitely smacked him with the brick a couple of times. After school in the evening, Wang Zhiji had asked for leave earlier due to feeling unwell and warned Qin Ke to be careful tonight, hearing that Wang Gang's brother would indeed come to school to take revenge. On the playground, Qin Ke walked slowly, his school bag on his back. From afar, before even reaching the school gate, he spotted Wang Gang and his group. They included Song Chen plus 3 other youths he didn't recognize. There was another youth, burly and somewhat resembling Wang Gang. If he guessed right, that must be Wang Gang's brother Wang Yu. He counted the people, including Wang Gang. There were 5 of them. Damn it. This guy is really persistent. 5 people, I can't take them, damn. Qin Ke looked left and right, then rushed over and grabbed Zhao Dezhu, who was passing by. He insisted on dragging Zhao Dezhu home for a visit, saying his dad missed him since it had been a while. Zhao Dezhu, being dragged along, muttered, "That's not right, I just saw your dad last night." Qin Ke said earnestly, "A day apart is like 3 autumns." Zhao Dezhu refused. "Forget it, let's do tomorrow. My daughter is finally home from college for a couple of days. I need to go back and keep her company." Qin Ke replied seriously, "That's easy, you go keep my dad company, and I'll go keep your daughter company." Ding from Zhao Dezhu. "Huh, what did you just say?" "Nothing, I didn't say anything." Zhao Dezhu smiled. "Actually, there's something you don't know. When you were little, your father and I almost arranged a betrothal for you." Qin Ke was stunned. "What? You and my dad arranged a betrothal? Did my mom agree to it?" Zhao Dezhu was so angry he almost roared. "It was for you and my daughter, not me and your dad." Oh, so what happened later? Why didn't it go through?" "Well," Zhao Dezhu looked at Qin Ke. "What? Was it because of my looks? Makes sense, I'm so handsome, it wouldn't have been a good deal." Ding. Even as a teacher, Zhao Dezhu really wanted to give him the middle finger. His own daughter is very beautiful, too, okay? It wasn't because of the looks. He slowly looked at Ke's head. It was a problem with his brain. He didn't want his future grandson to start every conversation with, "Grandpa, if you die tomorrow, where do you want to be buried?" Walking out of the school gate, Qin Ke looked slowly at Wang Gang and his group and waved enthusiastically goodbye. Ding from Wang Gang. Ding from Song Chen. Right, the reason Qin Ke insisted on taking Zhao Dezhu along was to avoid getting a beat down. It's fine to be a bit silly, but one must have self-awareness. Besides, he wasn't just self-aware, he was also very smart. Just kidding, there were several other people besides Wang Gang and Song Chen. Even Wang Gang's brother Wang Yu was there. Although he was a level 4 first realm spirit master, possessed a brick that ignored all defenses and had mastered a space-type ability. That didn't mean he could take on so many people at once. He was almost certain that there were experts of the second realm or higher in that group. Only an idiot would fight them head-on. Wang Gang blew up on the spot. Damn it, he actually used a school teacher as a human shield. What a damn coward. Qin Ke demonstrates a masterclass in risk management here. While most protagonists in these genres rely on brute force, he utilizes psychological warfare and strategic misdirection, proving that tactical cowardice is often a more efficient survival mechanism than reckless heroics. Wang Gang's older brother Wang Yu stood with his arms crossed, watching Qin Ke climb into Zhao Dezhu's car. The kid doesn't look like much. You're a level 5 tier 1 spirit master, and you've even got a petrification ability. How the hell did you end up getting beaten into that state? Speaking of that, Wang Gang felt a bit ashamed. I'm not really sure myself. He had a brick in his hand and my petrification ability was completely useless against it. Halfway through the car ride with Zhao Dezhu, a boutique shop for spirit masters by the side of the road caught Qin Ke's attention. "Uncle Zhao, let me get off here." Zhao Dezhu looked puzzled. "Didn't you say you were going home?" Qin Ke replied seriously, "You go ahead. I have some business to take care of. Pick up some side dishes for our drinks on my way back." Zhao Deju pulled the car over to the side of the road. All right then, just make sure you don't go running off into trouble. After giving a couple of reminders, he hit the gas and drove off. This is a world where spiritual energy has reawakened. Naturally, this has spawned a great many businesses related to the spiritual awakening. For instance, the most famous place in Cloud City, Silver City, is a market for trading spiritual artifacts. The boutique shop right here in front of him also sells goods related to spirit masters. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, Qin Ke heard some rather peculiar sounds. Oh my! Holy crap, how exciting! Qin Ke felt his face flush. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, the man and woman inside, who were embracing each other, looked over. Both were startled by the sight of Qin Ke standing in the doorway. They scrambled to pull apart, looking flustered. The woman was a glamorous matron, perhaps in her 30s or 40s, still possessing plenty of charm. Her bright, watery eyes were intoxicating, and her massive assets looked like they might burst free from her clothes at any moment. A red, form-fitting skirt showed off her figure to perfection. The black high heels she wore even had red soles. How does that saying go again? Black stockings with red soles add attack speed and critical hit chance. Ahem. After releasing each other, the man immediately left the shop with his head bowed low. Look at him acting all shy. The woman, meanwhile, hurriedly smoothed out her clothes and tugged at her stockings before retreating behind the counter. Qin Ke felt a bit awkward. Ahem. So, did I interrupt something? The glamorous woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a flush of red rising to her cheeks. She looked somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. What can I get for you? Just then, a middle-aged man walked into the shop. The woman looked stunned. Darling, weren't you supposed to be back in the countryside? A string of question marks popped up over Qin Ke's head. Darling. That's her husband. Then who was the other guy? The man said, I just saw some guy running out of our shop in a panic. Check and see if anything's been stolen. The woman shook her head, feeling guilty. Oh, nothing. I've been watching the whole time, nothing was stolen. That's good, then. The man turned to Qin Ke. Are you here to buy something? Qin Ke glanced at the proprietress. She was avoiding his gaze, not even daring to look him in the eye. Qin blinked. It looks like I've just stumbled upon a secret that could sustain me for a lifetime. He took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. I need these items. The shopkeeper took the list and looked it over. Sure thing. We just received a new shipment this morning. We've got everything you need right here. Qin Ke asked, trying his luck, do you happen to have phoenix saliva incense and ice fire crystals here? The shopkeeper shook his head. Young man, those two items are under strict government control. A small shop like mine wouldn't have them. He had expected that, though. Then just get me the other items on the list. He gathered all the items Qin Ke wanted and placed them on the counter. The shopkeeper totaled it up. That will be 850. 150. Qin Ke was completely stunned. He had already calculated the market prices while making the list, even allowing for a slight margin of error. It shouldn't have totaled more than 5,000. He only had exactly 5,000 in his pocket right now. That 5,000 was his savings from half a year of living frugally, which he had intended to use to buy a new computer. It was obvious they were trying to rip him off because he looked young. Shopkeeper, isn't that a bit too expensive? I've checked online, 200 ml of F-level beast cub blood doesn't cost nearly that much. 200 is the max. You've basically doubled the price, that's just too much. The shopkeeper replied bluntly, if you think it's too expensive, you're free to buy them somewhere else. Qin Ke thought about it and said, how about this, give me a discount, how about half price for everything? Ding. The shopkeeper, who has a pair of green horns growing on his head, experiences plus 200 negative emotions. Look kid, I've seen some tough negotiators, but never one as brazen as you. Should I just give them all to you for free? Qin Ke gave him a thumbs up. A true businessman, quick and decisive. I'm off then. Saying that, he grabbed the plastic bag from the counter and started to walk away. Ding. The shopkeeper had a black line of frustration on his forehead. Fine, 10% off at most. 10% off? Forget 10. I can't even afford it at 20% off. How about a bone-breaking discount? Qin Ke slowly turned to the alluring proprietress and gave her a look. You know what I mean, right? The proprietress wiggled her voluptuous body over to the shopkeeper. Why not give him a better deal? The shopkeeper looked at her suspiciously, then said to Qin Ke, fine, I'm about to close shop anyway. I'll give you 15% off. Ke glanced at the proprietress again. You know? Whose car is blocking the way out there? A rough-sounding man shouted. Mine. The shopkeeper told the proprietress to watch the shop and hurried outside. The proprietress didn't waste any time. She said affectionately, how about this? I'll give you 40% off. Qin Ke clearly wasn't quite satisfied with this price either. He smacked his lips and said, Beauty, I have to say you've got some guts, actually daring to do that in the shop. The proprietress took a deep breath. Half price, 50% off, is that enough? Qin Ke ignored her and continued. It was a good thing I arrived when I did. If I hadn't, just 10 seconds later. Tsk, it's hard to say what might have happened. Ding! The sexy proprietress experiences plus 200 negative emotions. 60% off. Qin Ke looked up at the ceiling of the shop. You have surveillance cameras here, don't you? I'm just afraid no one will believe what I have to say. Ding! The proprietress said sternly, that's enough now. At 60% off, we're already losing money. Qin Ke blinked. Are you being mean to me? Ding! The proprietress's tone softened instantly, and the look she gave Qin Ke was filled with love. Not at all. How could I be mean to you? How about this, 70% off? And not only that, but any time you come in to buy something in the future, you'll get a discount. How's that? Qin Ke didn't know if they had been losing money before, but they were definitely losing money now. But one thing was certain. Never mind 70% off. If he wanted, even if he asked for it for free, she would definitely agree. Final offer, free. Qin Ke held up a finger and smiled. How's that? Seems pretty fair, right? Leveraging a secret to manipulate a vendor is a classic power play, but it reveals a cynical truth. In a transaction, the person with the most leverage, not the most money, dictates the terms. Qin Ke understands that social reputation is often a currency more liquid than cash. By turning a moral hazard into a bargaining chip, he illustrates that negotiation is rarely about market value, but about the high-stakes psychology of protecting one's image at all costs.
The shopkeeper nearly fainted from anger. Free? Why don't you just go rob someone? Qin Ke blinked. What else did you think I was doing? Ding. The shopkeeper was almost crying with rage. She offered a 30% discount and he didn't want it, insisting on free. And he calls that fair? You call this? 8,000 bucks. 8,000 bucks gone in one shot. And the worst part is the shot was a dud. She felt like she wanted to die. But after thinking it over, it was lucky that this young man came in first. If it had been her own husband, there would probably be blood shed. To keep what just happened a secret, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Fine, but you have to promise that you will never tell a soul about what just happened, even if you have to take it to your grave. Qin Ke said righteously, Don't worry, beautiful, I'm known for being a true gentleman. I'd never sell you out. The shopkeeper handed the bag on the table to Ke, letting go only after a threat. I'm not afraid even if you do tell, but I promise if you dare to blab about this, I'll drag you down to hell with me. Qin Ke took the bag without hesitation. I told you to rest easy, I'm a man of my word. When he left, Qin Ke even greeted the boss enthusiastically and complimented his hair color. The boss was left confused. He didn't even dye his hair. Is something wrong with that kid's eyes? He had planned to take a taxi back. But now he was only 2 blocks away from home. He thought about it and decided to walk. Save money wherever he could. The next 2 formulas, Phoenix Ambergris and Ice Fire Crystal, would cost even more. He had just walked 1 block. A familiar voice caught Qin Ke's attention. He looked up, it was Wang Gang. He was standing in front of a supermarket making a phone call. Yeah, that punk used Zhao Dezhu as a shield and ran off. Damn it, if it weren't for Zhao Dezhu, I would have beaten the living daylights out of him tonight. Wang Gang continued. Just you wait, I'm not letting this go. I don't believe he keeps using Zhao Dezhu as a shield every single day. Qin Ke watched Wang Gang quietly. Small world, isn't it? Brick to me. Qin Ke pulled out a brick. He snuck up behind Wang quietly. At this moment, Wang Gang was ranting and raving, boasting about how he was going to kill Qin Ke. He was definitely bragging without a shred of modesty. Little did he know that danger was approaching. Just as he was about to strike, Qin Ke stopped. Wait a minute. A real gentleman wouldn't sneak attack from behind. Good thing I'm from class 3. Wang Gang, Qin Ke shouted. Wang Gang turned around in shock. Before he could see Qin Ke's face, a red brick came flying right at him. Whack. Oh my! Qin Ke knew he had to finish this quickly. He pounced on the fallen Wang Gang and started punching and kicking him. It wasn't that he was intentionally holding onto Wang Gang. It was this guy holding onto him! Graduation is almost here. Might as well beat him a few more times while I can. After graduation, I won't have the chance anymore. Qin Ke, you coward, you sneak attacked me, Wang Gang shouted. People in the supermarket heard the noise and ran out. It was Wang Yu and the others. By the time they came out, Qin Ke had already made a run for it. Wang Yu and his friends helped Wang Gang up from the ground. What happened? Who beat you up like this? Wang Yu was shocked to see the brick mark on Gang's face. He had just gone in with his friends to buy some things, and this guy was standing outside making a call. It hadn't even been a minute. How did he get beaten into such a sorry state? It was Qin Ke. He ran that way. Wang Gang pointed at Qin Ke's retreating figure. Wang Yu looked, gritted his teeth, stuffed the drink he was holding into Wang Gang's hand and chased after him like a gale of wind with his group. You have to admit, the strong are strong. They were incredibly fast. Lightning fast. In no time at all, the distance was closing. It looked like Qin Ke was about to be caught. Qin Ke's figure vanished, leaving Wang Yu and the others staring at each other in confusion. Back here, poor Wang Gang? Just as he found his footing, Qin Ke suddenly flashed right next to him. Wang Gang was startled. He saw Qin Ke grin at him. A bad feeling surged in his heart. Before he could even let out the "oh my god" on his lips, another brick hit his face. Whack. Then a slap across the face. Weren't you going to get revenge? Come on. Wang Gang wanted to fight back, but his head was already spinning. Look at how tough you think you are. Qin Ke slapped Wang Gang again, though his hand hurt a bit. I have to say, it felt great. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Gang 9099. Wang Gang was hit so hard his nose started bleeding. He didn't even have a chance to strike back. Just as he had a moment to breathe and wanted to fight back, Qin Ke had already slipped away. And before he left, he even snatched a bottle of drink from his hand. No, a gentleman shouldn't say snatch. Borrowing. When Wang Yu and the others came back, Wang Gang had another brick mark on his face, along with several slap marks. He looked at Wang Yu with a grieved expression, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Brother. Wang Yu still wanted to pursue, but Qin Ke had already hopped to a taxi and taken off. Damn, how did this kid suddenly teleport from over there to here? Is it a space-type ability? In the taxi. Recalling the scene just now. Thrilling doesn't even begin to cover it. If he hadn't felt completely drained after using his ability once, he would have gone back a few more times to show him some intense fatherly love. The driver asked while driving, "Isn't Singfu residential compound just 200 meters ahead?" Qin Ke nodded. "Yeah, 200 meters, can you give me a discount?" "No can do, it's night time, the base fare is $10. Qin Ke thought about it. "Then can you drive me around a few more blocks? Otherwise, I don't feel like this $10 is worth it." Ding. Another 200 negative emotion. The driver stared ahead. What a talent. He got home. He pushed the door open and went in. Zhao Dezu, who had just turned 18 not long ago, was also still there. Judging by the shine on his head, he must have been losing more hair recently. Qin Ke, who had an incredibly handsome son, was also there. He was on the sofa bragging with Zhao Dezu. The two were laughing and chatting. Seeing Qin Ke return, Zhao Dezu asked, "Didn't you say you were going to buy snacks for me and your dad?" "Here." Ke put the 2 packs of spicy strips he'd just bought from the downstairs supermarket on the table. Ding, negative emotions from Zhao Dezu. Ding, negative emotions from Qin Ke. Zhao Dezu looked at the bag in Qin Ke's hand. "What's in that bag in your hand?" "I bought it at the Spirit Master Boutique store." "Spirit Master Boutique, what did you buy?" "Nothing much, just some materials for mixing medicine." "Mixing medicine? What kind of medicine?" "Nothing, just playing around with it." 10:30 at night. Qin Ke was lying in bed playing on his phone. He received a message from Xu Miaoyan. She asked him to go to the hotel for dinner at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Qin Ke replied received. Wang Jiji also sent a message, asking him what he planned to give Xu Miaoyan for her birthday tomorrow. Qin Ke thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything good, so he replied to Wang Jiji that they would talk about it tomorrow. Just after replying to Wang Jiji, a call came in. Qin Ke recognized the number. It was Wang Ge. He picked up and his tone was sweet. "What's up, baby? Why aren't you asleep this late?" "Baby, your mother. Where are you? Tell me where you are? I'm coming to find you right now." Wang Gang roared hysterically on the other end. Qin Ke said unhurriedly, 125 Xiangyun Road. "Do you think I'm an idiot? That's the police station." He originally wanted to keep teasing Wang Gang, but he was getting really sleepy. There was no way around it. These past few days when like before, he hadn't even caught up on sleep during class. After saying goodnight to each other, Qin Ke hung up the phone. It's just that Wang Gang's goodnight was a bit more aggressive in his choice of words. Qin Ke's strategy of farming negative emotions through psychological manipulation is a masterclass in risk-reward management. By turning his bullies into a reliable source of utility points, he effectively gamifies the power struggle, proving that in any high-pressure hierarchy, emotional volatility is the most exploitable resource. Qin slept very well that night. Early the next morning, despite it being the weekend, he was up bright and early. Qin Qiangxiu didn't come home all night, and who knows where she went off to. The reason he got up so early was mainly to check the prices of Phoenix ambergris and ice fire crystals at the major markets. Although the prices are online, those are just the official list prices. You have to see for yourself to know the real market price. Once he knows exactly how much it costs, he'll have a better idea of where he stands. After finishing his breakfast, Qin Ke went downstairs. He knocked on the neighbor's door downstairs. The door opened and a shirtless young man stood there. Qin Ke smiled kindly. "Hello, brother, I'm your neighbor from upstairs. You've probably heard of me." Ding. The young man was speechless. "I don't even know your name." Qin Ke waved his hand kindly and said, "My name is Qin Ke. What do you want?" Qin Ke didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "I heard your dog can do backflips." The young man looked bewildered and looked Qin Ke up and down. "Who did you hear that from?" Qin Ke replied, "The security guard at the gate. He said your dog can do 3 backflips in a row." The young man was extremely speechless. "Have you ever even seen a dog do a backflip?" Qin Ke shook his head and said with a straight face, "No." "Then why are you saying that? What kind of dog does backflips?" Qin Ke blinked. "They don't? Brother, don't hold out on me. If you've got something that cool, you should share it." The young man curled his lip. "I told you they don't. If you really want to see a dog do a backflip, go look online. You might actually find a video or two." Qin Ke said earnestly, "It's not that I want to see it, it's for a friend. It's her birthday today. If your dog can do backflips, I wanted to borrow it and bring it over to do a few flips to liven up the party." Okay, fine, he actually wanted to see it himself too. A dog doing backflips is super cool, okay? Ding. Nice, another 100 points of emotional value. The young man was incredibly annoyed and turned to shout, "Honey, honey." A young, pretty woman holding a corgi walked to the door. "What's wrong?" The woman looked to be about 27 or 28, and her cleavage was shockingly deep. Qin Ke's eyes lit up and he swallowed hard. "What a cute sister-in-law. What a cute dog. Can I pet it?" The young man pointed at the corgi in the woman's arms and said, "Take a good look. This is a corgi. With legs that short, do you really think it can do a backflip?" Qi said thoughtfully, I guess not." The young man followed Qin's gaze. "Where the heck is this kid looking? Perhaps a bit itchy." The corgi in the woman's arms started scratching its head with its hind leg. A spectacular scene unfolded. Little white rabbits, so white and bright, hopping around with such delight. The young man immediately snapped, "Hey, where are you looking?" I'm not looking anywhere. Since your dog can't do backflips, I'll be going now. Sorry to bother you, brother." Before leaving, Qin Ke didn't forget to take one last look at the little white rabbits next to the corgi. After getting downstairs, Qin Ke took out his phone to message Wang Jiji. He needed a guide for the big markets, and Wang Jiji was a solid choice. The main reason is he's never been to these big markets before. Bringing Wang Jiji along means he can be the one to make a fool of himself first. He sat on the curb in the green belt downstairs and waited a few minutes until the corgi owner came back down from the building. As he passed by, Qin Ke called out, "Hey brother, are you heading to work?" The young man shook his head and said, "No, just going out to buy something." As soon as he took 2 steps, Qin Ke added, "Is your wife home alone?" The young man stopped, looked slowly at Qin Ke. "Why are you asking that?" Qin Ke shook his head. "Nothing, just asking." The young man felt a bit uneasy. "If it's nothing, why are you grinning like a blooming flower?" Just as the man was about to leave, Qi blurted out, "Oh right, brother, I have something to tell you." The young man asked, "What is it?" Qin Ke thought for a moment and said, "It's just, could you please ask your wife to keep the noise down when you guys are doing your business at night? You woke me up last night. I wouldn't mind on the weekends, but I have classes during the week." The young man froze. "Wait a minute. I was on the night shift last night." "Damn." Qin Ke looked puzzled. "Brother, why are you cursing for no reason?" The young man ignored him, feeling like he was being cuckolded, and rushed back in a panic. People these days get weirder by the minute. Are there any normal people in this neighborhood besides me? A few minutes later, Wang Zhiji arrived at the gate on a white e-bike. Qin Ke ran over and sat behind him. "Let's go to that ad design company up ahead first." Wang Zhiji asked confusedly, "Why are we going to an ad design company?" Qin Ke replied, "I can't think of anything else to get Chu Miaoyan. Let's go get her a banner customized." "Oh?" The two rode over the ad design company. "Hello, my friend is having a birthday. I want to order a banner." Staff, "Sure, what do you want written on it?" Qin Ke, "Just write happy birthday Xu Miaoyan and add 3 exclamation marks at the end." Staff, "Which Miao it?" "The Miao from Shemiaculous." "The Miao from Miao?" "Yeah." Staff, "Which Ian is that?" "Key in from Ian. So, that's it. Alright, come pick it up at noon." Got it. After leaving the ad design company, the pair headed straight to the largest spirit user shopping mall nearby. After asking around, it turned out the entire mall was sold out of Phoenix ambergris and icefire crystals. Just as the online search suggested, these 2 items are snapped up the moment they hit the shelves. The main purpose of Phoenix ambergris is to heal wounds, increase blood vitality, and restore spiritual energy. The most important part is the last one, restoring spiritual energy. Simply put, imagine 2 people fighting until both their spiritual energy is drained. The one who has Phoenix ambergris can wave their hand and say, "Just wait, let me eat this, then I'll finish you off." And the purpose of the ice fire crystal is to increase the spiritual energy in the body and aid in cultivation. If the government hadn't set purchase limits, these items would probably be bought out by the super rich the moment they go on sale. If it's not here, it won't be anywhere else. Guess he'll have to check the black market for scalpers. But the price is definitely going to be high. But there's no helping that. It's not like he can just run into a spirit domain right now to find them, right? The official rules clearly state that except for special circumstances, no spirit user below the 2nd level is allowed to enter any spirit domain. Qin Qiangxu can go in and out of the spirit domain whenever she wants. That must mean she's at least a level 2 spirit user. On the way to the black market, Wang Zhiji asked curiously, "Qin Ke, so you were borrowing money to buy Phoenix ambergris and icefire crystals? If you want to cultivate and raise your level, why not just buy spirit fluid?" The government just released a type of spirit fluid with the code 749. It works great for people below level 2, and it's much cheaper than those 2 things. Qin Ke's talent for emotional manipulation is top tier. By leveraging psychological projection against his neighbor, he creates chaos just to fuel his system. This tactical trolling is a clever narrative device to contrast his low-level status with his high-level social engineering skills. Qin Ke did not hide anything from Wang Zhiji, telling him directly that he intended to use these 2 items to make medicine. The reason. First, Wang Zhiji was currently his most loyal sidekick. Second, even if he told someone else, it wouldn't matter, because very few people would believe what came out of his mouth. Furthermore, this wasn't exactly a secret anyway. Upon hearing that Qin Ke was going to make medicine, Wang Zhiji spent the whole trip smiling. More like smirking. Seeing that Wang Zhiji had driven in circles for quite a while without reaching the black market, Qin Ke began to get suspicious. Gee, do you even know how to get to the black market?" Wang Zhiji immediately retorted, "You gotta be kidding me. Who do you think your brother Ji is? There isn't a place in all of Yun City that I don't know. Sit tight, I'm speeding up." A few seconds later, an old man walking his dog casually overtook their electric scooter. This is what he called speeding up. It was a bit slow, but at least they eventually arrived at their destination. The black market was located in the old town in the south of the city. On the surface, it was a regular legal trading market. But inside, there were plenty of illegal deals going on. Of course, the relevant authorities were aware of the black market's existence. But as long as nothing major happened, they generally turned a blind eye. When they reached the entrance to the black market, the 2 were about to walk in when they were blocked by a security guard. The guard looked at Qin Ke first, then at Wang Zhiji and said in a low voice, "Stop. What are you doing?" Ke replied, "Going in, obviously." What else would he be doing? The guard asked, "How old are you?" Qin Ke answered with a straight face, 18. The guard looked Qin Ke up and down, 18? Qin Ke asked, "Are you asking about my age?" The guard snapped, "What else?" Qin Ke replied seriously, "My age is 18 too, turning 19 soon." Ding. Another few hundred points of emotional value. Wang Zhiji chimed in from the side. "There shouldn't be any age restrictions for going inside, right?" The guard nodded. "There are no age restrictions, but not just anyone can go in." Qin Ke asked, "Then what kind of people can go in?" The guard said darkly, "Certainly not people like you two. One look at you and I can tell you're just curious types who want to wander in for a look." Believe it or not, the guard had guessed right. Qin Ke's purpose for this trip really was just to have a look around. But the reason he wanted to look around was to see if there was any phoenix musk or ice fire crystal. And to check the prices of these two items in the black market. Qin Ke said, "So it's all up to you whether we get to go in or not?" The guard nodded. "You could say that." Qin Ke pleaded, "Brother, just let us in. One look at you and I can tell you're a dragon among men, a fine stallion among horses, someone destined for great things." The guard was amused and laughed. "Kid, you've got a silver tongue." Qin Ke's eyes lit up. "Does that mean we can go in?" The guard shook his head. Wang Zhiji sighed from the side. "Do me a favor and let him in." The guard's gaze fell on Wang Zhiji's face, his expression growing serious. After a long moment, he really couldn't remember who this was. "Do you a favor? Who are you?" Wang Zhiji replied proudly, "I don't hide my name or change my surname. My name is Wang Zhiji. People call me the Alpine Dog. Everyone at First High knows me, and in Class 3, I, Wang Zhiji, am a top-tier genius." Qin Ke added from the side, "And I'm the Siberian Wolf." The guard looked speechless. Ding. "Wolf Dog, you guys are more like two mangy curs." He sighed. "It's not that I don't want to let you in, but my job is to control the number of people inside. If just anyone could wander in to take a look, wouldn't this place become a wet market? If you want me to let you in, either show me your Esper certificate, or find someone with an Esper certificate to bring you in." Although Qin Ke was already an Esper, he didn't have his certificate yet. It wasn't complicated to apply for one. You just had to fill out a form to prove you were an Esper. But just like an ID card, it took over half a month to get it. By then, the opportunity would have long passed. Qin Ke thought about it and said, "I have an Esper certificate, but I didn't bring it. Can I just prove that I'm an Esper?" The guard nodded. "Fine, as long as you can prove you aren't just some random passerby, you can go in." Qin Ke didn't waste time and pulled out a brick. "Whoa!" The guard was startled and stepped back. He had seen people spit fire or water to prove they were Espers. But this was his first time seeing someone pull a brick out of thin air to prove it. The guard said in shock, "Is that your ability? Pulling out a brick?" Qin Ke said confidently, "This isn't just any ordinary brick. If you don't believe me, I can bonk you with it and find out." Ding. The guard waved them off in despair. Go on, go on." "Sure thing. Thanks, brother. Oh, by the way, my dad is in the same line of work as you, but he's out of a job recently. If you're short on people, I can give you his contact information." Ding. Entering the black market. Inside, it was a different world. Different from the skyscrapers outside. The black market consisted of rows of small single-story houses. You could see the end of the street from the start, but it was quite long. Both sides were lined with all sorts of shops. Counting the whole street, there were probably hundreds of them. The streets were packed with people. No wonder the guard at the gate had to control the number of people. Just as he said, if anyone could just walk in, let alone buying things, it would be difficult to even take a single step forward. This was Qin Ke's first time at the black market, so he was feeling a bit excited. But if anyone was even more excited, it was Wang Zhiji. "Step right up, take a look." A man with a face like a thunder god stood next to several large iron cages. Inside each cage was a cub of a spirit beast. Seeing Qin Ke and Wang Zhi pass by, the man quickly stopped them. "Young man, want to take home a wind shadow wolf?" Qin Ke looked at the wind shadow wolf cub in the boss's hand and frowned. "Isn't this just a husky?" The boss coughed. "It's still young, so it hasn't fully developed yet. Don't let its husky look fool you now. Once it grows up, you'll see." Before the boss could finish his sentence, Wang Zhiji nudged Qin Ke. "Look, black stockings." Qin Ke's ears perked up. "Where?" He didn't see any black stockings, but he did see white stockings, following the beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings up. When he reached the chest area, Qin Ke's breathing grew rapid. Damn, she wasn't just raised on milk, she was raised on cows. She could rival Zhang Yurong from class. Zhang Yurong, her name says it all, full off yo, and you know, the larger the yule. As his gaze shifted higher, this didn't just rival Zhang Yorong, this was Zhang Yorong. But what truly surprised Qin Ke wasn't Zhang Yorong. It was the bruised and battered man standing next to her. Wang Gang. Does this guy have clones? How is he everywhere? Qin Ke looked up at the sky. I get it now. You're telling me to beat him up again. Qin Ke's logic-fying attempt to prove his status with a brick is a masterclass in psychological manipulation. By weaponizing absurdity, he exposes the systemic fragility of these supposed security gatekeepers. When rules are based on perception rather than objective reality, the person who controls the narrative or simply acts, the most unhinged inevitably dictates the outcome. Wang Gang held a milk tea in one hand while chatting and laughing with Zhang Yorong. The bruises on his face didn't seem to affect his game with the ladies at all. Since there was no one else around, he went all out with his boasting. You have no idea how dangerous it was last night. 8 guys, 5 of them had knives. But to protect that girl from being bullied, I stepped up. I have to say Wang Gang didn't even blush while he was bragging. Or maybe his face was so bruised that even if he did blush, it wouldn't be noticeable. He went on and on, spitting as he talked, so convincingly that he almost believed himself. The most important part? Zhang Yorong actually believed him. Zhang Yorong looked at him with starry eyes. Wang Gang, I had no idea you were so brave. Weren't you scared at that time? Wang Gang sighed. Honestly, I was a little scared, but Wang Gang, just can't stand seeing men bully women. But isn't your superpower petrification? Logically speaking, if those 8 people were just ordinary people, they shouldn't have been able to beat you up like this. It was a rare moment of brilliance for Zhang Yorong. Wang Gang quickly replied, Who told you those 8 guys were just ordinary people? They were all spirit users, and they were quite strong, but they were still weaker than me. Or maybe they were just terrified by my aura. Just then, an abrupt voice sounded from behind them. Oh my god, gee, look. There's a cow flying in the sky. I wonder who blew it up there. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang plus 200. Wang Zhiji looked up at the sky with an exaggerated expression. Wow, what a huge cow. I've never seen such a big cow in all my life. Whoever could blow a cow that big into the sky must be really capable. Upon seeing Qin Ke, Wang Gang's expression turned savage instantly. Qin Ke. His eyes looked like they were spitting fire. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang plus 500. At this point, Wang Gang's hatred for Qin Ke was so intense that he didn't even need Qin Ke to do anything to generate negative emotions. On the way, Wang Zhiji had already heard that Qin Ke had beaten up Wang again last night. Now seeing Wang Gang's bruised face, he almost couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud. You've been beaten into such a sorry state, and you still have time to go out flirting? Wang Gang, did you fall down while walking in the dark with that face? Wang Gang glared at him. He wanted to swear, but since his new girlfriend was around, he had to maintain his image. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Ke. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a small world. Qin didn't answer him but looked at Zhang Yorong and asked, So you two are dating? Zhang Yorong nodded. Qin Ke was a bit surprised. Wow, how long have you been dating? How come I didn't know? Wang Gang said aggressively, How long we've been dating is none of your business. Qin Ke, if you've got nothing else to do, get lost. If it weren't for the strict no fighting rules here, I'd have you kneeling on the ground right now. Qin Ke wasn't angry. He praised, I have to say, Wang Gang, even if your personality isn't that great, your taste is really good. That sentence made Wang Gang feel both satisfied and annoyed. Then Qin Ke looked at Zhang Yorong. Zhang Yorong, you've always been a great person, but I never imagined your taste would be so bad. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang plus 999. Ding, negative emotion from Zhang Yorong plus 200. Wang Gang retorted, Whatever, I'm better than you. Someone like you, let alone finding a girlfriend. You'll be lucky if you can even afford a decent meal in your life. Yorong, let's go. Don't pay attention to these 2 idiots. I'll take you shopping. Wang Gang didn't want to waste any more time with Qin Ke. The real reason was that he was afraid Zhang Yorong would find out the injuries on his face were actually caused by Qin Ke last night. Qin Ke watched Wang Gang's back. How can someone so big and tall such vicious things? Wang Zhiji slowly looked at Qin Ke. If we're talking about vicious, you're the most vicious one. You kill without even drawing a sword, all with that mouth of yours. Wang Zhiji scratched his head, looking thoughtful. That's not right. When did they even start dating? Does Zhang Yorong actually like that kind of guy? Qin Ke muttered to himself. No wonder Zhang Yorong told me not to mind Wang Gang at school yesterday. Up ahead, Zhang Yorong, holding a cup of milk tea, turned her head and glanced at Qin Ke and Wang Zhiji. After walking for a while, she spoke. Wang Gang. Wang Gang immediately replied, yes. Zhang Yurong said, actually, Qin Ke is a pretty good person. It's just that his mouth is a bit special. I think you should just let whatever is between you two go. Wang Gang said stubbornly, you'd better stay out of my business with him. Anything else is fine, but I have to beat Qin Ke up. After all, up until now, he had already been beaten up by Qin Ke twice. Once might be okay, but this was twice. In all his life, he had never been beaten up twice in a row by the same person. He couldn't swallow this anger. Wang Gang was about to say more when he heard some faint noises nearby. He turned around and saw Qin Ke standing right next to him. Seeing Qin Ke's face suddenly, Wang Gang subconsciously covered his own face. It seems the brick left quite an impression on him. The next second he felt humiliated and immediately asked Qin Ke, are you crazy or what? Qin Ke clapped his hands, no, not at all. I was just wondering what flavor milk tea you were drinking so I could buy one too. Wang Gang sneered, get lost. Sure thing. Qin Ke skipped away happily. He arrived at a stall. Seeing Qin Ke pouring medicine into the milk tea through the straw with his own eyes, the vendor chuckled. I have to say, kid, you're really devious. I messed with my rivals when I was young, but I was never as ruthless as you. Respect, I admire you. Qin Ke said righteously, boss, I'm a gentleman. Besides, that person isn't my rival. Don't talk nonsense. Ding, negative emotion from the black market fake medicine seller plus 200. The fake medicine seller, a gentleman? What kind of gentleman poisons someone's drink with laxatives? So young, yet so vicious. You have a bright future ahead of you. Fake medicine? Qin Ke frowned slightly, boss, this medicine won't be fake, will it? The boss immediately patted his chest in assurance. How could it be fake? I'm an honest merchant. The kind I just sold you is guaranteed to be authentic. Just a little bit is enough to make someone's legs go weak from diarrhea. Qin Ke thought for a moment and asked, then what will happen if I pour the whole thing in? The boss's expression turned serious. Well, I've never tried that. Young man, if you do that, you're going to kill someone. Qin Ke asked, do you have an antidote? The boss nodded, yes, but I'm sold out. Qin Ke was speechless. Then you should have just said you didn't have one. The boss said solemnly, I do have the antidote, it's just sold out. Ke looked at Wang Gang's sturdy back. It's fine. He's a spirit user. His body is far stronger than an ordinary person's. He shouldn't die from it. If he really does die from it, just remember I never came here and you never saw me. Oh, by the way, boss, do you know where I can buy phoenix hamburgers and ice fire crystals? Wang Gang's fragile ego is a masterclass in self-deception, masking his humiliation with tall tales. Meanwhile, Qin Ke's brand of psychological warfare proves that a sharp tongue is far more lethal than raw brute force. Wang Gang and Zhang Yurong walked into a shop. As soon as they entered, Zhang Yurong was warmly welcomed by the shopkeeper. Wang Gang, meanwhile, stood aside with a face as pale as a sheet. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sharp, unbearable pain in his stomach. It felt as if tiny people were fighting inside his gut. With every movement of his body, the pain intensified. Wang Gang looked around anxiously. Boss, do you have a restroom here? The boss was startled by Wang Gang's complexion. No, if you need the toilet, go out and turn left for 80 meters. There is a public restroom there. Zhang Yurong asked in surprise, why are you so pale? Wang Gang shook his head and said with great difficulty, It's nothing. Maybe I drank too much milk tea. I need to use the restroom. Zhang Yurong said, then why don't you go first? Wang Gang gritted his teeth, his breathing becoming shallow. He hesitated for a moment, thinking he could hold on a little longer. He put on a forced smile. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Just hurry up. 10 seconds later, Wang Gang could no longer stand. One hand held onto the door, he was gasping for air, and even his lips were turning white. He looked just like he had been poisoned. Damn it! Why is this coming on so violently? Another 10 seconds passed. Wang Gang couldn't wait any longer. Or rather, he just couldn't hold it in. Zhang Yurong, are you done shopping? Zhang Yurong turned around, startled by his expression. Why are you sweating so much? And you look even whiter. Did you get food poisoning? Wang Gang exhaled, wiped the hot sweat off his forehead, and spoke even more painfully than before. It's probably because it's too hot out, and it's too stuffy in here. I need to go out for some fresh air. Zhang Yurong looked at him with a complex expression. All right, go ahead. Waves of pain surged through him like a roaring river. Wang Gang clenched his muscles tight. I didn't even eat anything wrong. Why does it hurt so much? As soon as Wang Gang took a step, his stomach was gripped by agonizing pain. He took a deep breath. He intended to make a mad dash to the public toilet. But imagination is sweet while reality is cruel. The pain in his body didn't allow him to run. Or perhaps he didn't dare to run. He trusted his speed, but he didn't trust his stomach. Outside, after walking a few meters, he couldn't stand it anymore. The intense pain and the pressure from his lower abdomen made his face twist in agony. What if I just bet that it's just What if I lose the bet? But what if I win? Yeah, nice and gentle. Just gentle will do. Even if it's not a fart, as long as I'm careful, I should be able to recover from it. Thinking this, Wang Gang, clinging to a glimmer of hope, let out a soft breath and slightly relaxed his grip. Oh, that cursed sound. It was so relieving and yet so eye-catching. Countless strange looks instantly converged on Wang Gang. A 5 or 6-year-old boy holding his father's hand said, "Dad, did that big brother just poop in his pants?" Wang Gang's face went from white to red in an instant, but he gritted his teeth and held on to avoid a total flood. Under the strange gazes of the onlookers, he could only walk with his legs crossed, moving slowly and painfully toward the public restroom. The milk teacup in his hand had been squeezed out of shape. Glancing down, Wang Gang saw some small white powder sprinkled on the lid. Qin Ke's smiling face immediately surfaced in his mind. Qin Ke! Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang. Wang Gang was certain that Qin Ke must have poisoned his drink earlier. But this was no time to deal with Qin Ke. Compared to Qin Ke, the toilet was much more important. Wang Gang gritted his teeth, his contorted face truly a pitiful sight. After a long trek, he finally saw the sign for the public restroom and let out a sigh of relief. Those mere 80 meters felt further to him than the journey to the west. Now, he just had to persist for a few more meters and he'd be there. Just as he reached the entrance, he was blocked by a thin, middle-aged man. "Young man, what are you doing?" Wang Gang looked at the WC sign behind the man. "What do you think?" The man, who had been bribed by Qin Ke, said coldly, "This restroom is under maintenance." Wang Gang hunched over, legs crossed, his voice weak. "Then what should I do? I really need to go." The middle-aged man pointed back the way Wang Gang came. "Go back 200 meters. There's another restroom there, and it's much bigger than this one." Wang Gang turned around to look at the way he came. That distant 200 meters of space made a cold drop of sweat trickle down his forehead. Oh. Just then, two guys strolled by casually. "Qin Ke, yo Wang Gang, what's up? Why do you smell so bad? Did you poop your pants?" Qin Ke. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang. 99. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Wang Gang's forehead. He desperately wanted to charge over and fight Qin Ke right now. But this wasn't the time. Wang Zhiji said indifferently. Looking at him like this, he must have eaten something unhealthy. Wang Gang took a deep breath, not wanting to say a single word. He turned around and, with grueling steps, moved bit by bit toward the larger restroom 200 meters away. Halfway there, he truly couldn't walk anymore. Wang Gang's gaze turned toward a small alley nearby. But even if he got into the alley, anyone passing by could still see him if they looked. But fortunately, heaven helps those who help themselves, as a few pieces of cardboard lying nearby offered a glimmer of hope. While no one was paying attention, he grabbed the cardboard and stepped into the alley. Before his pants were even down and he had squatted, he couldn't hold it anymore, so he hurriedly used the cardboard to block himself. A few seconds later, Wang Gang's furrowed brow slightly relaxed. Just as Wang Gang was in the middle of his relief, Qin Ke's voice suddenly came from above. "Wang Gang, what are you doing?" Wang Gang looked up at Qin Ke and roared, "Get lost!" Qin Ke turned around and shouted, "Zhang Yurong, Wang Gang is over here." Wang Gang panicked. "No, don't, Brother Ke, I'm begging you. You're my ancestor, you're the boss. Please, just don't shout." But it was too late. Zhang Yurong's voice echoed at the alley entrance. "Where?" Wang Gang, still unable to control his situation, looked at Qin Ke with pleading eyes, his voice trembling. Brother Ke, please, make her leave. Make her go away." Qin Ke nodded with a look of mock wisdom, as if he understood perfectly. He turned to Zhang Yurong and said, "Wang Gang says for you to go." Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang +1000. What's wrong with him? Zhang Yurong took a step forward. As soon as she neared the alley, an overwhelming, pungent odor hit her right in the face. Having lived for over a decade, Zhang Yurong naturally knew what had happened. Then tell him I'm leaving. Hearing that Zhang Yurong was leaving, Wang Gang felt a sense of relief. Qin Ke covered his nose. We'll be waiting outside. I'll buy you some milk tea later. Wang Gang gritted his teeth. Screw your milk tea. Qin Ke frowned. If that's your attitude, I'm calling Zhang Yurong back. Wang Gang immediately wilted. Brother Qi, I was wrong. That's a good boy. Because the smell was so overwhelming, Qin Ke didn't want to stay for another second. Just as they walked out of the alley, suddenly a loud blast rang out. The whole street instantly descended into chaos. This scene masterfully employs the principle of escalation, turning a simple stomach ache into a social catastrophe. It highlights how psychological warfare, when combined with target acquisition, can dismantle a person's dignity faster than any physical weapon.
A sudden explosion. The street plunged into chaos instantly. Qin Ke looked bewildered, staring at the thick black smoke rising from the street in the distance. What happened? Wang Zhiji stared toward the source of the commotion. Could it be some bastard setting off explosives? Wang Gang, who was inside the alley, also heard the deafening roar. He pulled up his pants, looking pale and completely drained, and walked to the mouth of the alley while staring toward the incident. Seeing Wang Gang come out, Zhang Yurong, who was already panicked by the explosion, also hurried over. Even with his thick skin, Wang Gang still wished he could crawl into a hole in the ground right now. Vaguely, Qi saw two men wrapped in black robes sprinting toward them at full speed. One was burly, charging like a giant black bear. The other was thin and short, with his face covered in totems looking like tattoos. People around scattered one after another. Although this was the black market with plenty of spiritualists around. Since nobody knew what was happening and their strength was unknown, many chose to stay out of it. The two were incredibly fast. Normal human could possibly move that quickly. Behind the two black-robed men were over a dozen people in uniforms giving chase. Wang Zhiji muttered, "It's the people from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Who are these guys in black robes? To be chased by over a dozen agents." Chased by more than a dozen spirit suppressors, the two black-robed men stopped running as they reached Qin Ke and his group. Ahead of them, hovering helicopter blocked their path. 3 people jumped down from it, from a height of dozens of meters, yet they landed completely unscathed. One of the black-robed men cursed, "I told you not to run this way." The other black-robed man retorted, "How the hell was I supposed to know? I don't even know the way." Both of them looked simultaneously at the 4 young people standing at the alley entrance. Qin Ke, honestly, when they stopped in front of me, I already had a bad feeling. Qin Ke tried to resist. Wang Gang tried to resist. Zhang Yurong tried to resist. Wang Zhiji didn't dare to resist. A dozen seconds later, the 4 were dragged by the 2 black-robed men into a nearby shop. The burly black-robed man was brutal. He slapped the shopkeeper who tried to get them out. Before the shopkeeper could retaliate, he was kicked out into the street. Coughing up blood, his eyes rolled back. No one knew if he was dead or just unconscious. Then, the black-robed man stood at the door and shouted at the approaching Spirit Suppression Bureau agents. "We have 4 hostages, and they're all young. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill them all. I'm giving you 10 minutes to return the person you just took from us. If I don't see them in 10 minutes, I'll kill one. After that, I'll kill another one every 5 minutes." After saying that, the black-robed man closed the shop door. He said to his tattooed companion, "Find some rope and tie them up." Then he threatened the 4 of them, "You 4 better behave. Cooperate if you want to live. If you want to die, I'm happy to help." The tattooed man tied up Qi and Zhang Yurong, then tied up Wang Zhiji. But the way Wang Zhiji was tied looked very embarrassing. When it was Wang Gang's turn, his face turned blue and pale. Although terrified, he gathered his courage and said, "2 brothers, could you let me go to the restroom first?" Although he wasn't sure if the shop had a restroom. The tattooed man scolded, "Quit the nonsense and stay put." Wang Gang clutched his backside with one hand and begged, "Big brother, I'm begging you, I really can't hold it anymore." The burly black-robed man said coldly, "If you can't hold it, just go in your pants." Wang Gang shook his head, "No, please, you 2 are good guys, just let me go for a second." The tattooed man snapped, "I said no means no. If you don't want to die, squat down. If you whine one more time, I'll kill you right now." Facing the threat, Wang Gang didn't dare to ask again. He gritted his teeth tightly, trying to suppress his body's urges. One disaster followed. It felt like a small nuclear bomb had gone off in his stomach. Then a second one, then a Finally, as if making a major decision, he looked at Qin Ke and the others turn around. Qin Ke was horrified. "Oh my god, you can't be serious." Wang Zhiji looked around the small shop. "Brother Gang, I'm begging you, even if I'm gonna die, let me die comfortably." Wang Gang roared. "I said turn around, hurry up. Zhang Yurong, close your eyes, I'm begging you." Zhang Yurong, still reeling from the shock, had no choice but close her eyes. And the moment her eyes closed, Wang Gang couldn't hold it anymore. He dashed into the corner, pulled down his pants, and squatted. Whoosh! Qin Ke had a face full of dark lines, burying his nose into Wang Zhiji's shoulder. He swore he would never drug Wang Gang again in his life. The two black-robed men were also completely baffled by Wang Gang's actions. They didn't know what to do. Outside the shop, the Spirit Suppression Bureau agents gathered together. The leader said in a deep voice, "Go investigate the identities of those 4 young people immediately, and check if you can pull up the shop's security footage." "Boss, we've got the footage." The leader nodded. "Good, let's hope they didn't destroy the cameras." The dozen agents stared at the laptop nearby. They were instantly shocked. What on earth? My god, what is that young man doing in there? Are young people today this ruthless? I really pity the other 3. Zhang Yurong kept her eyes shut, looking completely hopeless. The air was filled with a soul-crushing stench. The sounds of whoosh 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 echoed in their ears. The tattooed black-robed man said to his partner, "Hurry up and go pull him up." His partner shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not going, you go if you want." The tattooed man covered his nose and yelled, "Damn it, you brat, are you done yet? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Gang said indignantly, "You're the ones who wouldn't let me go to the bathroom. What was I supposed to do?" Qin Ke begged, "Two brothers, I'm begging you, just throw him out." Wang Gang glared at Qin Ke. "Qin Ke, you have the nerve to speak. This is all because you drugged me." Qin Ke said immediately, I was wrong, okay. I promise I'll never drug you again in my life. I'm begging you, just try to hold it in, can you?" Zhang Yurong, still keeping her eyes closed, accused Qin Ke, "So it was you who drugged Wang Gang." Qin Ke was about to speak when Wang Gang went again. Wang Zhiji hung his head. "I can't believe I'm going to die in such an environment." He then complained to Qin Ke, "I don't even know what to say to you. Look at this mess now, hurting the enemy 1,000 times while taking 800 damage yourself." Qin Ke retorted immediately, "Don't just blame me. I bought the stuff, but you paid for it." Wang Zhiji looked up, eyes glistening with tears from the fumes. "Oh god, someone save me." This chaotic hostage standoff proves that even in high-stakes survival scenarios, Murphy's Law remains undefeated. What starts as a tense tactical thriller shifts into a bizarre psychological endurance test, forcing both the victims and the antagonists to confront the most unpredictable weapon of all, human biology. By weaponizing a digestive disaster, the characters ironically dismantle the villain's authority, turning a hostage crisis into an absurd social experiment that leaves the law enforcement observers completely speechless. "That's enough from you 3, shut your mouths." The tattooed man clutched his nose tightly, venting his rage at Wang Gang. "You little brat, get up right now." Wang Gang looked over, crying, "Big brother, have some mercy. Give me a little more time." Besides, he felt his legs turning to jelly. He didn't even have the strength left to stand up. Qin Ke realized Wang Gang's ability was petrification. "Wang Gang, isn't your ability petrification? Give it a try. Maybe once your body turns to stone, you won't be able to lose control anymore." Wang Gang was already exhausted and couldn't even be bothered to respond to Qin Ke. "Do you think I have any strength left to use my ability? I can't do it. I really can't." Qin Ke felt like dying. "I can't take it anymore either. I'm out of here." Wang Zhiji retched from the stench. "Where do you think you're going in this situation?" Qin Ke chuckled. Did they really think he was an idiot? Back before he even entered this shop, he had already left a marker outside. Now he just needed to use his ability to instantly escape this hellish place. He muttered to himself, "Gee, I intended to go through life and death with you, but in this situation, I think it's better if you handle it on your own. You won't blame me, right?" Outside, everyone from the Spirit Suppression Bureau was completely stunned. They couldn't even imagine how much the people inside were suffering. "Boss, we've identified them. The 4 young people inside are all students from the first high school's Esper class. What do we do, boss? The Blood Moon cult members are ruthless. If we don't meet their demands, they might actually kill someone. The leader of the Spirit Suppression Bureau frowned slightly. Go and bring their other companion here. Another man said, That won't work, boss. It took us a great deal of effort to catch that guy. He has the information we need. If we release him, we'll lose our chance. The leader roared, Human life is more important than intelligence. Get him here first and stabilize those 2 cultists. Inside the shop, the tattooed man was clutching his nose. This shop only consisted of this one room. There was no restroom at all. As time passed, the air became increasingly unbearable. He was already thinking about going out and surrendering. Wang Gang crouched on the ground, his breathing becoming more difficult. The tattooed man felt sick to his stomach. Stand up. There's a utility closet inside. Go to your business there. Wang Gang's strength was fading. I want to, but I can't even stand up right now. The tattooed man looked at his accomplice. Why don't you go and drag him to the utility closet? The burly man in the black robe looked at the 1-meter radius around Wang Gang. Good grief, you really know how to play. Why don't you go do it yourself? Both their gazes slowly fell upon Qin. Why are you looking at me? Qin Ke blinked. I'm currently tied up. The tattooed man pulled out a knife, walked over, and cut the ropes on Qin Ke's hands. You go drag him to the utility closet. Qin Ke asked sincerely, can we pick someone else? The tattooed man couldn't tolerate this biochemical weapon anymore. Less talking, hurry up. There was no choice. Qin Ke forced himself to walk over to Wang Gang, enduring the nausea. With his back to the 2 black-robed men, he gave Wang Gang a wink. Wang Gang looked at the culprit before him, holding back the urge to strangle him. What's wrong? Do you have a sty in your eye? Damn it. How could there be such a complete idiot in this world? Qin Ke cast a glance to the side. Wang Gang slowly looked at the mop by the door. The next second he understood, nodded, and gave Qin Ke an okay sign. After pulling Wang Gang up from the ground, Qin Ke put his hand on his stomach and gestured, 3, 2, 1. In a flash, Qin Ke rushed toward Zhang Yurong and Wang Zhiji, who were sitting on the ground. And Wang Gang grabbed the mop from the side, swiping it across the floor with incredible speed. Qin Ke, who was about to leave, was completely baffled by this scene. Oh my. What is he doing? Why did he grab a mop? Qin Ke's intent was that the door was wooden, and with Wang Gang's constitution, if he put in the effort to use his petrification ability and then rammed into it with all his might, he would definitely be able to break it down and escape. And he would immediately run over, grab Wang Zhiji and Zhang Yurong and use his ability to take them out. But Wang Gang misunderstood, thinking Qin Ke wanted him to grab the mop. As for what he would do with a mop, that goes without saying. The 2 of them were clearly not on the same page. Wang Gang let out a roar, and the mop in his hand swung fiercely toward the 2 black-robed men. Run for it. Aha! The pupils of the 2 black-robed men dilated as they backed away, screaming in horror. Outside, everyone watching the surveillance feed was stunned. Oh my... Oh my... Oh my god. At this moment, Wang Gang appeared like a god descending from heaven, a war god reincarnated. Neither of the 2 black-robed men dared to get close. Everyone was about to be sick. Qin Ke had originally planned to just leave. He didn't want to stay in this disgusting place for even 1 more second. But as the tattooed man backed away, he ended up right in front of him, back turned to him. Perfect chance. Brick, come to me. Pulling out a brick, Qin Ke jumped high and used all his strength to smash it right into the back of the tattooed man's head. The brick, which ignored all defenses, dealt explosive damage under Qin Ke's full force. The tattooed man slowly turned to look at Qin Ke, his eyes unfocused. Finally, he couldn't withstand the brick and collapsed to the floor. The other black-robed man was terrified to see his companion knocked out. He didn't dare go head-to-head with Wang Gang and chose to attack Qin Ke first. In that very instant, Qin Ke activated his... The black-robed man was baffled as he watched Qin Ke vanish into thin air. The next second, the shop door burst open and a black bear rammed into the black-robed man. A real black bear, a full 2 or 3 meters tall. Unsurprisingly, this must be an Esper with a beast morphing ability. More and more Espers poured in. Almost everyone couldn't help but cover their noses upon entering the shop. This is so disgusting. They should have just fired a missile at this place. Qin Ke, now outside, took deep breaths of fresh air. Everyone looked at the suddenly appearing Qin Ke with shocked expressions. What's going on? Am I going blind? How did a person just pop out of thin air? Could it be a spatial ability? An oblivious passerby, he smells kind of weird. Qin Ke turned around and took a look at the shop. He swore that for the rest of his life, he would never return to this painful place again. The two black-robed men were carried out from inside. Wang Zhiji and Zhang Yurong started retching against the wall the moment they got out. Ding, negative emotion from Zhang Yurong pressed 99. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Zhiji 999. Finally, the mop war god Wang Gang was also helped out by two people pinching their noses. He wanted to kill Qin Ke. As he passed him, he raised a middle finger. Qin Ke, you just wait. One of the men helping him covered his nose, looking completely unwilling. Stop talking, we're taking you to the hospital first. Wang Gang shook his head. No, take me to the restroom first, hurry. Communication breakdown leads to chaos, even in high-stakes survival. This blunder highlights how a lack of shared mental models, one expected a tactical escape, while the other opted for weaponized hygiene, can paradoxically dismantle a superior enemy through sheer unpredictability. Commander of this Spirit Suppression Bureau operation, a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a crisp black uniform, walked up to Qin Ke. Your name is Qin Ke, right? Qin Ke was a bit surprised. Have you heard of me? Ding, negative emotion from Wu Hongming plus 100. No, I haven't heard of you, and I just found out your name too. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Hongming, and I currently work at the Yuncheng Spirit Suppression Bureau. Qin Ke enthusiastically shook Wu Hongming's hand. Nice to meet you, I have heard so much about you. Wu Hongming let out a sound. You've heard of me before. Qin Ke shook his head and said with a straight face, no. Ding, negative emotion from Wu Hongming plus 200. Then why did you say you've heard so much about me? I learned it from TV. Ding, negative emotion from Wu Hongming plus 300. Wu Hongming recovered from his negative emotions. Do you know that the person you just knocked out with a brick is a member of the Blood Moon cult, a level 7 spirit master of the second realm? Blood Moons. Qin Ke's breathing suddenly quickened. Wu Hongming nodded. That's right. Qin Ke said thoughtfully, the name sounds very prestigious. What kind of organization is this? Ding, negative emotion from Wu Hongming plus 200. Damn it. If you don't know it, what was that look of surprise on your face just now? Wu Hongming pursed his lips. As for the Blood Moon cult, it's a cult organization. In short, none of the people in there are any good. Qin Ke suddenly realized that makes sense to me. Wu Hongming continued. From the way you pulled a brick out of thin air to how you suddenly appeared from the inside to the outside, you possess a space-type ability, right? Right. Wu Hongming seemed very satisfied. After what just happened, a normal person should be scared, but why don't you look scared at all? Qin Ke scratched his head and muttered without hesitation. Could it be that I'm not normal? That's a bit of a big problem. Ding. Qin Ke asked back, then if it were you, would you be scared? Wu Hongming shook his head. Of course I wouldn't. Qin Ke said, oh, so you're not normal either. Ding. Wu Hongming didn't know how to answer for a moment and handed over a business card. I appreciate you. You can call me if you need anything in the future. Qin Ke looked at the card in his hand. Tianshang Renjian. Wu Hongming snatched the card back, stuffed it into his pocket, and handed Qin Ke another one. Wrong one. I picked that one up on the road just now. Qin Ke accepted the business card quite readily. You're from the Spirit Suppression Bureau, and looking at you, your position shouldn't be low, right? Speaking of which, Wu Hongming puffed out his chest slightly, showing off the badge on it. Not bad. Qin Ke said, since you mentioned needing anything, there is something I'd like to bother you with. Are you guys looking for security guards? Wu Hongming was confused. Security guard? Why are you asking that? Do you want to be a security guard at our bureau? Not me, my dad. He just lost his job and is worried about finding work. Trust me, my dad is a professional. He has over 10 years of experience as a security guard. Nothing bad has ever happened at the places he guarded. If you let him work there, I guarantee that not even a dog could slip in. Wu Hongming laughed. You're quite humorous. Qin Ke blinked. Really? I'm not joking with you, I'm serious. If you're willing to give him a chance tomorrow. No, wait. I'll have my dad come over for an interview this afternoon. Ding. From the glint in Qin Ke's eyes, Wu Hongming concluded that this kid was really not being humorous, he was serious. Well, I'll contact you when we're hiring security guards. Anyway, I have to go. Qin Ke immediately said, "There's one more thing. I captured a criminal for you. Isn't there any reward? Like giving me an ice fire crystal or maybe some phoenix saliva incense or something? I'm not asking for a reward. I'm just curious." Ding. Wu Hongming, if you want, I can apply for a banner to be sent to you. A banner? Qin Ke was a bit disappointed. All right, something is better than nothing. Do I go take it with you now? Or can you just pay me in cash? Ding. Wu Hongming, I was just saying that casually. You actually took it seriously. Wait at home. I'll send someone to deliver the banner once it's done. I'm not kidding. I really have to go now. After walking a few steps, Wu Hongming stopped, turned around and said, "No, there should be a reward. The person you knocked out is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 120,000. Maybe I can apply for that for you." Hearing 120,000, Qin Ke's heart surged instantly. 120,000, really? Wu Hongming nodded. Yes, after all, that person was knocked out by you. Go back and wait for news. Barring any accidents, you should be able to get this bounty. Qin Ke waved goodbye repeatedly. All right. Take care, brother Wu. Don't have any accidents on the road. Remember to contact me. Ding. Wu Hongming, that kid sure has a sweet mouth. You. Wang Zhiji and Zhang Yurong were still vomiting uncontrollably. Wang Zhiji's face was as white as snow, leaning against the wall with one hand, complaining non-stop. Zhang Yurong, what on earth did your boyfriend eat yesterday? Zhang Yurong was no better. Why do you want the recipe? Also, don't talk nonsense. He's not my boyfriend. Wang Zhiji replied, "You two have been through life and death together. Do you have to be so heartless? Stop talking, you." Seeing them retching, Qin Ke had the urge to retch too. After the people from the Spirit Suppression Bureau left, the black market soon returned to calm. Wang Gang was sent to the hospital by the Spirit Suppression Bureau. The three of them had no intention of going with them. Don't ask why, the answer is just that Wang Gang was too brave. As they were about to leave together, a man with thinning hair and a missing front tooth approached Ke. "Young man, I heard you want to buy phoenix saliva incense and ice fire crystal?" Qin Ke was overjoyed. It really was a case of finding what you are looking for without even trying. "You have them." The vendor took a small box out of his pocket and opened it. "It just came out not long ago. It's still fresh. Take a sniff." Qin Ke hadn't felt like retching before, but now he wanted to. The next second, a waft of delicate fragrance rushed towards him. Qin Ke felt as if he had discovered a new world. "It smells so good." The vendor said proudly, "Of course, this isn't just ordinary stool." Qin Ke was speechless. "Brother, can you not mention that word in front of me?" Okay, I won't mention it. So are you buying or not? How much? There's 100 grams in here total. If you're sincere about wanting it, I'll let you have it for 20,000. Qin Ke's relentless pursuit of rewards reveals a classic psychological trait, high-level adaptability through tactical opportunism. By treating authority figures as potential networking assets rather than threats, he effectively weaponizes his social impertinence to bypass systemic barriers, proving that in a world governed by bureaucracy, a little bit of shamelessness often yields higher dividends than blind obedience. 20,000? That averages out to 200 per gram. That is almost the price of gold. 100 grams is only enough to make 2 large nourishing pills. But who cares if it's 100 or 200 grams? I don't have the money to buy it anyway. Well, I just don't have the money right now. If that 120,000 bounty actually comes through, I'll have no problem buying 2 chunks of it by then. And what about the ice fire crystal? You are lucky. I have 1 last piece left. You look like a respectable guy. I'll give it to you for 15,000. That price is a bit too high. The official price for an ice fire crystal is between 5,000 and 8,000, depending on the size. But no matter how big the crystal in this dealer's hand is, it is at least double the official price. Look, pal, how about this? I'll buy them on credit. Give me both items for 35,000 total. Give me a week, and in 1 week, I'll pay you back 40,000. Qin Ke looked at him with expectation. The dealer's expression turned serious, and he vigilantly put the phoenix hamburgers away. Young man, this is not a foreign country. Please don't tell international jokes. I am not joking with you, I am serious. Yes, I can see that you are indeed not joking. The dealer pointed to his mouth. Look. Look at what? Look at my lips, get lost. After the three of them came out of the black market, Zhang Yurong said she was taking a taxi home. It seems that what just happened left quite a psychological scar on her. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang plus 999. From then until now, the system's notification sound has been ringing in Ke's mind. This guy is quite vengeful. Back to the residential complex. As soon as he reached the gate, Qin Ke saw a crowd gathered downstairs. A man in his 40s was looking up, holding a megaphone. Young man, don't play around. Come down quickly. Hey. I didn't tell you to jump down. I told you to walk down. Outside the balcony railing on the 8th floor, a young man was holding a bottle of red Staraguoto, drunk, and could fall at any moment. Looking closer, isn't that the guy who has such poor manners and keeps a corgi? Wow, what's going on? He was fine this morning, how did he end up like this? Qin Ke leaned in, what happened here? A woman in her 50s munching on melon seeds said, I don't know, I just got here too. Qin Ke stretched his neck and shouted, Sir, please don't do anything stupid. The young man took several gulps of the liquor and said in despair, I don't want to live anymore. Qin Ke shouted loudly, think about your wife, think about your dear wife. The young man screamed, my wife ran away with someone else. Qin Ke continued, then think about your brother. The young man replied, she ran away with my brother. Qin Ke shouted again, then think about your kid. The young man said, that kid belongs to both of them. Qin Ke sighed, just jump then, life has no value left anyway. Ding. In an instant. In just a split second, a continuous stream of negative emotions emerged from the people around him. Altogether, it added up to over 20,000. The man holding the megaphone quickly shouted, young man, don't joke. Don't jump, please don't jump, my car is down here. Several people were still trying to persuade him. The system's voice appeared in Qin Ke's mind. The host has reached 100,000 emotion points. This system has forced the activation of a new function using those 100,000 points. Forced? Are you toxic? I was planning to save the points to upgrade my superpower to the max level. The system ignored Qin Ke completely and kept on talking. The function is as follows. Every time the host gains emotion points, there is a chance to trigger a hidden reward. What's the main point? The main point is the word chance. Qin Ke knew another annoying function had been launched. Halvely. Young man, look on the bright side. Although half the complex knows your wife cheated on you and the kid isn't yours. But what is the most important thing in life? Happiness. The man shouted excitedly into the megaphone. The young man on the balcony replied, my friend, do you think I can be happy? The man replied, think about it another way. Someone else's kid has been calling you daddy for years. Doesn't that make you feel better? Fortunately, after being calmed down by the crowd, the young man returned to his room. The crowd gradually dispersed. Back home, Qin Ke called out for his dad several times. He wasn't there. He mentioned this morning he was going out to find work. There was splashing from the bathroom and Qin Qiangsu's laptop was on the table. Did the little tiger come back? Ding. Ding. The laptop kept making notifications. Qin Ke opened it for her to check. It was actually a message from a man named Yang. Qiangsu, do you have time tonight? Would you like to go out for dinner? I've already picked the place. I can drive to pick you up tonight. Why aren't you replying? What are you doing? Are you on a date with some other guy? For dates, you should choose me. I'm super warm. Is this my sister's boyfriend? He knew it wasn't good to read other people's chat history, but Qin Ke couldn't resist. It turns out he's not a boyfriend. At most, he's just a pathetic sycophant. He turned on the microphone and cleared his throat. She's in the shower. A few seconds later. Ding, negative emotion from Yang Feng plus 999. Yang Feng, who are you? Qin guess. Ding, negative emotion from Yang Feng plus 999. Congratulations to the host, you triggered a hidden reward and received a pair of black silk stockings, the kind with letters on them. Qin Ke was stunned. Damn it. Anything would have been better than giving me a pair of stockings. Do you think I have any use for these? What am I supposed to do with them? Rob a bank? As expected, this function is nothing but trouble. A trap within a trap. You wasted my 100,000 emotion points, give them back. A pair of black stockings with letters appeared out of thin air in Ke's hand. At the same time, the bathroom door opened. A pair of long, slender legs walked out. It wasn't Qin Ke. It was her friend Luo Yi. Wrapped in a white bath towel, beads of water clung to her snow-white skin, and her wet hair added a touch of charm. When she saw the black stockings in Qin Ke's hand, she was completely dumbfounded. Qin Ke looked at the stockings in his hand, noticed Luo Yi's strange look and panicked. "No, let me argue. Wait, no, let me explain." "No need to explain, don't worry. I won't tell your sister you stole her stockings." Luo Yi was drying her wet hair with a towel. "These aren't my sisters." "They aren't your sisters? Then whose did you steal?" Luo Yi's look at Qin Ke became a bit more suspicious of him being a pervert. Qin Ke wanted to die right there. "It's over. Completely screwed. I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River now. You damn system, I swear it. Come out and fight me. Damn it." Qin Ke's system is a masterclass in chaotic irony. By forcing a hidden reward mechanic that gifts useless, incriminating items, the plot subverts the classic hero grows stronger trope into a hilarious social disaster. This is a perfect example of psychological comedy where the protagonist's biggest enemy isn't the villain, but the absurd randomized consequences of his own power. In the living room, Luo Yi was a bit stunned. Qin Ke was her best friend, but she never imagined that this younger brother of hers who, while a bit of a nerd, was quite handsome, was actually a little pervert. "This isn't something I stole." "Not stolen, don't tell me you bought them yourself." "Yeah, I did buy them." The moment he said that, Qin Ke regretted it. "I'm a grown man, why on earth would I buy stockings for no reason?" "Damn it. I should have just said I stole them." "You damn system, I'll remember this grudge for yourself. It's like this. Our school has a joint party next week. Our class is performing Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And then, I'm playing Snow White. Ding, negative emotions from Luo Yi plus Snow wears black silk stocking. Qin Ke couldn't making this up. If there was one thing he wanted to do most right now, it would be to drag the system out and give it a good beating. Since he couldn't keep up the lie, he immediately changed the subject. "Why are you at my house, and taking a shower here too?" "Good question. I might be staying at your place for a few days." "Really? Why are you so excited?" "No, nothing. Was I excited? By the way, where are you sleeping?" "Sleeping in your sister's room." "Oh, in the same bed as my sister?" "No, I'm sleeping in your sister's room by myself." "I didn't think my sister would be that nice to you, choosing to sleep on the sofa alone." "No, your sister isn't sleeping on the sofa." "Then where is she sleeping?" "Sleeping in your room." "Wait, then where am I supposed to sleep?" Qin Ke's little head was full of big questions. Qin Ke, who'd gone out to buy groceries, walked in carrying bags. Qin Ke scrambled to shove the stockings into his pocket. It would be one thing if Luo Yi knew about this. But if Qin Ke saw it, she would definitely despise him for the rest of her life. Learning from Qin Ke that he had to sleep on the sofa, Qin Ke protested immediately. He claimed the room was his. It wasn't until Qin Ke slammed a stack of cash down that Qin Ke finally quieted down. There was no other way, she gave him way too much. Sitting on the sofa counting the money, it totaled 10,000 yuan. Qin Ke couldn't understand where Qin Ke got so much money. "Sis, where did you get all this money?" Luo Yi sat on the sofa eating the fruit Qin Ke bought. "You didn't know your sister is a rich lady? Did you keep her as your sugar baby?" "I wish I could, but she won't let me." From Luo Yi, Qi learned that Qin Ke's money all came from the spirit realm. Simply put, she goes into the spirit realm to kill exotic beasts, obtain crystal cores, and then resells them. Or she finds valuable items in there, keeps what she needs and sells the rest. Qin Ke was curious about how strong Qin Ke was. The answer he got was a one-on-one duel. "Are you kidding me? A one-on-one? I'm a gentleman. How could I possibly bully a weak woman?" Qin Ke said the reason she gave him money was because she heard him on the phone in his room borrowing money. She didn't ask what he needed it for, only saying that the money had to be paid back. Qin Ke was cooking in the kitchen and Qin Ke was standing by to help. "Either tell me what's on your mind or get out." Qin Ke stopped pretending and got straight to the point. "Sis, how long is your friend staying at our place?" "I don't know, maybe a week or two." "Does she have a boyfriend?" "Why are you asking?" "No reason, just asking. If she has one, it doesn't matter." Ding, negative emotions from Qin Ke plus 100. "What, do you have a crush on her?" As the saying goes, don't let fertile water flow into outsiders' fields. Someone as great as her, you should keep her close. "I don't like women." I'm talking about me. Look, I'm family. You introduce her to me, and from now on you'll be part of the same family. Heh. What are you laughing at? Or does she not like men? No, she likes men, and she likes handsome ones. Handsome ones? Well, I definitely qualify. Even though sometimes she really wanted to punch Qin Ke to death. There was one thing Qin Ke had to admit. Qin Ke's looks were truly undeniable. Especially those apricot-shaped eyes he inherited from their mother. Whoever looked at them would be mesmerized. Well, you have the looks, but it's a pity. A pity what? A pity you have a mouth. If you were a mute, you might actually have a chance to chase her. Qin Ke said while stir-frying, just give it a rest. Someone as beautiful as her has plenty of suitors. It's not like I'm only after her looks. Then what is it? She's rich. Ding. Negative emotions from Qin Ke plus 600. Qin Ke held his breath. Seriously. He didn't need the system to trigger any hidden rewards right now. It's fine when no one is around. But if it gave him another pair of stockings like before, he might as well just throw this system away. Why do you smell so bad? Go take a shower. Qin Ke looked down and smelled his clothes. Smells like Wang Geng. He came after a shower. The three of them sat in the living room having dinner. During the meal, Qin Ke discussed what just happened at the black market. Who knows where she heard it from? Luo Yi was puzzled. How could people from the Blood Moon sect appear in Yunqing? Qin Ke said, I heard one of them had a tattoo on his face, just not sure what it was. Qin Ke looked up, ask me. Ask you for what? Qin Ke put a piece of meat in his bowl, just eat your food. Because I know, I was actually there, I was even a hostage. You a hostage, more like cannon fodder. You don't believe me? I really was a hostage. And that's not all, I knocked the guy with the facial tattoo out with a brick. If you don't believe me, look at this. Qin Ke felt in his pocket and placed Wu Hongming's business card on the table. Qin Ke picked it up, took a look, then looked at Luo Yi. It's a business card for Wu Hongming from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Let me see. Luo Yi, still skeptical, took it. Once she confirmed it was Wu Hongming's card, her expression turned to astonishment. Qin said proudly, believe me now? Qin Ke thought for a moment and said, where did you find this? Qin Ke nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He gave it to me, okay. Qin Ke grabbed the business card, took out his phone and dialed the number on it. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Hello. Hey brother Wu, it's Qin Ke. Oh, it's you, what's up? Just wanted to ask, when will my 120,000 bounty reach my account? Should I take cash or should you wire it to my card? Don't you worry about that, the bounty is definitely coming. It's usually a check. Wait for me to finish handling things here, and I'll have you come by the office. Got it. Have you eaten? Want to come over for a bite? No need, I have things to do, let's talk later. Sure, take care out there, stay safe. Ding, negative emotions from Wu Hongming plus 500. Qin Ke put his phone on the table, trying his best not to look like he was showing off. How about it, believe me now? Both Qin Ke and Luo Yi were stunned. 120? What the hell? Was this guy actually a hostage at the time? Qin Ke's transition from a social liability to a bounty-earning survivor highlights the irony of his character. While his sister views him as a burden, his hidden competency in the spirit realm suggests he is far more than a troublemaker. This gap between his public persona and private accomplishments sets a classic trap for those who underestimate him.
What is this 100,000 for? Realizing that her brother wasn't lying, Qin Ke suddenly became excited. The bounty for that guy with the tattoo on his face. You actually knocked him out? What else? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Qin Ke just wanted to say, yes, you do. But unfortunately, Qin Ke had just finished a phone call with Wu Hongming from the Spirit Suppression Bureau right in front of them. Luo Yi stopped eating and hurriedly asked Qin Ke for the details. He didn't hide any. He described the scene to them exactly as it happened. Although there was a tiny bit of exaggeration, it was mostly accurate. I saw my chance, did a flying kick, and sent that tattooed guy flying with one foot. Then I rushed over and slapped him twice, asking him if he was still going to act tough. He was completely stunned by my strikes. He immediately begged for mercy and called me grandpa. But I wasn't going to let him off that easily, so I punched and kicked him until I knocked his front teeth out. Seeing him try to resist, I pulled out a brick and just smashed it onto him. If someone hadn't held me back, I would have definitely broken his legs. Luo Yi leaned over to Qin Ke and whispered, "Does it feel like he's bragging a bit?" "What do you mean by feels like? He definitely is bragging. I tested him not long ago. He's only a level 4 spirit user in the first stage. Well, that's quite good. There's no way he could pull off what he described. So should we believe him or not?" "Believe him, but not entirely." After he finished speaking, Qin Ke gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Seeing him about to go on and on, Qin Ke immediately stopped him. Qin Ke let out a long sigh and said, "I've told you the general process. That's what the situation was back then." Luo Yi couldn't help but admire Qin Ke a little. Not for his talent in bragging, but because he had just been a hostage of the Blood Moon cult, gone through such a life or death situation, and now that he was home, he looked completely unbothered, without a shred of fear. This guy is no ordinary person. Qin Ke praised him. Regardless of anything else, you do have some skill to be able to knock out a Blood Moon cult member. Tell me, what kind of pattern was tattooed on his face? Qin Ke said righteously, "You know, I didn't really pay much attention. It looked like a snake, but it could have been a worm." "So is it a snake or a worm?" "Surely no one would get a caterpillar tattooed on their face, so it must be a snake." Luo Yi said, "If it's a snake, then it's not him." Qin Ke asked curiously, "Who are you guys talking about?" Qin Ke explained, "Last time we were in the spirit realm, we managed to kill a rare E-grade monster after a lot of trouble. But just as we took out the crystal core, it was snatched by someone. And that man had a tattoo on his face." "They even robbed you guys? That's crossing the line! Call me next time you see him!" Qin Ke buried his head in his meal. The few of them were sitting on the sofa. Qi stared at the sofa underneath Luo Yi. "Sis, look at our sofa. Don't you think it's time to replace it?" Luo Yi took a sip of tea calmly and said, "If you want to look at my legs, just say so directly." "Listen to that, what kind of talk is that? Do you know what it means to peek?" Qi smacked his lips and said, "Sis, can you take me with you next time you go to the spirit realm? I want to go in and see it too. With those skinny arms and legs of yours, the monsters wouldn't even want to eat you because you'd be too tough." Qin Ke teased him mercilessly. "Rest assured, I'll be fine. Go change your bed sheets first, and make sure they're new," Qin Ke commanded. "Are you kidding me? You want to stay in my room, and you're making me change the sheets for you?" Qin Ke didn't waste time. She took out some cash and threw it on the table. "Next time, just pay me directly." Qin Ke counted it, 2,000 yuan in total. Looks like this little tiger has struck it rich. It's so good to have a rich woman in the house. After finishing up, he played on his phone in his room for a bit. By around 4 in the afternoon, Qin Ke changed his clothes and headed out. "Your brother really isn't an ordinary person. He was held hostage by the Blood Moon cult this morning, and in the afternoon he's actually going out to a classmate's birthday party. You'll get used to it. With him, there is no such thing as impossible." After leaving the neighborhood, he met up with Wang Ji halfway. If you say Qin Ke has a good mentality, Wang Jiji's isn't bad either. He was also held hostage this morning, and now he's heading out with Qin Ke to Xu Miaoyan's birthday party too. Because they had waited for Wang Jiji for too long, the two of them hurried to the advertising company. The staff asked, "Do you want to open it and take a look?" Qin Ke replied, "No need. I trust your company's craftsmanship. The banner for my sister's birthday last time was made by you guys." After leaving the advertising company, the two of them hopped on their electric scooter and sped to the Xingwang Hotel. After parking their scooter, Qin Ke gave Xu Miaoyan a call. Once they had the room number, they carried the banner into the hotel with Wang Jiji. Xu Miaoyan's parents are both business people, so she's the type of rich girl who is absolutely loaded. The room they booked was one of those massive ones. The two of them arrived at the door of the room. As soon as they entered, they saw lots of roses. Li Ming was dressed formally, wearing a black suit, and he was holding a bouquet of roses too. Xu Miaoyan was standing in front of him, with the other classmates watching from the side. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was about to confess his feelings. Qi signaled Wang Ji to keep quiet. The two of them silently opened the banner, each holding one end of a wooden pole, and held it up high behind Li Ming. Ding, negative emotion from... The moment the banner was opened, Qin Ke harvested quite a bit of negative emotion. He didn't even know why. Li Ming was still wishing Xu Miaoyan a happy birthday, completely unaware of what was happening behind him. The room was magnificent, filled with roses, and Li Ming was holding a bouquet. What a perfect scene it should have been. But there was a banner right behind him that read, happy birthday to Chu Miaoyin. Such an obvious typo. And it fit right in. When Chu Miaoyin saw the banner, she was completely stunned. Did Qin Ke make a mistake, or was that actually what he thought her name was? Hearing someone speaking behind him, Li Ming turned around in confusion. Seeing it was Qin Ke and Wang Jiji, his expression darkened immediately. What are you two doing standing behind me? Qin Ke said calmly, nothing much. We just saw you were busy and didn't want to interrupt you. Li Ming looked up, his expression shocked. What the heck is this? It's one thing to pull a banner behind me, but you actually made a typo. The class of the scene I spent so much effort putting together has been completely ruined. Li Ming pointed at the banner. Who the hell made this? Me, I ordered it from someone. Is there a problem? Qin Ke and Wang Jiji looked up at the same time. Ooh! Qin Ke's eyes widened. Oh my god, how is there a typo? Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming, 99. Qin Ke immediately looked at Chu Miaoyin. Chu Miaoyin, I really didn't mean it. I didn't think that shady shop would mess up the characters. I'm going to get a refund, damn it, I must get a refund. Qin Ke turned social awkwardness into a refined weapon. By weaponizing a simple typo, he effectively hijacks the romantic atmosphere, proving that in social dominance, the ability to control the narrative matters far more than the budget behind a grandiose gesture. It's alright, it's the thought that counts. Chu Miaoyin's understanding nature only made Li Ming even more obsessed with her. So should I throw away? Qin Ke asked. Chu Miaoyin smiled and said, just hang it on the wall. Even though there's a typo, it still has a certain flair. Qin Ke couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You really have great taste. Ajay, come give me a hand, let's hang it up. After working together to hang the banner on the wall, the two of them stood to the side to watch the fun. Li Ming first presented the roses to Chu Miaoyin, then pulled out a small box. Is this guy about to propose? I have to say it really felt like a proposal. Inside the box was a necklace. Li Ming took it out and handed it to Chu Miaoyin. I bought this necklace, I wonder if you'll like it. That necklace looks expensive. It must cost at least several dozen yuan. Qin Ke couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 999. Ding, negative emotion from Liaxu plus 100. Ding. Wang Jiji chimed in from the side. Qin Ke, why do you look down on Li Ming like that? He's a wealthy guy, his parents are both business people. This necklace costs at least over 100. Qin Ke was surprised. Holy crap, is it really that expensive? Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 999. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden reward. Would you like to receive an ice fire crystal? A series of giant question marks appeared over Qin Ke's head. An ice fire crystal. The thing I've been trying so hard to get, you're just giving it to me like that? Ding, if you don't want it, it can be retracted. I want it, I want it, I want it. Qin Ke looked at his hands, waiting for the ice fire crystal to appear. He waited for a long time, but nothing happened. Where's the ice fire crystal? It's in the system warehouse. Warehouse, my foot. Then why didn't you store that pair of silk stockings you gave me earlier in the warehouse? Qin Ke couldn't help but curse at the system. Li Ming suppressed the urge to kill someone and silently clenched his fists. Over 100. What kind of international joke are you two idiots cracking? This necklace is a custom piece handmade by a world-famous artist. The labor cost alone is tens of thousands. Tens of thousands, do you understand? Damn it. If I had known those two were coming, I should have moved faster and given the necklace to her immediately. It's the thought that counts, although you really didn't need to bring gifts. Plus there are so many roses already. Chu Miaoyin politely took the necklace. She hadn't expected Li Ming to pull something like this, having people come in advance to decorate the private room with roses and balloons everywhere. It's the least I could do. I know you like roses, and if I wasn't afraid there wouldn't be anywhere to stand, I would have filled the entire room with roses for you to see. To celebrate your birthday, I even specifically learned a song to play for you. Chu Miaoyin felt a bit overwhelmed by Li Ming's enthusiasm. Oh, really? Yes. If you don't mind, I can play it for you right now. Seeing that Li Ming had prepared so thoughtfully, Chu Miaoyin nodded. Li Ming walked elegantly over to the piano in the room and sat down. Took a deep breath. His fingers landed on the keys, and he began his performance. The sound of the piano echoed throughout the entire room. Li Ming became completely lost in the music. To celebrate Chu Miaoyin's birthday, he had practiced this piece hundreds of times. He was sure that Chu Miaoyin would definitely be moved by this performance. His movements were smooth and fluid. Hearing people talking behind him, he was certain they must be praising his technique. He couldn't help but feel smug and incredibly pleased with himself. 3 minutes later, he let out a long breath, stood up, and turned around, intending to bow to acknowledge the applause. Who would have thought that nobody gave a damn about him? Everyone was gathered around Qin Ke and Wang Jiji, listening to them talk about what happened at the black market that morning, including Xu Miaoyan. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 678. Wang Jiji sat on his chair with his legs crossed. In that situation, if it were you guys, you might have already wet yourselves in fear. Over 40 people were pointing knives at Qin Ke and me, and we didn't even blink. Dongfeng muttered, "That's not right, didn't Zhang Yurong say in the group chat that there were only 2 people? Wang Jiji said, "Oh, she was scared out of her mind at the time, she couldn't tell the difference. If you don't believe me, ask Qin Ke." Everyone looked at Qin Ke. Ke wore a solemn expression and said righteously, "Whether there were 40 or not, I don't know, but from start to finish, I only fought 7 or 8 of them." Is it exaggeration? Maybe a tiny bit, but Ke promised. The story he and Wang Jiji were telling only had a tiny bit of fluff added. Everything else was the truth. The people around him weren't stupid. If there were really 40 members of the Blood Moon sect in Cloud City, the city would probably have been in complete chaos long ago. Qin Ke looked at Li Ming. "Li Ming, why did you stop? You were playing quite well, keep going. Play me a song called Ambush from 10 Sides, and I'll explain the situation in more detail." Wang Jiji said. Li Ming silently clenched his fists. The preparations he had spent so long on had been completely ruined by these two within just 5 minutes. "What's the point of you two blabbering on like that? Today is Xu Miaoyan's birthday. Is it really appropriate to talk about these things here?" Qin Ke fell into deep thought, then looked up. "Is it not appropriate?" Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming plus 888. Xu Miaoyan said, "It's fine, I don't mind. Besides, it's not a big occasion. The most important thing is to have fun on a birthday." Li Ming was so angry he ground his teeth. He couldn't understand why Xu Miaoyan kept siding with Qin Ke and Wang Jiji. He was so handsome, talented, rich, and charming. What did he lack compared to those 2 idiots? Today is Xu Miaoyan's birthday. Qin Ke, aside from that banner with a typo, did you and Wang Jiji not prepare anything else? Li Ming was doing everything he could to make Qin Ke and Wang Jiji look bad. There's just no helping you. Wang Jiji sighed and silently pulled out a suona from under his shirt at his back. "Excuse me for this." Seeing the suona, Xu Miaoyan was stunned. This guy, he actually stole his grandfather's suona. Li Ming was dumbfounded too. What the heck? It's someone's birthday and you're playing a suona? Wang Jiji stood up and took a deep breath. Of all the musical instruments, the suona is king. Either it's for sending someone to heaven, or it's for a wedding ceremony. The music was soulful, high and clear, yet mournful and powerful. From the disorganized notes, one could vaguely make out that it was a birthday song. Outside the room, the manager at the end of the corridor looked curiously in the direction from which the sound of the suona was coming. "Who is holding a funeral in our hotel? It seems like someone is having a birthday party over there." The manager sighed, making a birthday celebration sound like a funeral. Qin Ke was stunned too. He was truly speechless. Although he knew he was sometimes a bit weird and unreliable himself, he had to admit it. But Wang Jiji pulling out a suona out of nowhere was something he hadn't expected either. Xu Miaoyan's eyes widened, and her expression was beyond description. This was more than just dumbfounded, it was regret for even hosting this birthday party today. Many people had their mouths wide open, shaped like an O. Finally, the sound that could make one wish for death stopped. "I haven't been learning for very long, so it wasn't that good. Don't worry, by the time your next birthday comes around, I'll definitely be an expert." Wang Jiji proudly tucked the suona back behind his back. Xu Miaoyan felt like her life had no meaning. "Time? You think there's gonna be a next time?" Li Ming tried to flex his social status with expensive gifts and piano, but fell victim to the Dunning-Kruger effect. He failed to see that charisma isn't bought. It's about reading the room, even when the room is being trolled by a performance. Li Ming unsparingly exposed him. "Wang Jiji, I think you're just here to cause trouble on purpose." "What do you mean I'm here to cause trouble on purpose? Do you have any idea that people in my neighborhood have started putting out a bounty for me? Because I've been practicing this birthday song for the last 2 days." Wang Jiji refused to accept this, determined to play this birthday song for Chu Miaoyin's birthday. He had been practicing every single chance he got. He even gave up his hobby of hiding under his blanket at night to watch movies. You call this a birthday song? It's more like a funeral dirge. Li Ming was fuming with nowhere to vent. He had worked so hard to prepare this scene. The roses, the necklace, the piano. It was all ruined by these two idiots. He was supposed to be the center of attention. And now look at this. Her attention was completely stolen by these two guys. Li Ming, keep your voice down. It's my birthday today, let's stop arguing. Chu Miaoyin believed that Qin Ke and Wang Jiji definitely didn't mean to cause trouble. They genuinely wanted to celebrate with her. If this had happened with anyone else, it would certainly be considered causing trouble. But these two were different. Though it was still unexpected that Wang Jiji had actually stolen his grandfather's suona. That part did take her by surprise. Facing Chu Miaoyin, Li Ming softened his tone again. Chu Miaoyin, I'm just getting angry on your behalf. Look at this, a perfectly good birthday, completely ruined by the two of them. Chu Miaoyin replied, I don't think they've ruined my birthday at all. It seems like you're the one constantly picking fights. Me picking fights? Li Ming pointed at himself in astonishment. Chu Miaoyin changed her tone. I didn't mean that. Can we just stop? Can everyone just have a happy meal? Fine, for your sake, I won't hold it against them. Come to think of it, it's no wonder. They're both kids who weren't raised right by their mothers. As soon as Li Ming said this, the expressions of Qin Ke and Wang Jiji darkened instantly. Beyond having similar personalities, they shared one more thing. Their mothers had both passed away when they were young. Li Ming's words were undoubtedly the spark that lit the fuse for both of them. Damn, you say that again! Wang Jiji snapped, pulling the suona from behind his back and ready to fight Li Ming to the death. Qin Ke quickly held Wang Jiji back. Yeah, we only have one mom. Unlike you who has 7 or 8 moms, I bet even you don't know who your real one is, right? Qin Ke was mocking the fact that Li Ming's father had found him a new stepmother who was only 3 years older than him. Li Ming's face turned red with rage, ready to throw a punch, but Chu Miaoyin shouted, Enough! Then she turned her focus to Li Ming. Li Ming, don't you think you're going too far? Whatever else is fine, but in this kind of setting, forget it. I won't say any more. If you want my birthday party to continue, just stop talking. Li Ming took a deep breath and glared at Qin Ke and Wang Jiji. For Chu Miaoyin's sake, I won't lower myself to your level. With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Dechen quickly chased after him. Li Ming, don't go! Screw off, I'm going to the restroom. Qin Ke and Wang Jiji exchanged glances. Qin Ke considered himself to have a really good temper sometimes. Even if he could be a bit childish, he never proactively offended anyone, including this Li Ming. During Chu Miaoyin's birthday today, it was Li Ming who kept picking fights. And he even mocked his late mother. This is something that just cannot be tolerated. Oh, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom too. Qin Ke clutched his stomach and scurried out. Mine suddenly hurts too. I shouldn't have eaten that roasted sweet potato. Wang Jiji followed right behind Qi. Inside the restroom, Li Ming was squatting down, thinking about what just happened. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't understand who gave these two idiots the courage to go against him. People like them should be fawning over him like sycophants. After fuming for 2 minutes, he realized there was no toilet paper left. Damn it. Li Ming took out his phone and messaged Chen Dakun, asking him to bring some paper. No. With no other choice, he had to call his driver who was downstairs. Hey, bring some paper up to me. I'm in the 6th floor restroom. Obviously the men's room, you idiot. Hearing this, Qin Ke outside signaled Wang Jiji to pause. Then he went to wait outside the restroom. About 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked over carrying a large pack of toilet paper. Qin Ke saw him and immediately went up. You're here to bring paper for Li Ming, right? The driver was stunned for a second, then nodded. Yes. Give it to me, I'll hand it to him. After taking the toilet paper, Qin Ke pretended to walk into the restroom. The driver wondered, there are people outside. Why did he make me bring paper all the way from downstairs? How strange. A few minutes later, Li Ming's legs were numb from squatting. He took out his phone and called the driver. Damn, where's the paper I asked for? Where did you send it? The driver on the other end was holding a sausage, looking innocent. "Young master, didn't I already send it up to you?" Li Ming was full of confusion. "Did you give it to the wrong stall?" "No, I gave the paper that Qin Ke from your class. He said he'd deliver it to you." "You Qin." Li Ming held back the profanity. "Bring more up here, hurry. My legs are so numb, I can't even stand up." Numb legs were a minor issue. The problem was it was almost done. If no paper came, damn it, he'd have to use water. Not long after he hung up, someone knocked on the door. That was fast. Li Ming opened a crack in the door, and just as he reached out, the door was jerked open by a powerful hand. Before he could see who it was, a size 42 shoe landed right on his face. "Odd," Li Ming shouted, his head ringing from the kick as he toppled over inside the restroom. Immediately after, two thugs rushed in and started punching and kicking him. Just as he tried to look up to see the situation, a brick came flying at his face. Though he couldn't see the person, seeing the red brick, Li Ming knew exactly who it was. "Damn you, Qin Ke! How dare you hit?" Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming, line 999. In the restroom, Li Ming's piercing screams echoed repeatedly. He wanted to fight back, but the sudden, brutal beating had quickly stripped him of any ability to resist. And since he'd been squatting for so long, his legs were too numb for him to even stand. He gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength into his hands and pushed outward with all his might. It ended up being a wasted effort, and he fell flat on his face like a dog, splayed out on the floor with his bottom exposed. The two thugs took the final moment to stomp on his backside mercilessly. Li Ming kept groaning in pain. Every time he tried to lift his head, he was kicked back down. By the time the waiter outside heard the commotion and rushed over, the two thugs had already vanished without a trace. Li Ming treats status as a weapon to belittle others, yet his eventual humiliation proves that social hierarchy is fragile when faced with genuine, unfiltered aggression. This classic power imbalance shift reveals a harsh truth. When you weaponize personal tragedies to demean people, don't be surprised when they decide to stop playing by your rules of social decorum. Upon hearing the sounds of a brutal beating coming from the restroom, the two waiters rushed inside immediately. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by what they saw. "Whoa! What a pale pair of buttocks!" Li Ming walked out, battered and bruised, supported by someone. As for whether he managed to wipe himself, that remains a mystery. Perhaps only he knows the answer. No sooner had he stepped out of the restroom than his classmates swarmed around him. It was Qin Ke who had informed them that something had happened to Li Ming. Seeing the brick imprint on Li Ming's face and a faint footprint, everyone was stunned. Xu Miaoyan looked astonished. "Li Ming, what happened to you?" Li Ming held his buttocks with one hand and covered his face with the other, looking as ridiculous as could be. If not for his constitution as a spirit user, he might not even have had the strength to walk out supported by others. "Damn! Who was it? Who hit him? That's a low blow." Qin Ke looked around and shouted, "Don't you know you shouldn't hit someone in the face?" Li Ming, having recovered a bit, glared fiercely at Qin Ke and pointed to the brick mark on his face. "Qin Ke, dare you say this wasn't you?" Qin Ke looked innocent. "Li Ming, don't frame me. I, Qin Ke, am an upright gentleman who always uses words, not fists. Don't go spouting nonsense without evidence, or I'll sue you for defamation." Li Ming pointed at the brick print on his face, his voice intense. "Isn't this evidence? Isn't this evidence?" Qin Ke tucked his hands into his pockets. "What kind of evidence is a square-shaped mark? Nobody saw me hit you with their own eyes." Li Ming was so angry he nearly vomited blood. "You damn well beat me in the bathroom. Who the hell would see that?" Qin Ke said righteously. "You got beaten in the bathroom. What does that have to do with me?" "Fine. Let's check the surveillance." Li Ming's lackey, Chen Dakun, immediately spoke up. "Qin Ke, Li Ming had just gone to the restroom, and you and Wang Zhiji followed him. If it wasn't you who hit him, then who was it?" If it weren't for that brick print, they might not have been sure it was Qin Ke. But the brick mark on Li Ming's face was clearly stamped there. Among all the outstanding talents here, besides Qin Ke, who else would hit someone with a brick? Qin Ke puffed out his chest and said, "Just because we went to the restroom, you say we hit him. This hotel is huge. Who knows how many people were in the restroom at the same time? Why must you insist it was us? Can you stop wrongly accusing good people?" Wang Zhiji chimed in. Exactly, we are good people." Li Ming gritted his teeth. Fine, let's check the surveillance. Just you wait. Once the footage is out, I'll make sure you pay for this. Qin Ke wore the expression of someone who had nothing to hide. Li Ming was a wealthy second-generation heir whose parents were in business and knew the hotel owner, so checking the surveillance wasn't difficult for him. Besides, he had truly been beaten in the restroom. Logically and reasonably, he was justified in checking the footage. Over a dozen people stood in the surveillance room, reviewing the recent footage. Naturally, there were no cameras inside the restroom, but there were cameras outside. In the video, Qin Ke and Wang Jiji were seen walking into the restroom. A little while later, Qin Ke walked out and took some paper towels from Li Ming's driver. A while after that, the two of them hurried out of the restroom in a panic, and Li Ming was let out, battered and bruised. Seeing this scene, Qin Ke's expression suddenly turned to shock and utter disbelief. Damn, was I in the restroom at that time? How come I didn't know Li Ming got beaten? Ding. A boy slowly looked at Qin Ke with contempt. I've seen thick-skinned people, but never someone this thick. There's ironclad evidence, and he's still arguing. Even now, Qin Ke tried to argue. Li Ming, although the footage shows only me and Ji entering before you were beaten and running out after, it doesn't capture the two of us hitting you. What if two people with supernatural abilities found another way in, beat you, and then left? Then Jai and I would be taking the fall for nothing. How about this? If you can pull up footage of me and Jai actually hitting you, then I have nothing to say. Chen Dechun said from the side. Qin Ke, that's inside the damn bathroom. Where would there be a camera? That's where you're wrong. Suddenly, a man stepped forward. Everyone, just check the group chat, and you'll see. Everyone pulled out their phones and opened the group chat. In the chat, a video of Li Ming being beaten had been uploaded by Wang Jiji a few minutes ago. The video recorded everything from Wang Jiji and Qin Ke entering the bathroom through the beating to the end. Although Qin Ke and Wang Jiji were not on camera themselves, their voices could be heard multiple times. And Li Ming's bare buttocks were also clearly recorded. Seeing his own white, tender, pink-tinged bare rear, Li Ming's eyes turned red, and he lunged to fight Qin Ke and Wang Jiji. Surrounding classmates immediately rushed to hold Li Ming back. Qin Ke stepped back, looking hopeless as he said to Wang Jiji, "Are you sick or what? Why on earth did you post the video?" Wang Jiji blinked and said righteously, "If I didn't post it, wouldn't there have been no point in recording it?" Qin Ke, damn, you have a point. What a terrible teammate. Even if our voices are in there, it doesn't prove it was us hitting him. Qin Ke was still trying to defend himself. Li Ming had broken free from those holding him and charged at him with a fist raised. Getting hit wasn't the humiliation. To him, the most humiliating part was that the entire class, including Xu Miaoyan, had seen the video of his bare butt. Ding, negative emotion from Li Ming, +99. Congratulations to the host, hidden reward triggered. Obtained 1 can of super strength Wangzai milk. What is super strength Wangzai milk? Ding, the super strength. Before the system could finish, Qin Ke took a solid punch to the face from Li Ming. Oh my. The jerk has no sense of sportsmanship. He actually used his ability. Just from that one punch, Qin Ke felt half his face go numb. Li Ming's ability was super strength. Using it, his physical power would increase dozens of times over instantly. An ordinary person would have been knocked unconscious immediately from such a punch. Super strength Wangzai milk. After drinking, the host's strength will increase 100-fold for 24 hours. Quick, give it to me. Qin Ke endured the numbness in his face and reached out to block Li Ming, who was still coming for him. Wait. A can of Wangzai milk appeared in his hand. Ignoring the shocked looks of everyone, Qin Ke popped the tab with a click and downed the whole thing in one go. Everyone was stunned. What is this guy doing? Drinking Wangzai milk after getting hit? Is he afraid he'll run out of stamina and is topping up his energy reserves? In an instant, Qi felt his body flooded with power. Punching a cow to death wouldn't be a problem. The next second, his eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Before anyone could react, he lunged forward and slammed his fist into Li Ming's face. Bam! Li Ming was sent spinning, feeling as if little stars were circling before his eyes. This guy, what the hell, why is he so strong? He's stronger than I am when using my ability. Qin Ke followed up with another punch. Just one hit sent Li Ming staggering back to the door of the surveillance room, his head buzzing. Qin Ke's logic here is a masterclass in gaslighting. By weaponizing the absence of direct surveillance, he turns a clear-cut case into a philosophical debate. It perfectly highlights how high-stakes social reputation relies more on control of the narrative than on actual objective facts. Just 2 punches and Li Ming was so disoriented he didn't know which way was up. His nose was gushing blood like a faucet. Qin Ke lunged forward, grabbed Li Ming by the hair, and just started hammering away at him. Ding, negative emotions from Li Ming plus 999. Everyone was stunned. They all wore looks of extreme shock. Li Ming was supposed to be the strongest person in the class, even though he had been a spirit master for less than a year. But since his family is loaded, he's been chugging expensive supplements like water. Half a month ago, he had already reached level 9 of the first realm. Just a couple of days ago, I heard him say he hoped to reach level 10 soon. Looking at the whole of Cloud City, someone who can reach level 9 of the first realm in less than a year, plus possesses a strength-based ability, is definitely an elite. Yet now he's being beaten up by Qin Ke while his hair is being pulled. What the heck is going on? Say what you will, Li Ming is still a level 9 spirit master. To beat him until he has no power to fight back, you'd have to be at least second realm or higher. Could it be that Qin Ke is already a second realm spirit master? The hotel staff were also frozen in disbelief. The hotel manager quickly ordered the staff to go stop them. Staff member A, that kid is acting like a killing machine. If a normal person like us steps in and catches even one stray punch, I'll be lying in bed for half a month. I only make a few thousand a month. Why should I risk my life? Staff member B, exactly. Li Ming getting beaten up has nothing to do with me. The hotel manager wanted to go break it up, but seeing the sheer ferocity in Qin Ke's movements, he thought about his own salary. Stop it, forget that. He had no choice but to call for security to handle it. Xu Miaoyan was frantic. Please stop fighting. No sooner had she spoken than a figure rushed in, only to be kicked flying back by Li Ming in less than a second. It was Wang Ziji. Lying on the ground, Wang Ziji clutched his chest and cursed. Damn it. Fight, wolf bro, beat him hard. Let this kid know that being born into this world was a mistake. Others around them wanted to intervene, like Chen Dakun, but he knew the bad blood between him, Qin Ke and Wang Ziji. Going up there now would just mean sharing Li Ming's misery. As for the others, they were watching with genuine excitement. A lot of the guys had long been sick of Li Ming's arrogant, cocky attitude, treating everyone like garbage. But since they weren't as strong and lacked his background, they could only complain quietly to themselves. Now that Qin Ke was doing the hitting, it was like he was getting revenge for them too. In less than 20 seconds, Li Ming's face was beaten into a pig's head. Ke grabbed his collar and slapped him hard a couple of times. You still got a big mouth? Li Ming spat out a few words with difficulty. Just you wait. Without a word, Qin Ke slapped him across the face again. You've still got a tough mouth. Afraid things would get out of hand, Xu Miaoyan quickly went to stop Qin Ke. But there was no way she could stop him. Even after being beaten like that, Li Ming kept acting tough, eyes glowing with malice. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Look at you talking. Don't you have a brain? Do you think everyone is as big a fool as you? If I kill you, wouldn't I be a murderer? Qin Ke stopped hitting him. He had plenty of other ways to deal with Li Ming anyway. Gee, come over here and help me pull his pants down. Li Ming shuddered instantly. Qin Ke, you're shameless. Wang Ziji wasn't afraid of chaos. He skipped over, not forgetting to warn the girls behind him. Ladies, turn around. I don't want to scare you in a minute. Seeing Wang Ziji run over, Li Ming struggled like never before. If anyone else had said they'd pull his pants down, he wouldn't have believed them. But with those two idiots, Qin Ke and Wang Ziji, you had to believe it. If they say they'll pull your pants down, they'll really do it. Hurry up, I've got him pinned. Li Ming roared, Qin Ke, don't you dare go too far. You think I won't kill you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ziji ripped his pants down to his ankles. Ah. Several girls shyly covered their eyes. Though they covered their eyes, they were actually wide open, watching with great interest through the gaps in their fingers. Li Ming, not bad, turns out you're an Ultraman fan? Ke stared at Li Ming's Ultraman underwear. Back when he was beating him up in the bathroom, he'd seen Li Ming wearing blue underwear. He hadn't paid much attention, but it was actually printed with an Ultraman. Ding, negative emotions from Li Ming plus 1000. Li Ming struggled for all he was worth, his face flushed red, shouting desperately, Qin Ke, you piece of trash. You trash with no upbringing, I swear I'll kill you. Qin Ke didn't tolerate that and slapped him across the face twice more. Jai, pull his underwear down too. In an instant, the anger in Li Ming's eyes turned to panic and fear. His roars and insults gradually turned into pleas. Qin Ke, we're classmates, can't you not go this far? Classmates. You know we're classmates now. When you targeted Jai and got Wang Gang to beat me up, why didn't you think about us being classmates then? Li Ming looked at Wang Jiji, who was crouching on the ground, tears shimmering in his eyes, shaking his head repeatedly. Jai, please. Wang Jiji wore a smug look. You really are pathetic to the bone. Your mouth was tougher than anyone's while you were fighting, but now that we say we'll take your underwear, you start begging. I didn't want to, but for some reason I really like these boxers of yours. Li Ming said in a panic. How about this? Don't pull them down, and when we get back I'll buy you 10 pairs. 10 pairs, how's that? Wang Jiji said solemnly. How about we meet halfway? I'll only pull them down to your knees, and you give me 5 pairs. Li Ming almost caught up blood. He wasn't afraid of the others seeing him in his underwear. He was only afraid of Chu Miaoyan seeing it. After all, she was the goddess in his eyes. He wanted to keep a shred of dignity, even though his original goal was for Chu Miaoyan to see him in that situation. But definitely not in a situation like this, and definitely not with Wang Jiji doing it. Li Ming forced a smile. Gee, stop joking around. Not joking. Wang Jiji made a move to pull them down. Qin Ke stopped him in time. That's enough, Jai, giving him a lesson is plenty. Although Qin could be a bit ruthless, he knew when to show a little mercy. The beating was one thing, but if he actually pulled his underwear off, it would be grinding his dignity into the dirt. Scaring him was enough. And so far it was working well. Qin Ke stared at Li Ming again. Li Ming, this time is just a small lesson for you. Don't go around targeting me and Ji for no reason. As for why you ended up like this, you know why in your heart. If you're willing to get along well with us in the future, we can be friends. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Qin Ke isn't desperate for a friend like you. And if you want to seek revenge, I don't care about that either. Qin Ke let go of Li Ming. Li Ming let out a sigh of relief, scrambled to pull up his pants, and rushed outside the monitoring room shouting, You 2 pieces of trash, just wait. I'm going to finish you off. Damn, you really are low. Qin Ke waved his hand. Jai, get him. Today we are definitely taking those boxers off. This scene perfectly illustrates the concept of performative dominance. By stripping away V's ego along with his pants, Qin Ke utilizes psychological warfare rather than just raw physical force, proving that in any power dynamic, humiliation is often more effective than mere violence.
Seeing Qin Ke and Wang Jiji charging out like mad dogs, Li Ming bolted as fast as he could. He had to run. Those 2 guys were truly ruthless. He hadn't run far when he crashed straight into his own driver. The driver was bewildered, but the moment he saw Li Ming's bruised and swollen face, he jumped in shock. Good God, where did this idiot come from? Li Ming, having been pushed aside, looked up and snapped, Where the hell have you been? Recognizing the voice, the driver's expression turned to sheer astonishment. Oh my God, young master, who beat you into such a sorry state? Li Ming glared with resentment. I asked you, where the hell were you? Showing up only now? The driver looked innocent. I went to get you some tissues. I couldn't find you in the restroom, and you didn't answer your phone, so I had to check every stall. Do you still need them? Looking at the pack of tissues in the driver's hand, Li Ming was fuming. Who the hell cares about the tissues? The driver whispered to himself, the young master is never like this. He curses me for no reason sometimes, but he rarely uses such bad language. What's wrong with him today? The driver immediately said, Young master, tell me who did this to you, and I will avenge you. To be Li Ming's private driver, besides having top-tier driving skills, one naturally needs to have a few tricks up their sleeve. In emergencies, he could act as a bodyguard. This driver was currently a level 8 spirit practitioner of the second realm. Li Ming turned and pointed at the pursuing Qin Ke and Wang Jiji. It's those 2. The driver looked puzzled. That's not right, young master. Aren't they in your class? And isn't your strength the best in the class? How could they beat you up like this? I get it, young master, you did this on purpose to win sympathy from Miss Xu, didn't you? Li Ming looked at his self-proclaimed genius driver with a dark expression. The driver quickly put on a serious face. Don't worry, young master, I will get revenge for you. Qin Ke stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the burly driver next to Li Ming. Hey you, are you Li Ming's driver? The driver cracked his knuckles. So you're the one who beat up my young master? Yeah, that's me. Looking at you, are you planning to take revenge for Li Ming? What do you think? Alright, may I ask what level spirit practitioner you are? Level 8 of the second realm. Hearing he was a level 8 of the second realm, Qin Ke tilted his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha, can't beat him? Ah, Jai, let's go. Ding, negative emotions from New Shisen 600. Ding. New Shisen? Qin Ke. He nearly died laughing at that name. That's hilarious. New Shisen. What an incredible name. Qin Ke laughed so hard he wanted to pound his chest. Li Ming's bodyguard, New Shisen, said with a gloomy face, "You think you can leave after beating up my young master?" Qin Ke said calmly, "I definitely can't leave, I have to run." Before Wang Zhiji could react, Qin Ke turned around and ran off. Wang Zhiji was bewildered. "Damn it, you left me behind again." Li Ming was engulfed in rage. "Chase him, kill that brat." New Shisen chased after them like a whirlwind. As a level 8 spirit practitioner of the second realm, his speed was naturally much faster than Qin Ke's. Soon several security guards who received the news rushed over. Seeing Qin Ke and New Shisen rushing toward them, the guards tried to intercept them. But Qin Ke's current strength was enormous. He pushed one aside and sprinted off. Since they couldn't stop Qin Ke, they tried to stop New Shisen. But even though some of them were level 1 spirit practitioners, they couldn't stop New Shisen, who was like a bull at level 8 of the second realm. In just an instant, the two were already out of the hotel building. The security guards rushed out after them. Just as Li Ming was ranting, Qin Ke suddenly flashed back. Li Ming was shocked. My god, what is happening? A teleport. Seeing Qin Ke appear out of thin air, everyone looked astonished. Wang Zhiji was still in a daze. Qin Ke glanced at him. What are you staring at? Strip his underwear off, let's make it quick. Ding, negative emotions from Li Ming place 999. Li Ming, who was waiting to see Qin Ke get beaten up, cursed. How did this brat come back? He immediately turned and ran. Although Qin Ke had used his ability once and his spiritual power was almost exhausted, catching a battered Li Ming was no problem at all. The two pinned Li Ming to the ground and started pulling down his pants. This time Li Ming got smart. He held onto his belt with both hands and wouldn't let go. New Shisen, New Shisen. Li Ming shouted, straining his neck while kicking his legs wildly. Wang Zhiji pinned his legs down. Don't bother struggling. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Qin Ke looked at Wang Zhiji, annoyed. What are you so excited about? Stop talking and hold him down. The classmates watching from afar were stunned. Oh my, they are really doing it. Eventually, through the unremitting efforts of the two madmen, tears of regret flowed from Li Ming's eyes. Many boys pulled out their phones to take pictures. The girls, as before, shyly covered their faces. So shy. But in reality, they were watching with great interest through their fingers. Nearly all the girls had blushing faces, their hearts pounding. Xu Miaoyan also shyly covered her face, though whether she was peeking like the other girls, no one knew. By the time New Shisen returned with a large group of security guards, Qin Ke and Wang Zhiji had already left through another exit with Li Ming's underwear. Seeing Li Ming crying while pulling up his pants, New Shisen was shocked. Young master, what did those animals do to you? I will definitely have my revenge. Li Ming gritted his teeth in fury. Ding, negative emotions from Li Ming plane 99. After running out of hotel, Qin Ke sent a series of messages to Xu Miaoyan. Most of them were apologies. He told her he truly didn't mean to ruin her birthday party. But Li Ming insulted Ajai's late mother and that he couldn't just stand. Xu Miaoyan quickly replied, it's okay. I didn't expect you and Li Ming to start fighting suddenly. It's partially my fault for not handling it well. She was truly considerate and gentle. No wonder Li Ming liked her so much. With a personality like this, who wouldn't fall for her? Qin Ke thought for a moment and sent a message. Did you take any photos when I stripped Li Ming earlier? Xu Miaoyan sent a series of question marks. Ding, negative emotions from Xu Miaoyan plus 100. Qin Ke, if you have any photos or videos, please send them to me. I'll trade Li Ming's underwear for them. Ding, negative emotions from Xu Miaoyan plus 100. Xu Miaoyan sent a contemptuous emoji followed by, what would I want with his underwear? Qin Ke messaged her that he wouldn't be coming back. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because he's afraid of getting beaten up. That new Shizun looks exactly like his name suggests. He's a badass. At level 8 of the second realm, he really wasn't confident he could take him down. Besides, after using his ability once, he was completely drained. Qin Ke's decision to bait a level 28 spirit master into a chase demonstrates a mastery of psychological warfare. By weaponizing humiliation over physical dominance, he forces his opponent into a state of irrational rage, a classic trap for those who prioritize their ego over tactical utility in competitive dynamics. Qin Ke's fingers flew across his phone keyboard. Haha, I'm really sorry. I can't have dinner with you today. But don't worry, I'll prepare a very generous birthday present to make it up to you. Chu Miaoyin sent a grinning emoji. Haha, alright, I'll wait for your compensation. But for now, you'd better think about how to deal with Li Ming. Looking at him, he really wants to kill you and Wang Zhiji. Had a few words with Chu Miaoyin. Looking back at Wang Zhiji, the kid was squatting on the ground, using his phone to take pictures of Li Ming's underwear. Are you sick or what? Wang Zhiji switched angles without even looking up. Shouldn't I take a few more pictures as a souvenir? You've already got his underwear in your hand. Do you still need photos to remember it? Qin Ke thought for a moment and asked again. Gee, Li Ming's underwear has Ultraman on it. What pattern is on yours? Wang Zhiji was stunned. You pervert. Why do you care about that? Let me see. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Let me see, just one look. Get lost. The more you refuse to let me see, the more I want to see it. Qin Ke rushed up and made his move. Oh my god, Sailor Moon. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Zhiji, Pissy 88. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden reward. 999 Spirit Fluid X1. Qin Ke was shocked. 999 Spirit Fluid. P that generates spirit source in your body after you drink it. Wang Zhiji pulled up his pants with a flushed face. What the hell, Sailor Moon? It's Patrick Star. Qin Ke, you pervert, actually pulling my pants down in broad daylight. Stop yapping, let's go. If Li Ming chases us out, I'm not taking responsibility if he beats you to death. Let me see yours. Screw you. Why should it only be you looking at mine? No need to look, I'm not wearing any. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Zhiji, 6678. I don't believe it. Wang Zhiji lunged at him. Are you sick or what? We're at the hotel entrance. Then you pulled mine down, just cut it out. If you keep doing this, I won't help you become a spirit user. Wang Zhiji froze, then his eyes lit up and he clung to Qin Ke's side like a sycophant. What did you say, Brother Wolf? You have a way to help me become a real spirit user. That's right. Brother Wolf is mighty. Tell me what the method is. I can tell you, but come with me to the black market first. Wang Zhiji hesitated, looking serious. I took a solemn vow this morning that I'd never step foot in the black market again in my life. Otherwise, I'll have a son with no asshole. Then you can just have a daughter. Wang Zhiji's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Let's go. Come to the black market with me, and I guarantee you'll become a spirit user. Hearing he had a chance to become a spirit user, Wang Zhiji was extremely excited and stuffed Li Ming's underwear into his pocket. Arriving at the black market, Qin Ke found the dealer from before. He bought 50 Geo Phoenix hamburgers from him for 10,000 yuan. Coming out of the black market, he took out the 999 spirit fluid and handed it to Gigi. Wang Zhiji looked at the yellow, bubbling bag of liquid in his hand, his expression like he'd just eaten crap. Ding, negative emotions from Wang Zhiji, piss 100. Are you kidding me? What's wrong? Isn't this pee? It looks like it, but it doesn't taste like it. If you trust me, just drink it. I guarantee you'll develop a spirit source in your body. Although I really want to believe you. Wang Zhiji recalled when he and Qin Ke were kids, watching martial arts dramas at his house. One afternoon, Qin Ke brought back something black and ugly and tricked him into thinking it was a medicinal pill, saying that eating it would greatly increase his power. He talked it up so much, spitting everywhere. He ate it. Yeah, it was mud. At the time, he even asked Qin Ke why the pill tasted like mud. Qin Ke said in all seriousness, that's how pills are supposed to taste. What do you mean, although you want to believe me? This thing will definitely give you a spirit source. Drink it. Qin Ke admitted that he was sometimes unreliable. Although this thing looked like pee, if it was for Wang Zhiji, it definitely wasn't pee. If it were for Li Ming or Wang Gang, then needless to say, it would definitely be pee. Fine, I'll trust you once more. Wang Zhiji inserted the straw and sucked down several big gulps. Not gonna lie, it actually tastes pretty good. After finishing it, Wang Zhiji felt his body. He felt nothing at all. Qin Ke patted his shoulder. Don't worry, a spirit source will definitely appear in your body, but the process might be a little slow. Go back first, and you'll feel it when you get home. Wang Zhiji nodded again and again. As soon as he got home, Qin Ke received a bombardment of hundreds of messages from Wang Zhiji. Brother Wolf, a spirit source really appeared in my body. I love you to death. You are my second parent. I finally don't have to go roast sweet potatoes. Boo-hoo-hoo. Qin Ke slowly typed out a few words and sent them. You owe me 1,000,000. Wang Zhiji sent a series of question marks. What million? Qin Ke, just think about it. How many things on the market can give someone a spirit source? The cheapest ones cost over 1,000,000, and there's no guarantee that a spirit source will actually appear. Wang Zhiji, that's right. Fine, 1,000,000 it is. I'll pay you back when I make money. Gotta go, I have to read. Getting ready for the upcoming college entrance exam. In 3 months, we'll both get into a spirit user university. Qin Ke was just joking with Wang Zhiji. He helped Wang Zhiji become a spirit user simply because he didn't want to go to a spirit user university all alone. Having this troublemaker around would also make things more fun at the university. If Spirit User University had the ability to foresee the future, they would definitely scream out loud. Don't you two come over here? In the living room, Dad was packing his bags. Qin Ke was sitting on the sofa playing on her phone, and Luo Yi was resting in her room. Qin Ke asked where he was going. Qin Ke said proudly, going to work, I found a job. Really? Where are you going to be a security guard this time? Spirit User University. What Spirit User University? I'm not trying to show off at all. Qin Ke puffed out his chest slightly. That's not right, isn't it said that even the dogs at Spirit User University aren't ordinary dogs? Ding, negative emotions from Dad plus 678. Dad, what are you looking for? Where is my 7 wolves? Dad, let's talk this out. I mean, how would Spirit User University hire you to be a security guard? No, that's not what I meant. I mean, for a talent like you, being a security guard at Spirit User University is a complete waste of your potential. That sounds a bit better. To tell you the truth, I got in through some connections. Connections? Whose connections? Qin Ke, who was playing with her phone on the sofa, looked up quietly. Mine. You? Qin Ke gave her a strange look. You have that much clout. Ding, negative emotions from Qin Ke 200. Qin Ke looked at her dad. Dad, I don't know why, but I suddenly want to be an only child. Qin Ke pulled Qin Ke aside. Your sister brought home a friend. Have you met her? I have. Why? This is a great opportunity. I heard from your sister that this young lady is a total rich and beautiful girl. Whether you can seize this chance or not is all up to you. Good luck. Qin Ke clenched his fist and made a cheering gesture. 現対象から逆風的手段、切れる繁栄量主元の持ち合生存治療へ、するくし、バス不要利用系、安治療すまたヘツハエ的不形成本、類出荷に歴石人税、奥テク残酷。Qin Ke chuckled, you support me chasing her too? Qin Ke replied immediately, isn't that obvious? The girl is only 2 years older than you. She's good looking and wealthy. If you can marry her, I won't have to worry about my next life. Huh? Qin Ke coughed twice. No, I meant you won't have to worry about your own life. Come on, try to get the marriage license by next month. Qin Ke said speechlessly, hey, can you two talk any louder? Qin Ke said solemnly, enough talk, I'm off to my post. Qin Ke shouted, Dad, since you're leaving, can I sleep in your room? Qin Ke leaned in and said, son, be smart. Think about it, if you sleep on the sofa, the girl will surely be moved when she wakes up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and sees you curled up there. She'll think you're such a sweetheart for giving up your room to sleep on the sofa. Qin Ke pouted, that's true, but I still want to sleep in a bed, and if there's an empty room available but I choose to sleep on the sofa, she'll definitely think I've lost my mind. Qin Ke pondered, that makes sense too. But it's not like I'm not coming back. I'll be back every couple of days. Then you can sleep on the sofa when you get back. Ding. After his old man left. Qin Ke busied himself changing the sheets and moving the quilts. He even moved his computer into his dad's room. With such a lively character gone from the house, it suddenly felt a bit empty. But he was still pretty happy about having a beautiful woman around. Once everything was set, Qin Ke started preparing medicine in the room. That the process wasn't actually complicated. There were 2 ways to prepare the medicine. The first was to follow the system's instructions and prepare it himself. The second was to hand all the ingredients to the system and spend 1,000 emotion points to synthesize it directly. Qin Ke wanted to do it himself to get familiar with the process. But since he only had 1 set of ingredients, he was afraid of messing it up and decided it was safer to use the system. Spending 1,000 emotion points, he successfully prepared a great nourishing pill. Ding, negative emotion from Lai Ming plus 99. Ding, negative emotion from Wang Gang plus 99. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden reward. You've received a pair of white lace stockings. White lace stockings? Are you kidding me? Ke reached out. Sure enough, whenever such absurd items were rewarded, they would definitely appear right in his hands. What's the use of this for me? To give away? Black ones would be okay. At least you could wear them on your head during a robbery, but I guess it doesn't say you can't use white ones too. Qin Ke casually threw the white lace stockings onto the table. He turned his attention back to the great nourishing pill. Looking at the heavy pill in his hand, Qin Ke took a lick. Just 1 lick. His internal spiritual energy began to fluctuate faintly. Warm currents coursed through his entire body. It felt tingling and numb. It felt so good he was practically numb with comfort. And for some reason, this batch of great nourishing pills tasted much better than the ones rewarded by the system before. Just the scent alone was intoxicatingly fragrant. Could it be because the phoenix musk used this time was fresh and newly produced? Can't think about it. As soon as he realized one of the ingredients was fresh bird droppings, Qin Ke wanted to vomit. Because it smelled so good, it really whetted his appetite. Combined with his body's craving for spiritual energy, drool unintentionally started leaking from the corner of his mouth. Qin Ke slurped, looking for a tissue, but there was no tissue in the room. His eyes slowly landed on the white lace stockings on the table. They were new anyway. He grabbed them and wiped the drool from his mouth. Just at that moment, the door burst open. Qin Ke looked up, locked eyes with Luo Yi. Luo Yi stared at the white lace stockings on Qin Ke's face, stunned, speechless. I think I've come at a bad time. Carry on, she said, and quickly shut the door. Damn it. Qin Ke felt like his head was going to explode. That's not it. Listen to me explain. It's over. Totally ruined. This is the second misunderstanding. Last time, the explanation for the black stockings was that he was performing as Snow White. How does he explain these white ones now? Say he felt black stockings didn't suit Snow White, so he went out and bought a pair of white ones? Does that even make sense? Fine, even if that reason works. What about the fact that he was holding them against his face? Say he was just using them to wipe his mouth? Damn it. What kind of normal person would use stockings to wipe their mouth? No one would believe that. It's all over, all over. Still trying to chase her? Chase what? Forget about it. You damn system. I hate you. What else can you do besides screwing me over? Ding. Please show some respect to the system. The items rewarded are random. This system is helpless too. Qin Ke pouted. Fine. Let's not talk about the rewards. I think we need to have a serious talk. Can you just keep the rewards in the system storage from now on? Speak up, don't play dead. Damn it. Lunchtime. At the dining table. Qin Kyangsu said, weren't you going to your classmate's birthday party? Why are you back so soon? There was a little accident. Luo Yi ate. In her mind, those white stockings Qin Ke was holding must have been stolen just now. This little pervert. How many has he stolen anyway? The atmosphere at the table was awkward. Even the thick-skinned Qin Ke felt too embarrassed to talk to Luo Yi. Night fell. Qin Ke decided he really needed to clear things up with Luo Yi. It wasn't even about trying to chase her anymore. Besides, the whole chasing thing was just for fun. Women only hinder the speed of drawing your blade. It was mainly because he couldn't let her truly believe he was a pervert. Luo Yi was standing on the balcony watching the moon. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind her. Long nights are hard to sleep through. I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep. Turns out it's you too. Ding, negative emotion from Luo Yi plus 100. Luo Yi had black lines on her face. It's only 8 o'clock. Who could be asleep by now? Qin Ke coughed and walked to the balcony to explain. There's something I have to clear up with you. Luo Yi said immediately. No need to explain. Don't worry, I won't tell your sister. Then she gave him a meaningful look. But I still want to remind you, stealing people's stockings isn't exactly honorable. Be careful not to get caught. Qin Ke felt like thousands of horses were trampling through his mind. He cursed the system a few more times internally. I know you won't believe me no matter what I say now. I just want to tell you that I, Qin Ke, am a gentleman. I would never do such indecent things. A gentleman? Which gentleman hides in his room sniffing stockings? Damn. Qin Ke changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. I heard from my sister that you're about to make a breakthrough, but you're still missing a little something? Luo Yi. Qin Ke said, as it happens, I have something here for you. Ding, negative emotion from Liming 999. Ding, congratulations to the host, you've triggered a hidden reward, you've received a pair of pink panties. Qin Ke's brain exploded. You damn system. For heaven's sake. This chaotic cycle of misunderstandings highlights the classic system-generated trope gone wrong. Qin Ke is essentially a victim of his own narrative power, where the game-like rewards sabotage his social reputation faster than he can repair it. The irony here is that while he seeks true growth, the system forces him into a caricature of a creep, perfectly illustrating how the lack of agency in one's personal development can backfire in real-life social dynamics. Hearing the notification tone of the system in his head, Qin Ke covered his hand as if he'd gone mad and rushed into the restroom, leaving Luo Yi standing there with black lines of speechless frustration on her face. You said you had something for me and then you ran into the toilet. What the thing you have for me is in the toilet. A dozen seconds later, a shaken Qin Ke walked out of the restroom. This grudge. He had noted it down. Damn lucky I was enough. Otherwise, if Luo Yi had seen those pink panties, I'd probably be using the hospital's Wi-Fi tonight. Qin Ke walked up to Luo Yi and took out the Great Nourishment Pill. How? Even Luo Yi was stunned when she saw this dark round ball. This is called a Great Nourishment Pill, a very potent supplement. The reason I'm so strong is all thanks to it. Qin Ke scraped off a tiny bit and handed it to Luo Yi. Give it a taste. Luo Yi took the mud-like thing half-doubtingly. She brought it to her nose and sniffed it. It smells so good. Give it a taste. Luo Yi put it in her mouth, still half-doubting. The next second, her eyes lit up. So much spiritual energy. The moment she swallowed it, she felt a surge of warmth rush into her lower abdomen. It's actually this powerful, Luo Yi gasped in shock. Where did you get this? Qin Ke smiled faintly. It's an exclusive formula. Exclusive formula? Isn't it just some uncertified cheap product? Never mind if it's uncertified or not, just tell me, does it work? It works, sure, but won't there be any side effects? Luo Yi appeared very surprised. There are plenty of supplements on the market, but most of them only act as an aid. Something like this that can directly boost spiritual energy without needing cultivation is extremely rare. Even if it does exist, it's basically priceless and rarely found. As soon as it appears, it gets snatched up immediately. Even the black market doesn't usually have supplements that can directly increase spiritual energy like this. The most critical point is that these kinds of supplements usually cause great damage to the body. That's why she was worried about potential side effects. Qin Ke said calmly, rest assured there absolutely won't be any side effects. Luo Yi was still somewhat suspicious. You say this is an exclusive ancestral formula. Why have I never seen your sister eat this stuff? An exclusive formula means it's a formula only I know about. Such good stuff, why are you giving it to me? What, are you trying to hit on me? Luo Yi laughed. I heard from your sister that you were asking her if I have a boyfriend. Qin Ke immediately said, no, you misunderstood. I'm not giving it to you for free, I'm charging for it. Charging? What else? How much? 100,000. What, 100,000? You get what you pay for. Besides, aren't you a wealthy lady? Many supplements on the market have side effects, but mine absolutely does not. Are you kidding? The cost of making one great nourishment pill is at least 30,000. Selling it for 100,000 is quite reasonable, right? That's not being a profiteer, is it? This is even a friend's discount, otherwise I would have charged to 110,000. If normal supplements have side effects, you'd feel discomfort immediately after taking them. But it's been a minute or two now, and Luo Yi doesn't feel any discomfort at all. Not only that, she even feels the spiritual energy in her body is very active. Her lower abdomen feels warm and cozy. Make it a bit cheaper. Aren't you a wealthy lady? Can't a wealthy lady haggle? I'm your sister's best friend. Give me a lower price. Alright, I'll give you a discount. How about 99,900? Ding, negative emotions from Luo Yi plus 99. Luo Yi was dumbfounded, just 100 cheaper. Qin Ke looked serious. How about I make it 200 cheaper? Ding, negative emotions from Luo Yi plus 100. Fine, 100,000 it is. Luo Yi said red. As long as this pill can really help her break through, 100,000 is worth it. The condition is you have to give it to me first. After I eat it, if there are no side effects within 12 hours, I'll pay you. Deal. Qin Ke was also very straightforward, because he was sure the Great Nourishment Pill would have no side effects. Luo Yi took the Great Nourishment Pill and went back to her room. 3 minutes later, she walked out of the room with a radiant face. She really had a breakthrough. And without any cultivation, just by simply eating that Great Nourishment Pill. Spiritual energy was generated automatically inside her body. She instantly entered the next level. Qin Ke, sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, laughed. So you had a breakthrough? Luo Yi nodded excitedly and quickly sat next to Qin Ke get chummy. What is this supplement of yours called? Great Nourishment Pill. Right, Great Nourishment Pill. This kind of medicine isn't on the market yet. How about this? Give me the recipe and I'll give you 1 million. 1 million? Are you out of your mind? Qin Ke was... Ding, negative emotions from Luo Yi plus 200. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden reward. You've received a pair of white silk stockings. System. Screw you. Watching Qin Ke run into the restroom, Luo Yi was baffled. Does this guy have a frequent urination problem? He walked out of the restroom again. The way Luo Yi looked at Qin Ke changed. Are you okay? Cough, cough. Nothing, I just drank too much water. I know an old traditional medicine doctor. No need. How about asking your sister to check you out? Why would I ask? You forgot she's a healer type ability user. No need, just drinking less water will do. Back to the previous question, you think 1 million isn't enough? What do you think? Are you joking? 1 million? Trying to brush me off like a beggar. If I spend some time using the 120,000 bounty and the 100,000 from Luo Yi, I can use that 220,000 total to buy ingredients, make great nourishment pills, and flip them. With enough materials, I could probably earn 1 million within a month. And you want to buy my recipe for 1 million? Is that even possible? 5 million. Luo Yi held up a... Qin Ke still shook his head and refused. You think 5 million is too little? How much do you want? Name your price. Qin Ke thought about it and said, it's not about the money. I just didn't plan on selling the recipe at all. Let's talk about it later. All right then. Give it some thought, the price is negotiable. Although she couldn't get the recipe from Qin Ke, Luo Yi was still a bit excited. She thought it would take at least another month to reach the next level. Who would have thought it would only take a few minutes? This guy, although a bit of a weirdo, is actually quite reliable. Just hope there aren't any side effects. Although she thought that Luo Yi was actually prepared for side effects. After all, there are basically no drugs on the market that can directly improve spiritual energy without causing any physical side effects. A little while later, Qin Kangsu found out about this. She grilled Qin Ke on where the medicine came from. Qin Ke casually replied that he found it. Luo Yi was in a panic all night. In the room, Qin Ke looked at the silk stockings and women's panties on the bed deep in thought. This damn system is toxic. Can't keep this, just throw it all away. Waking up the next morning, Luo Yi felt refreshed. After the night passed, there were no signs of side effects at all. Instead, she had a great night's sleep. She immediately transferred the 100,000 to Qin Ke. After getting the money, Qin Ke didn't even eat breakfast. He went to ask old Zhao for a leave and ran to the black market, buying 150 grams of phoenix musk for 32,000. He also bought 3 ice fire crystals, 46,000. Added together, he spent 78,000. He ran back to the boutique spiritual shop from before and bought the other ingredients for the great nourishment pill. During that time, he flirted a bit with the rather charming owner. Yeah, just flirting, absolutely nothing else happened. Nothing. At most, he just packed up all that stuff like silk stockings and panties the system gave him and gave them to the owner. He could completely confuse the owner. The charming owner. Why would he suddenly give me branded silk stockings and panties? What is he trying to do? Spending all his money. He prepared a total of 3 great nourishment pills. Qin Ke ate 2 of them himself. After taking 2, the spiritual energy in his body surged violently. His rank increased directly from rank 1 level 4 to rank 1 level 6. Not needing to cultivate to raise his strength is just too satisfying. If it goes on like this, as long as there's enough money, reaching the max rank is only a matter of time. He bought a random steamed bun to fill his stomach and set up a small stall in the black market. He cut the great nourishment pills into small pieces, rolled them into little balls and divided them into 100 small portions. On a piece of cardboard next to him it was written, "Great Nourishment Pill, the ultimate choice for increasing spiritual energy. 1,500 each." The 0 at the end was written very, very small, so if you didn't look close you'd think it was 150 each. To avoid being recognized and getting into unnecessary trouble, Qin Ke even put on a mask. Come, take a look. Great Nourishment Pill. Eat it, and your spiritual energy will soar uncontrollably. You can't lose, you won't be fooled. Shinguya takishoyen toro, kidro shuzeten gata teki ryuryo washe. Tariyo shiteki furosho seizo sho. Ha homi shu tekiseo hoi hamonoru. Hen haso se junda netsuryo shu senkai taki kakyu udu konkyo. Qin Ke's shouting quickly attracted quite a... Out of the hundreds of stalls in the entire black market, Qin Ke was likely the only one stretching his neck and yelling. It was only natural that he drew so many eyes. But most people just took a glance and walked on. Big vitality never even heard of them. And they claim your internal spirit source grows like crazy after eating one? Must be medicine. A stall owner nearby recognized Ke. Aren't you that despicable guy who gave his rival a laxative? Oh wait, I mean that fine upstanding gentleman. It's you, brother. I can't believe you recognized me. Qin Ke smiled brightly at the stall owner who had sold him the laxative. So how was it? Was my medicine potent? Potent? It was more than potent, it left me with psychological trauma. The stall owner glanced at the small pills on Qin Ke's stall. What kind of stuff is this? Brother, do you want one? Eat it and your spirit source will skyrocket. Haha, I thought I was good at bragging, but you're even better. No medicine is that powerful. I'm not lying, really. After eating it, you don't even need to cultivate, and your spirit source just appears. If you don't believe me, have one on the house. No thanks, I'd like to live a few more years. The stall owner's comment finally made Qin Ke realize why so many were watching, yet no one stepped forward to ask. These onlookers were curious, but no one wanted to be the first one to test the waters. Come all, take a look. Qin Ke continued to shout. When a dozen people looked his way, he grabbed a small pill from his stall and popped it into his mouth. My spirit source is already growing like crazy. It tastes great and it's nice and crunchy. You can't go wrong, and you definitely won't get ripped off. Sure enough, testing the medicine in front of others is a reliable tact. The first brave soul arrived. He was a young man in his 20s. Big vitality pills, why haven't I heard of these? Hey, that's where you're out of the loop. It's a long story, so let's skip the details. Want to try one, buddy? The young man picked up a pill, examined it, and held it to his nose. It actually smells pretty good. You can try one first. If it doesn't work, it's free. Really? Why would I lie to you? If it doesn't work, you don't pay. Hearing it was free, the young man put it straight into his mouth. He ate it with great satisfaction. A few seconds later, a gleam appeared in his eyes. How about it? Did it work? This can't be real. The young man's eyes were filled with disbelief. The effect of this one tiny pill was better than half a month of diligent cultivation. The spirit source within him, while not exploding as crazily as the sign claimed, had definitely increased. Without a word, the young man pulled out his phone. I'll take them all. You got it. Qin Ke pulled out his phone to receive the payment. The young man hesitated. Are you sure they aren't just a few real ones mixed in? Buddy, where's the trust between people? I guarantee they're all real, and every single one has the same effect as the one you just ate. Alright, how many do you have? Including the one you just ate, there were 99 in total. Alright, I'll take them all, 150 each, right? Qin Ke corrected him immediately. What 150? It's 1,500. The young man was covered in question marks. He looked at the sign again, his gaze drawn to a tiny, tiny zero. Damn it. Where the hell did this extra zero come from? Why is there an extra zero here? It's not extra, this zero was always there. Buddy, don't complain about the price. Think about it. For medicine like this, 1,500 is a bargain. Sometimes even if you have the money, there's nowhere to buy it. The young man's face stood in ag. He had intended to buy them all at 150 each. Now it's 1,500 apiece. That would be nearly 150,000 in total. I wouldn't even be worth 150,000 if someone sold me. Since he really didn't have that kind of cash, the young man ended up buying only 5 and left. That gentleman is truly generous, buying 5 at once. Everyone, come and take a look. If you don't buy them now, they'll be gone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Ke kept shouting. But still, hardly anyone came over. Some wanted to, but they kept thinking that young man was a plant. If such medicine really existed, how could it just casually appear in the black market? And just lying there on the ground like that? In fact, Qin Ke could have easily sold the big vitality pills to Luo Yi. She definitely would have bought them. But to make the most money, he had to come to the black market. Selling them for 1,500 this time was just to open up the market. Once the market was established and the big vitality pills became famous, by then, even if he sold them for 3,000 a pill, plenty of people would be fighting to buy them. A medicine that boosts your spirit source without cultivation and has 0 side effects. That is basically a game-breaking cheat. How could it not sell like crazy? Qin Ke continued his enthusiastic sales pitch. The stall owner next to him, who had previously sold the laxative, was actually quite curious. He leaned over and asked, "Is your medicine really that magical? You don't need to cultivate, and your spirit source just appears, and you're selling it for only 1,500? Exactly. Brother, if you don't believe me, you can try one. Go ahead and have one on the house. If it doesn't work, I won't charge you." The stall owner's eyes lit up. That's what you said. If it doesn't work, you're not charging me. The stall owner was also a spirit user. But because his talent was terrible, he belonged to the bottom tier of the losers. After 20 years of effort, he was still just a tier 2 level 1 spirit user. He was slightly stronger than an average person, but compared to real spirit users, he was trash. No choice to survive, he had to set up shop in the black market. He took the pill Qin Ke handed him, sniffed it first, and found it incredibly fragrant. There aren't any side effects to this, are there? Oh, don't worry about that, brother. There are absolutely no side effects. Fine, I'll trust you once. The stall owner swallowed the pill in one go. A few seconds later, his expression became faintly excited. Holy cow, it's real. My spirit source is actually growing. Qin Ke smiled. How about it? Want to buy a few more? This stuff is rare. Once it's gone, it's gone. The stall owner looked troubled. I want to buy more, but I don't have much money on me. How about I trade you something for it? What? No money. Qin Ke thought for a moment. Alright, what do you want to trade? The stall owner grabbed a large bag of laxatives from his stall and handed it to Qin Ke. I'll trade you this. Qin Ke was speechless. You've got to be kidding, brother. What am I going to do with all these laxatives? Besides, my pills are 1,500 each. This bag of yours is worth 100 or 2 at most. That's where you're wrong. This isn't just ordinary laxative. Compared to the kind I gave you before, it's 10 times more powerful. And the best part is, it smells amazing. As the stall owner spoke, he opened the package and shoved it under Qin Ke's nose. Go on, smell it. Qin Ke stepped back defensively. He still had vivid memories of what happened to Wang Gang after he ate that laxative. Who knows if you'll be affected just by smelling this stuff. I don't want it. Take it away. With this many laxatives, you could poison thousands of people. Just take it, otherwise I don't have enough money to give you. No, trade me something else. The two of them shoved back and forth. Clatter. The large bag of laxative powder fell onto the sign where Qin Ke had displayed his pills. Then a gust of wind blew by. White powder flew everywhere, covering almost every single pill. Qin Ke's eyes. He clutched his head as if it were about to explode. Omad, are you kidding me? Qin Ke's masterclass in marketing combining social proof and high-stakes bait-and-switch pricing is essentially a lesson in behavioral economics. By creating a temporary system bug that bypasses the need for hard work, he perfectly exploits the impatience inherent in competitive industries. Yet, his greed for growth reveals a classic startup trap. The product is viable, but the supply chain and quality control are absolute disasters. Watching him try to sell a miracle pill that just became a catastrophic laxative hybrid is the ultimate proof that in a cutthroat market, one tiny mistake can turn a brilliant disruption into a total PR nightmare.